Prologue. Death. Success. Hess stood stock still, turning his sightless eyes left and right. The cold was so intense he was shivering all over. Goosebumps had erupted up his arms and the hairs on the back of his neck were standing up. He opened his eyes to their fullest extent, staring blankly around, unseeing. It was impossible. They couldn't be here. Not in little whinging. He strained his ears. He would hear them before he saw them. Dudley was whining, so he told him to shut up. He had to listen to know. There was something in the alleyway apart from themselves, something that was drawing long, hoarse, rattling breaths. Again Dudley was whining. Dudley, shut dash. Wham! Dudley's fist made contact with his head, making him dizzy enough to lose his footing and fall. Pain radiated through his head, his sight swimming. "You moron, Dudley!" he yelled, while trying to overcome his dizziness. He heard his cousin running in the wrong direction. Towards danger, not away from it. He tried to stop him. He yelled as loud as he could to tell him to stop, yelled so he could to tell him to keep his mouth shut. But he knew it wasn't enough. They needed help. There was no way to survive without. His hands were searching in the absolute darkness surrounding him. Hard asphalt made his hands bleed, but he had no time. "Where's wand? Come on, Lumos." He said the spell automatically, desperate for light to help him in his search, and to his disbelieving relief, light flared inches from his right hand. The wand tip had ignited. He snatched it up, scrambled to his feet and turned around. His stomach turned over. A towering, hooded figure was gliding smoothly towards him, hovering over the ground, no feet or face visible beneath its robes, sucking on the night as it came. Stumbling backwards, he raised his wand. Expecto Patronum. A silvery wisp of vapor shot from the tip of the wand and the Dementor slowed, but the spell hadn't worked properly. Tripping over his own feet, he retreated further as the Dementor bore down upon him, panic and pain fogging his brain. Concentrate. A pair of gray, slimy, scabbed hands slid from inside the Dementor's robes, reaching for him. A rushing noise filled his ears. Once again, a rush of dizziness threatened to overcome him. His head throbbed with pain and his thoughts seemed unclear and fogged. Expecto Patronum. His voice sounded dim and distant. Another wisp of silver smoke, feebler than the last, drifted from the wand. He couldn't do it anymore. He couldn't work the spell. There was laughter inside his own head, shrill, high-pitched laughter. He could smell the Dementor's putrid, death-cold breath filling his own lungs, drowning him. Something happy. But there was no happiness in him. The Dementor's icy fingers were closing on his throat. The high-pitched laughter was growing louder and louder, and a voice spoke inside his head. "Bow to death, Harry. It might even be painless. I would not know. I have never died." His fingers went limp. His grasp loosened. Concentrate. But there was nothing but the darkness, the cold and pain filling his head. His hand was numb and it could have been empty, though it mattered not. The last chance to survive was gone. Happy thoughts, happy. His mind went blank. There was nothing, absolutely nothing he could do anymore. No happiness, nothing but death. "Bow to death, Harry." The voice whispered again and a deep, black, endless hole came down on his mouth. Weathered skin where placed the eyes should have been. His body bowed to death. His wand escaped his grasp. Clattering, it hit the ground. And then there was nothing but the endless darkness of the black hole, the Dementor pressing its non-existent lips onto his own. Expecto Patronum. As suddenly as the darkness had come, it had gone. He fell to the earth, unable to do anything but lay there and wait for death to come. His limbs wouldn't move. His head throbbed with overwhelming pain. His vision went foggy, but he could still see the flaming figure of a phoenix, gliding through the air, bright like the sun, golden and warm, full of fire, life and happiness. The Dementors cried with pain as the golden light of the phoenix hit them. The darkness fled where the light had hit. The cold withdrew, leaving his limbs lifeless yet warm. The alleyway was bathed in light. It was so bright it was as if it was imitating the sun. Red flames danced through the air, burning the black cloth of the Dementors, turning the cold to warmth. High-pitched screams escaped the lipless, endless holes, while claw-like death hands dispersed into ashes. It took him a moment to understand that the Phoenix was a Patronus. Dumbledore? Hope filled his heart when this word filled his thoughts. Dumbledore? Dumb, he began, but he could not finish his word, not Dumbledore? The bright daylight that came with the Phoenix was not the Patronus, although the happiness he felt was that of a Patronus. But was it Dumbledore's? The answer came a moment later, when a figure emerged from the darkness of the alleyway. Its black cloak billowed in non-existent wind, a cloak made of shadow and fog, black like the endless hole of the Dementor mouth, shadowy like the Grim, coming for its prey. It was barely 5 feet tall, but the magic surrounding it gave it a presence like Harry had never seen one before. The wind was caressing its black hair that seemed to swallow the light, and its eyes glowed with death in the darkness, promising a soundless Avada Kedavra, more beautiful than Voldemort would ever be able to produce, promising green lightning to anyone brave enough to cross its path. Not Dumbledore. Not safe. Rescue. Had to rescue himself. His hands chafed at the rough asphalt, searching for his wand again. Do not give up. There was nothing but asphalt, dirt and darkness. His hands began to search faster and faster. His breathing hitched. He could not give up, not now, not after he could finally think clearly again. And while his hands were searching frantically, his eyes never left the deadly eyes in front of him, daring the figure to stay away, to let him go. But there was no way to escape this born predator. Pain shot through his head. Dizziness filled his mind. Can't give up. The figure drew near. Its hood prevented its features from being seen. Just its deadly green eyes gleamed in the light. It bowed down to him, eyes of death meeting eyes of Avada Kedavra green. Bow to death, Harry. The voice was oddly warm, like a summer wind in autumn, tingling through the air like the unearthly voice of a high elf. It will be painless. I know, I have been there. Bow to death and move on. A gentle hand cupped his head. The other hand moved to draw runes on his forehead and his scar. Sleep well, precious child. May you never live again. And suddenly there was light all around him. His hands, still bleeding, scraped at the asphalt beneath him, lighting up with symbols he had never seen before. His chest ached as it began to glow through his shirt. His eyes hurt as his face started glowing from within, as if from underneath his skin. And then the Phoenix Patronus returned. It stopped a few inches from his chest, a thrilling voice singing a song filled with death and resurrection. The Phoenix song. He tried to move, he tried to flee, but the hands had a tight grip on him and his limbs were limp. Even if he had tried, he could not move a muscle. Then the fingers on his forehead stopped moving and the hands vanished. He'd have sighed in relief if that hadn't been the moment the Phoenix Patronus chose to act. Before he could react, the Phoenix crossed the last inches to his chest and entered. Fire. A burning sensation filled his senses. Where his skin had glowed a moment before, it suddenly was literally on fire. He cried with pain. His body was turning to ash. He could feel it. It felt like he was being sucked through the eye of a needle, and then he was gone. He lost consciousness. Playing Harry. Success. A man emerged from the darkness of the alleyway. The figure was shrouded in a cloak which hid his face and actually made him appear as if he truly was nothing more than a shadow. If a shadow could stand upright and had gray eyes, glowing beneath a dark hood, that is. You know, the shadow said slowly, most likely, you're going to have some trouble because of the boy's spells. The other one, a man in his early 20s with black, unruly hair and eyes of an even lighter green than Harry's, had been shrugged. I may, he answered, but even if I do, handling it will be child's play. Sa. It is Harry now, the man corrected and snatched the vanished boy's lost glasses from the ground. You should become accustomed to it. With that, he turned the glasses in his hands to look at them from all sides with disdain. We'll never speak in public, the shadow objected unhappily, watching the other man intensely. The green-eyed man didn't seem to be bothered by it at all. He just shrugged. Then do it for me, he said. I will have to learn to answer to that name now. You will, the shadow sighed. But I never understood why you had to vanish the boy in the first place. He's just a boy. Why trouble yourself with schemes to finish him off? Harry sighed unhappily. It had to be that way, Reg, he replied. He would not have survived tonight. He was never meant to survive. That's what you say, Reg pointed out. Do you have visions to know such things? The young-looking man raised an eyebrow at that question. I do not, he answered, sighing. But I learned a long time ago that some things are unchangeable. I tried to rescue the boy before. I was unable to. I did not even find the place where the boy lived. Even when I knew where it was, I could not find it. And I could not rescue others I knew were about to die. Believe me, I tried. Oh, how I tried. Reg stayed silent after these words, a contemplating look on his face. It was clear that he actually hadn't expected the answer he'd been given by Harry. Harry, on the other hand, turned his head and glanced at the place the vanished boy, the former Harry Potter, had been some minutes before. I will be Harry now, he finally said quietly and, oddly enough, sadly. I have to be Harry now. This was my plan from the start. He didn't look too pleased, even after claiming that it was his plan they were currently following. Reg frowned. And you really can do it? He asked the other man doubtfully. It won't be easy, after all. You'll have to behave exactly like the boy. And, well, you're quite a bit older than him, you know. That is not a problem, Harry replied and closed his eyes in concentration. For a moment nothing seemed to happen. Then, slowly but surely, his features and body started to change. When the changes stopped barely a minute later, he was a little more than 5 years younger and several inches smaller. There we go, he said while picking up the boy's wand. He gave it an experimental swish, frowned at it for a second, and then shrugged. A bit different than the wands I normally use, he said. But then, the craftsmanship might be a bit better than with mine. With that, he channeled his magic through the wand and sparks lit its tip, the wand bowing to the man as its new master. Harry shrugged again before hiding the wand away in one of the wand holsters he was wearing. Then he proceeded to glamour his longer hair and clothes with his own wand, before turning his gaze back to the glasses in his hand. He frowned at them unhappily again and then changed the lenses of the glasses to window glass. All right, he put the glasses on with a grimace. How do I look? Like the boy, Reg answered while eyeing the other critically. Are you sure you're able to play Harry? The other rolled his eyes. Of course I am, he said. Then you'll have to lose your accent, Reg concluded. No one will believe that you're Harry when you've got a foreign accent. Harry sighed. I will lose it, he replied and rubbed his hand over his face, nearly pulling the glasses from his nose in the process, which made him frown at them again, clearly unhappy that he was forced to wear them. I haven't spoken English in a long time. It will take some time to think in it again. You. But whatever the other one wanted to say, he was interrupted by Harry before even finishing the first word. Go. There is someone coming, Harry said, having heard something that Reg hadn't. You mustn't be seen. Reg reacted instantly. One moment he was there, the next a small black cat fled into the darkness. Meanwhile, the other man spun around, hiding away his own wand in the process and drawing Harry's before pointing it toward the face of the newcomer. It was Harry's old babysitter, Mrs. Fig. Hastily, Harry started to stow his wand away again. Don't put it away, idiot boy, she shrieked. What if there are more of them around? Oh, I'm going to kill Mundungus Fletcher. So she was one of them, Dumbledore's men. He and Reg had been lucky that she hadn't seen them together. Harry had never been more thankful for the concealing charms on Reg's robes that had hidden the other man long enough that Mrs. Fig hadn't noticed him. Harry shook off his thoughts. He had no time to ponder on near misses. There were other things to consider. He was Harry Potter right now, a 15-year-old, undereducated wizard. He had time to ponder everything else later, not now when he had to perform for the first time. He took a deep breath and closed his eyes briefly. It was time. He had to play his part. "What?" he asked, trying to sound stunned. "He left," said Mrs. Fig, wringing her hands. "Left to see someone about a batch of cauldrons." She rambled on, but Harry tuned her out. Instead, he took the time to slip into his Harry persona. He had to be Harry now. He had to answer to Harry. He had to think about himself as Harry. He had to simply be Harry from now on. It would be difficult, but there was no other way if he wanted to reach his goals. So he let her ramble, sometimes asking questions Harry would have asked, like, "This mundungus has been following me? And you know Dumbledore?" He stood by and watched while she went to Dudley and tried to lift him up. She stooped down, seized one of Dudley's massive arms in her wizened hands and tugged. He saw her desperation, her fear while she tried to lift the heavy boy off the ground. "Get up, you useless lump, get up." Dudley either could or would not move, so Harry finally declared that he would help and heaved the boy up from where he lay on the ground. The boy was heavy, but not as heavy as other things Harry had carried. Of course, he could not let the fact that he was stronger than the original Harry show, so he tried to look as if he was struggling greatly. "Hurry up," said Mrs. Fig hysterically. She was clearly out of her depth, panicking. Harry could have reassured her, but the young boy he was pretending to be would have had no clue about her terror, and so Harry did nothing but stand by and watch. Instead of telling Mrs. Fig that the danger had passed, Harry followed her lead, let her peek around corners, aware that somewhere in the dark there was a black cat laughing at him. "Keep your wand out." He did as he was told, not caring to share that the Dementors were gone and wouldn't dare to return. Dementors might be monsters, only fixated on their own pleasure, but even they weren't dumb enough to try a stunt like that again when Harry was around. There were a lot of dangers in the world, and Dementors definitely were one of the worst, but even they had something they feared even more than anything else. Harry was their greatest fear. He was Dementor-born, and a Dementor-born like Harry could kill them without a lot of trouble. They wouldn't risk angering him considering his power over them. So he let her drag him along and tried to act like a 15-year-old should, even when Mundungus Fletcher finally returned and he had to fight the urge to hex the useless scum just to show the man what he thought of him. It wasn't easy. He had to ask Mrs. Fig if she would like to use Hedwig to send a message to Dumbledore, and he had to act unoffended when she said he wouldn't understand, when, in reality, he understood very well. The Ministry wanted to disgrace him. They were trying to expel him. Well, Harry, and they'd use any excuse they could get. A Patronus, even if it wasn't fully formed, would be enough. Not that they knew the Patronus charm cast by Harry's wand had never been fully formed. Finally, they reached the door to number 4, Privet Drive. Playing the uninformed boy he wasn't, he asked questions about why he had been followed and shouted after her to wait. Because he had still so many questions about her involvement with the magical world and Dumbledore. Luckily for him, Mrs. Fig just went on walking and didn't stop. XXX. When the woman was finally gone, Harry hesitated for a moment, then readjusted Dudley on his shoulder and took a deep breath. This was it. The beginning of his life as Harry James Potter of Privet Drive number 4, Little Whinging, Surrey. Harry took another deep breath, finally putting his wand away, and prepared to meet his aunt. This would be a bloodbath. He sighed, shook his head at his thoughts, and finally opened the door and went in. There was no sense delaying this meeting any further. His aunt, of course, wasn't happy about what had happened. She fussed over her son, crying, "Diddy, diddy, diddy," and Harry let her. He let her fuss until the first accusations were hurled at him. "What have you done to my son?" Uncle Vernon growled. "Nothing," Harry said, knowing perfectly well that Uncle Vernon wouldn't believe him. "What did he do to you, did he?" Aunt Petunia said in a quavering voice, now sponging sick from the front of Dudley's leather jacket. Was it you know what, darling? Did he use his thing?" Slowly, tremulously, Dudley nodded. Harry gave a token of protest. He had to keep up appearances, after all. He had actually planned to use the developing argument to leave the house with Harry's things and find another place to stay, but that was before the first owl found its way into the Dursleys' kitchen. The letter it carried made his uncle angry and amused Harry to no end. XXX. Dear Mr. Potter, we have received intelligence that you performed the Patronus charm at 23 minutes past 9 this evening in a Muggle-inhabited area and in the presence of a Muggle. The severity of this breach of the decree for the reasonable restriction of underage sorcery has resulted in your expulsion from Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Ministry representatives will be calling at your place of residence shortly to destroy your wand. As you have already received an official warning for a previous offense under Section 13 of the International Confederation of Warlocks Statute of Secrecy, we regret to inform you that your presence is required at a disciplinary hearing at the Ministry of Magic at 9 a.m. on the 12th of August. Hoping you are well. Yours sincerely, Mafalda Hopkirk. Improper use of magic office. Ministry of Magic. XXX. Harry read it and then he had to read it again. He was sure he misunderstood it, but the context didn't change with a second and third reading. He still read the phrases expulsion from Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, and calling, shortly to destroy your wand. They could not, would not. Again. Harry read the letter for a fifth time before finally believing it. They really had done it. Expulsion, he thought, calling shortly to destroy my wand. And then he cracked. He tried to hold it in, tried to not let it be seen by his relatives. But how he wanted to. How he really wanted to. Harry wanted to laugh. He wanted to laugh until he cried. The ministry was eager, so eager, to expel him, to disgrace him. Oh, how eager they were, trying to destroy him while playing right into his hands. A 15-year-old Gryffindor might have been unable to think clearly due to fear, but he was no 15-year-old, and he was no Gryffindor. He didn't fear their coming. He laughed at them and their eagerness to punish him for his crimes. And then he could not stop himself anymore. Maybe it was the stress from all the planning he had done over these last months. Maybe it was the relief after confronting the Dementors and being able to enact everything like he wanted it to happen, or maybe it was simply the huge weight that had finally been lifted off his shoulders just half an hour earlier when the other boy had vanished, never to be seen again. He didn't know which it was, or if it was all those things together. The only thing he knew was that it finally forced its way out of his chest in the form of laughter. He chuckled. "What is it now, boy?" Uncle Vernon sneered. "They are coming to destroy my wand," he answered, still chuckling. "And you think that's funny?" His uncle looked at him as if he had lost his mind, and maybe it really looked like that. "Yes," he answered, not caring that his accent was back. "I really think that." "So, destroying your thing, doesn't that mean they threw you out?" Uncle Vernon asked suspiciously. Yes, it does." Harry tried to calm himself, but it was nearly an impossible task. "So you think it funny that they threw you out?" Harry chuckled again at these words. "You don't understand the magical world, Uncle," he answered. "And it seems you are not the only one. They cannot throw me out, even if they want to. So you think yourself above your own kind, too, don't you, boy?" Uncle Vernon concluded, and Harry chuckled again. "I don't." He grinned at his uncle, wild and feral, adorned with gleaming green eyes and blindingly white teeth. "But they think themselves above all others." For a moment he paused, then his face darkened and his grin gained an evil edge. "They will pay for this." Uncle Vernon opened his mouth to reply to this, when the next owl collided with the closed kitchen window. "OWLS!" he yelled instead while Harry opened the window and freed the owl of its burden. It was another letter. XXX. "Harry, Dumbledore's just arrived at the ministry and he's trying to sort it all out. Do not leave your aunt and uncle's house. Do not do any more magic. Do not surrender your wand. Arthur Weasley." XXX. This time, Harry didn't even try to suppress his laughter. Let his relatives think him mad, Harry was far too amused and swamped with other feelings to care about their thoughts. His teeth gleamed in the kitchen light while he laughed openly at the writer of the letter. Poor old man Dumbledore. Dumbledore was going to sort it all out? Oh yeah, he would. He would not lose his pawn. Oh, poor Dumbledore, who didn't know that his pawn had perished tonight. Poor, poor old man Dumbledore. Harry cackled like mad. He had never liked the headmaster of Hogwarts, so he couldn't help but feel vindictive at the thought of the old man's loss tonight. Yes, Dumbledore would try to sort it all out. Poor, poor old fool Dumbledore. He had long since lost his pawn. What does that one say? Uncle Vernon bellowed, and Harry forced himself to return to the present. His face blanked out, and he looked at his uncle with oddly dead eyes that made the other man shiver just looking at them. A reminder to stay here, Harry said, sneering. Almighty Dumbledore is trying to sort it all out. And you are still not worried, Uncle Vernon observed. Harry shrugged and took some deep breaths while his face turned into an even more impenetrable mask. I will never be, he said even more calmly than before. And why would you not be worried when they come to destroy your thing? Uncle Vernon asked unhappily, clearly a bit intimidated by the boy's cool gaze lingering on him. When they do something like that, you must have done something to receive this kind of treatment. Oh, I did, Harry confessed, unperturbed. I did do magic. H.A.? roared Uncle Vernon, slamming his fist down on top of the fridge, which sprang open. Several of Dudley's low-fat snacks toppled out and burst on the floor. So you admit it. What did you do to Dudley? Nothing. But Harry's objection wasn't good enough. Not that he tried to truly persuade them. Dudley, now feeling safe, accused him further of doing magic, and his uncle and aunt of course believed Dudley over him. So he let Dudley describe the Dementor attack, staring at his white-faced aunt, until Dudley lacked the words to describe his feelings. Then he supplied, as if you'd never be happy again. Yes, Dudley whispered, still trembling. And again they began to accuse him, so he calmly said, it wasn't me, it was a couple of Dementors. A couple of… What's this codswallop? Asked Uncle Vernon. Dementors, Harry repeated, slowly and clearly. 2 of them. And what the ruddy hell are Dementors? They guard the wizard prison Azkaban, said Aunt Petunia. 2 seconds of ringing silence followed these words before Aunt Petunia clapped a hand over her mouth, as though she had let slip a disgusting swear word. Uncle Vernon was goggling at her. Well, that was something that Harry had not expected. His aunt knew of Azkaban? How'd you know that? He asked her, astonished. Aunt Petunia looked quite appalled with herself. She glanced at Uncle Vernon in fearful apology, then lowered her hand slightly to reveal her horsey teeth. I heard that awful boy telling her about them years ago, she said jerkily. And suddenly he knew from whom she had learned it. Still, he could not resist saying something that he knew as false just to see her reaction. If you mean my mum and dad, why don't you use their names? To his disappointment, she didn't answer. Instead, he had to watch while Uncle Vernon confirmed the Dementor's existence with his wife, Boring. And then the next owl came, and while Uncle Vernon slammed the window shut again, Harry opened the letter. XXX. Dear Mr. Potter, further to our letter of approximately 22 minutes ago, the Ministry of Magic has revised its decision to destroy your wand forthwith. You may retain your wand until your disciplinary hearing on the 12th of August, at which time an official decision will be taken. Following discussions with the headmaster of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, the Ministry has agreed that the question of your expulsion will also be decided at that time. You should therefore consider yourself suspended from school pending further inquiries. With best wishes, yours sincerely, Mafalda Hopkirk. Improper use of magic office. Ministry of Magic. XXX. This letter nearly started another burst of laughter. So no one was coming. He still had to consider himself expelled? The Ministry really seemed eager to help him. And then, of course, there was poor almighty Dumbledore, rushing to his rescue. Well, if Harry was a well-behaved pawn, then he would be absolutely grateful to almighty Dumbledore. But he wasn't, and so he could only try to hold back another laughing fit that tickled his throat. Yes, almighty Dumbledore had stopped the Aurors from coming and destroying his wand. How lovely of him! How grateful he must be for this unnecessary help. Of course, He would be a well-behaved little pawn, staying here and waiting for rescue. Almighty Dumbledore, poor Harry will grovel to your feet, licking your shoes and trying to serve you. Harry forced himself not to crack up again. Oh, how he would love this game. Oh, how he would love to grovel and to blow it all up in Dumbledore's face. And then the Ministry. Well, said Uncle Vernon, recalling Harry to his surroundings. I've got to go to a hearing, said Harry. And they'll sentence you there? I suppose so. I won't give up hope then, said Uncle Vernon nastily. Well, if that's all. But of course it wasn't. It took another explanation, another letter from his godfather simply telling him to stay home, and a howler after Uncle Vernon tried to throw him out until it was over. XXX. And now Harry was lying on his bed, sighing. What an awful day to start being Harry. He suddenly wished he had never vanished the boy. Not that that had been an option. So he was lying on his bed, after he had written letters to Ron, Hermione, and Sirius, waiting for Hedwig, and repeating one sentence in his mind. One sentence that was still troubling him. But he needed to believe this sentence. His life might later depend to it. He had to get that right. And so he lay in the darkness, repeating one sentence over and over again. I am Harry James Potter, son of James and Lily Potter. I am Harry James Potter, son of James and Lily Potter. It sounded foreign in his own ears. It simply sounded wrong, and it was wrong. His name wasn't Harry James Potter. It had never been. But for now it had to be. He had vanished the other boy and taken his place. And that included taking the name. I am Harry James Potter. I am Harry James Potter. Oh, how he hated that name. Harry was an awful name for a wizard. It definitely wasn't a proper wizarding name. It might be a good mundane name, but as a wizard all that counted was ancestry. And the name Harry was too young in the wizarding world to show great ancestry. There was no way that Harry was a proper wizard name. And Harry's parents had known that. The only one who didn't was Harry himself. I am Harry James Potter, son of James and Lily Potter. I am Harry James. But I am not. This time he said it aloud, needing to hear the truth, even if it was just for a single time. I might have to call myself that for the next months. But there is no way I ever will be a foolish Gryffindor like you. I am not Harry James Potter, and I hate being called Harry. Felt good to rant, even if it didn't help him at all. He'd have to get used to being called Harry. There was no way to get back the name he had left behind today. You have planned this for the last decade, he told himself. You will not back out now when you have finally nearly reached your goal. Just a little bit longer and you will finally have the revenge you longed for the longest time. They will not cross you again. They will not use you again. And it will be a bittersweet revenge when their own pawn delivers the final blow. And because of that, he had to endure being Harry for the time being. It was all for the greater good after all. He grinned like a lunatic when he reminded himself of that. Oh, how he'd love to throw this sentence back at its owner. In that moment Hedwig swept in and Harry stopped his rambling. Hello, girl, he said instead and waited until Hedwig greeted him like an old friend. I have some letters for you. Would you please carry them to Ron, Hermione, and Sirius? She nipped his finger and took off after he had secured the letters. Harry went to his window, looking out and following her flight with his eyes until he couldn't see her anymore. Then his gaze turned to the ground where a black cat was sitting, looking up at him. He winked and then stared into the night again, waiting for the black cat while it climbed up to him. When it reached the windowsill, Harry started to pet it. The cat let him caress it for a few moments, but then it tried to jump into Harry's room. Harry stopped it with his hands. Don't turn back, Reg, he said. I'm sure there are guards in the garden. We would not like to be seen. The cat purred under his fingers. Don't worry, they will come and take me away, Harry said while looking to the stars. They will be here in a few nights. Until then we have time. And after that, I'm sure they will bring me to Grimmauld Place. You just have to stay hidden until I can let you in. The cat rubbed its head on his hand. I will have to carry you in because you won't find it alone, but that's all right. I will do it as soon as everyone is asleep on my first night there. The Fidelius might stop you from finding it and I from speaking about it, but you know where it should be and I won't have to speak about it to bring you in. Just be ready. I think you will see me arrive. Wait for me there. The cat purred again. Then it stood up and left him the same way it had slipped in. Harry grinned. The ministry would be very sorry when he was finished with them. Very, very sorry, a twisted message. Success. It had been a very quiet morning for Barnabas Cuff, chief editor of the Daily Prophet. Well, that was until Rebecca Amarin, his security editor, entered his bureau carrying a piece of parchment in her hands. "Becky," he said, looking up to greet her with a grin as she frowned. He knew she hated to be called Becky, and because of this he could not resist doing exactly that. "What brings you to me today?" She stared at him for another second, willing him to take back the nickname, then sighed. "Grizzle," she said. Now it was Barnabas who frowned. "Grizzle Hertz?" he clarified. Grizzle Hertz was one of his advice columnists and also the woman who checked his mail every day. "Did someone try to curse me with a letter?" "No," Becky shook her head. "But there is a letter addressed solely to you. And it's from one of our readers." Well, that was a new one. Barnabas raised his eyebrow and held out his hand to take the letter. Becky handed it to him, wringing her hands. "You've read it," Barnabas said. "I have," the young woman nodded. "You should also read it, Barnabas." Barnabas sighed, but did as he was told. XXX. Dear Editor, I've been following your newspaper for years now, but lately, your articles made me more and more wonder about the seriousness of your paper. For years, you talked about the magical world and its happenings, but a few months ago, you suddenly seemed to change your image. Where you once spoke about facts, now you suddenly seem to prefer gossip? Or how else can it be that a serious newspaper, like you claim to be, can print such contradicting articles? From the start of the Triwizard Tournament, your newspaper seemed to be more concerned with their sales than actual accuracy? Or how else can it be that the articles about Harry Potter contradict my own observations in my day-to-day interactions with him? I'm a student at Hogwarts and therefore more often in contact with Potter than the press. Nevertheless, I expected serious observations and cool assessment when it comes to portraying him in the press, not your printings about a little lost boy or a barking mad individual. I have to say, I have a hard time seeing either in the boy I've seen around the school. So, how serious are these facts you have been printing, really? Will you change your opinion again when new information that you can't ignore comes to light? When the boy starts to be a poster boy for the ministry, will you then retract the facts you have been printing now? Because it seems to me as if your opinion often strangely matches the opinion the ministry has at that time. Is this the freedom of the press in the wizarding world? Writing the ministry's preferred versions of events, using facts to lead your readers to wrong conclusions, using unethical means to get your information? Where is the serious journalism I am looking for? Even the muggles are able to print a newspaper without being biased, inaccurate, or libelous. Why does it seem like the wizarding world is not able to do it? Is it out of fear? Is it out of ignorance? Or is it its people's preference to stick their heads in the sand and ignore any evidence that doesn't fit to their initial beliefs? I dare you to print this letter. If you don't, I will finally know that your newspaper is nothing more than a simplistic, biased gossip rag. Oliver Twist. XXX. By Merlin, was the first thing Barnabas uttered after reading the letter. I thought the same, boss, Becky answered, gritting her teeth. Will we print it? When Barnabas looked up at her, he saw that she was just asking out of principle. Both of them knew they would not be able to print the letter, not as long as the ministry held the majority of their stocks. We won't, he answered, sighing. So we proclaim ourselves to be a gossip rag, Becky said with a bitter tone marring her voice. No, Barnabas said, still looking at the letter in his hands. We don't proclaim ourselves anything. We are a gossip rag. This time a bitter tone had also entered his voice. And we'll stay one until, I don't know. He sighed, defeated. When I entered this newspaper, I had great dreams. I dreamed of the serious journalism I knew from my Muggle father, who was a journalist himself. Instead, you got this Becky sneered while gesturing upon the office and the newspaper articles which would land in the rubbish bin just because they did not follow the ministry guidelines. Yes and no, Barnabas answered, now slightly smiling, even if his smile was more a grimace than anything else. When I entered this newspaper, we were printing serious news, he clarified. Then why? The Weasley family was one of the major stockholders in our newspaper, Barnabas answered, sighing. They had to sell their holdings when they suddenly had money problems. I still don't know how that happened, and after that, well, there is no one who can hold the Black stocks at the moment. Not until Sirius Black gives up his right as the heir of Black or dies. The Pruitt stocks were sold alongside the Weasleys and the Potters. Well, there was no one interested in them until now. And even if the boy would be interested, he cannot do anything until he is of age, and he has too few stocks to make a difference. So there is no major player except of the ministry, Becky concluded angrily, and so they can dictate to us what to do. Yes, my dear, I fear you're right, Barnabas answered, sighing. How much does the ministry have? Becky asked, bitter. 30%, Barnabas answered, and the Malfoy family, who aids the minister, have another 5%. And the rest? Becky asked, and Barnabas could hear her hope. He sighed. There is 10% with the Blacks and 5% with the Potters, he answered. The Weasleys and the Pruitts each had 20%, and were the major players because of that. Now those 40% belong to… Wait a minute. Barnabas opened his drawer and took out a thick file, looking through it. Ah, there it is, he said. Weasley now belongs to the French side of the Malfoy family. The Malfoys, the Pruitt stocks was divided. 10% went to the Grimm family, 5% to Evans, and some other minor stockholders like Peveril, Longbottom, or Emery's. Don't ask me which, they all got shares at nearly the same time. But the fact is, there is no one there who has more than 2 or 3%. The only other stockholder who even has 5% is the Flamel family. And so the ministry can do what they like, Becky concluded. Barnabas sighed and nodded. So there is no way. No. Becky took the letter again and stared at it sadly. Barnabas knew she hated the fact that they could do nothing but obey the ministry. To tell the truth, he agreed with her. Still, and suddenly he smiled. Maybe, he said, and Becky looked up. Maybe we should lose this letter. How about going to Ottery St. Catchpole to do so? Becky looked at him as if he had lost his mind. Then he could almost hear the click as she finally caught what he was talking about. Maybe, she answered, smiling, and maybe I'll lose it today at lunch. Do so, Barnabas answered. And now back to work, my dear. And don't forget, I do not want to see this letter again. Yes, boss, she answered, clutching the letter to her chest while leaving the room. When the door finally closed, Barnabas grinned evilly. He knew he would have problems because of the lost letter, but he would love to deal with them. He finally could best the ministry, even if it was in a twisted way like this. Oliver Twist, he chuckled. What an interesting choice of a name. And then he returned to his work as if nothing had happened at all. Diagon Alley. Success. You know, you should not come here. The voice was just whispering, while the person speaking was bowing down to him to stop being overheard. I said they will come in a few days. And don't worry, the Dursleys won't miss me. They have, after all, forbidden me to leave my room. And still you are wandering out in the street, out in broad daylight. Stop worrying, Reg. You're here with me. So what could happen? Harry. There is no what could. You are a wanted person. You let it sound as if I was a criminal, Reg. You know what I mean. You are famous. What will you do when they find out that? When you would stop to scream, then maybe they never will find out, Harry answered, rolling his eyes. I am wearing a glamour, Reg, and I am also wearing my normal clothes. There is no way they would connect me with Harry Potter. Could you not just have changed back to normal and come here like that? Reg asked, still uncomfortable, while looking at the wizards and witches walking on the street around them. Nope, sorry, Harry answered, popping the pea. You sound like a 15-year-old teenager, Reg said, irritated. I am a 15-year-old teenager, Harry corrected, grinning. No, you might be looking like one, but I am sure as hell that you aren't one. Reg answered, still looking like wanting to be elsewhere. Oh, "Shut up, Reg, and have a little bit fun," Harry answered while nearly dancing down Diagon Alley to Gringotts. They entered together. Harry's glamour fell. And suddenly Harry's childish behavior was gone, as if it never had existed in the first place. He walked to one of the tellers and said, "May you join the warriors today, clan brother?" His voice suddenly sounded rougher, changing with the language. The gobbledygook that left his mouth was fluent but accentuated with a more ancient accent. The teller looked up, stunned to be greeted in his own tongue. "And may your business go well," he finally answered Harry, intrigued what the wizard boy in front of him wanted. "I would like to meet Nardog," Harry said. "My name is Potter." The goblin blinked again, then his gaze flickered to Harry's scar. Harry sighed, but said nothing. "Very well, Mr. Potter," the goblin finally answered. "I will bring you to him immediately." And with that he closed his post and brought them through the hall and into the depth of Gringotts Bank. Harry was not afraid. He knew most of the wizards were either uncomfortable or afraid to enter more than the lobby and their vaults in Gringotts, intimidated by the golden walls, the figurines out of marble, gold, or silver, and the floor-high paintings of the Goblin Wars. No, Harry wasn't afraid. He even once stopped and looked at one of the paintings while walking through the holy halls of Gringotts. The goblin also stopped when noticing Harry did not follow anymore. "Ah yes, the Battle of the Great North Fields," he said proudly. "One of the greatest victories in our history, and thanks to the healers, the one with the least deaths." "And a very bloody one," Harry said, still staring. "It might have been a huge success, but the causality rate was intimidating. It took 3 days and a lot of stasis charms to prevent the most of them from dying." The goblin stared at Harry, this time angry looking. "Whatever your history books say, whatever you heard, wizard," he said coolly, "it is wrong. The goblin are a proud and strong race. They were fighting and winning, not lying on the ground dying at the end of the day." "Winning and dying do not exclude each other," Harry answered but went on. The goblin huffed and followed. "Wizards," he snorted, "always want to be stronger than everyone." "They may want to," Harry answered, despite the distance between them which would normally prevent to understand the whispered comment of the goblin. "But my comment was not about power. It was about causalities." The goblin looked surprised at that. "Don't you think, talking about goblins dying in masses while fighting against your kind and putting our race down, isn't quite the same?" he asked. Harry shrugged. "My kind never fought against goblins, so maybe it might be the same." The goblin opened his mouth to tell Harry that they had fought against wizards before the painting was clearly showing it. But Harry did not let himself be interrupted. "But it is not when talking about the war against the wizards," he continued, "having lethal wounds and surviving it. That's not about weakness, that's about strength." The goblin shut his mouth. Then he finally uttered, "You have a strange way of thinking, Mr. Potter." "Normally the people around me get eventually used to it," Harry answered casually. "Maybe it's because I am an old one. Maybe they all think differently than the rest. That even would explain some of Uncle Nick's behavior, I think." The goblin stared at him, but before he could utter another sentences, he was interrupted by Reg. "Or maybe it is just you," Reg answered Harry. "Being a child all over again could have done something to your brain, after all." "It could," Harry answered grinning while following the goblin through a door. "But then I would have gone crazy way before now." "Maybe you have." Before Harry could answer, a second goblin entered. "Mr. Potter, I presume," the goblin said, inclining his head. "Nardog," Harry answered, bowing. "Have you fought today, my friend?" The answer was a grin. "I had a blessing challenge," he answered the question. It was a traditional goblin greeting, normally only used in formal occasions. The wizard in front of him instead used it since they had met for the first time. "I normally would give you my dagger to answer," the boy said grinning. "But today I am not equipped with it, so an invitation to train with me will have to do." At that, Nardog raised an eyebrow. "No dagger today?" he asked, grinning slightly. "You are lacking, Mr. Potter." "Oh, I do have daggers with me," the boy answered shrugging. "But I laced them yesterday with my venom. I do not recommend using them in a traditional greeting at the moment. Nardog shuddered. I am in complete agreement, my friend, he answered, still shivering at the thought of basilisk venom-laced daggers in a traditional greeting where the blade was handled with bare hands. I think I will accept your verbal invitation today. The boy grinned. I thought as much, he answered. Nardog nodded and then waved at the goblin to send him away. Reg looked a moment at Harry, then he, too, left. He had to do some own business at the bank. As soon as the door was closed and the privacy spells were in place, Nardog returned to their business. So, what can I do for you today, Morganeth? The boy's demeanor changed again, his eyes getting cold and calculating. How far are you with my plans? He asked. Quite far, Nardog answered while searching for his documents. I have bought you shares of several companies in the wizarding and muggle world. Mundane, the boy said. I beg your pardon? Nardog asked. It's mundane world, not muggle world, Harry answered. Mundane world, Nardog corrected, not sure why it was important. The boy nodded. The share is on different names? He asked. Yes, Morganeth, the goblin answered. I used every name I could use. The boy nodded again. The other things I asked you to do? The goblin handed him a large folder. It's everything in there since the death of the last lord, he said. I sorted it by person. Not that there is so much to sort. Thank you. That will do nicely, Harry answered while shrinking the folder with a wave of his hand before putting it away. Is there anything else, Morganeth? Nardog asked. Harry looked at him, inclining his head. There might, he said casually. I will need a barrister soon. Do you know someone I can trust with this? He pointed at the pocket he had stowed away the folder. And all the other stuff? I will look into it and send you my answer, Nardog said. You can read gobbledygook? I think I should manage, Harry replied. My knowledge is not up to date anymore, but it sure will do for this. Then I will use it to ensure privacy. Harry inclined his head again. It will do for now, he said. I will tell you as soon as I have installed something saver. Something saver? Just one thing I have in my mind, Harry answered. So, this would be all for today? The goblin asked. Harry pondered, then he nodded. I will have to look over the facts you gave me before doing something further, he said. Is there something else you want to share? The goblin showed his teeth, the gesture a goblin made instead of shaking their head the negative. Then the only thing I need today is to make a withdrawal, Harry finally said. My vault, not Harry's trust vault. XXX. 10 minutes later, Harry left Gringotts. Reg still wasn't there, so Harry guessed that the business of the other wizard was taking longer than planned. Well, Harry had still some things to do in Diagon Alley. So Harry left the stairs leading into the bank and went to Ollivander. The room he entered hadn't changed at all since the last time he had been there, the time he had been 11 and started Hogwarts. It was still packed with wands, old, dusty, and lit in dim light. But there also was a difference to the last time. Last time the old Ollivander had been able to surprise him. This time his senses already told him where the old man had hid himself. And when the man emerged, he looked straight in the other one's pale, wide, moon-like eyes. Welcome, Mr. Potter, Ollivander said, tilting his head and studying him intensely. I was not aware that you are again in need of my arts. I am not, Harry answered. I still do have my wand. Then how come I find you here in my shop? Ollivander asked, now even more intrigued by the young wizard in front of him. Normally there were just a few occasions a wizard would find his way to Ollivander's shop, and usually he heard about a broken wand before the owner would stand in his door. You are not here to buy a second one, are you, Mr. Potter? He asked. What would you say if I'd answer yes? The boy asked, interested. Then I would tell you that carrying more than one wand was forbidden in 1955 for everyone who was born after the law or who did not have at that time a second one already. Ollivander answered. It was. The boy looked at him surprised. This is something I must have missed. Then you were here for a second wand? Ollivander inquired, interested. I wasn't, the boy answered. I do have enough wands. I do not need another. This answer startled the wand maker. You have enough wands? Beg to tell, how many do you have in your possession to say such a thing? The boy shrugged and waved his hand dismissively. That does not concern you, Mr. Ollivander, he said simply. And it is better when I stay silent about that, when possessing them might be a crime. Ollivander stared at the boy, but he had to give it to him. It really was better to stay silent about something like that. So what can I do for you, Mr. Potter? He finally asked. I need a wrist holster, the boy answered while revealing an old and worn wrist holster on his right hand. He loosened it and put it on Ollivander's counter. I need something like that, he said, and it needs to be high quality. Ollivander blinked and studied the leather of the wrist holster and the wand shafts he could see looking out of it. May I? He asked, gesturing at the wands. The boy shrugged. You may, he said casually, as if he had no problem with a wizard touching his wands. Every other wizard definitely would have denied Ollivander the request, or at least would have been wary. Ollivander first withdrew one of the wands. It was the one the lad had bought here when he was 11. This time it was in a good condition, different than the last time Ollivander had seen the boy's wand at the Triwizard Tournament in Hogwarts. It was neatly clean and polished. Ollivander put it down on his desk and withdrew the other one. The only thing he could do was gasp when he held it in his hands, and suddenly he knew why the lad had not been worried about Ollivander having his wands. While the other wand had felt all right in Ollivander's hands, this definitely didn't. It had power, Ollivander could feel it radiating off from it, but it also wasn't willing to bow to any master except for its own. Where did you get it from? Ollivander asked, his eyes following the midget carvings of the wand. Runes? It surely is powerful. And old, so very old. Ollivander could not even detect who had crafted it, but he could feel the masters present all over it, nearly embodied in the wand itself. Whoever had used this wand, he had used it for a very, very long time. And not only that, does it matter where I got it from? The boy asked. I can use it, that's enough. You mustn't use it. When he nearly screamed that, the boy looked at him surprised. And pray tell why not? He finally asked. This one was used for dark magic, Ollivander said. It is not a good idea to use something like that. Using an object like that will harm you eventually, Mr. Potter. It won't harm me, the boy answered, and it wasn't used for the evil arts. Ollivander sighed at that. I do know my métier, Mr. Potter, he told the boy, and I can tell that this wand was used for rituals. Let me tell you, Mr. Potter, I do not know any ritual that is used for good. The boy chuckled. Do not worry about that, Mr. Ollivander, he said. There is always something in the world you do not know, but I guarantee you, this wand was never used for evil. It might have killed, it might have healed, but it never was touched with the essence of true evil. Ollivander wanted to protest, but was cut off by the lad. The wand holster I need, please, he said, because even if I know that the other one never was used for evil, I do not like the thought of it resting with my other wand in the same holster. Their magic works too differently that it would do both of them any good when it stayed like this for too long. That Ollivander could not deny, but one moment he still hesitated. Then he sighed and took out his wand holsters. What kind of holster do you like? He asked. There are some with some practical spells on it. I want a plain one, the lad answered, and Ollivander raised an eyebrow. This wand holster also isn't plain, he finally said, gesturing to the holster on his counter. It isn't, the boy answered, but I can do these runes by myself. I just don't have the time to craft the holster also. Ollivander stared at the lad, surprise in his eyes. Runes like that aren't easy. To be able to do them, you must have not less than Newt-level ancient runes. I don't think you're old enough. Don't worry, I am able to, the boy said, and to Ollivander's surprise, he suddenly could not even doubt the boy. Whatever had happened in the last 5 years, the young boy in front of him had definitely aged beyond his years. So you just need one holster, or will you replace that one? He pointed at the worn holster on his counter. Just one, the boy answered. I don't want to replace the other one just yet. It belonged to someone dear to me. I will use it as long as I can. Ollivander guessed that the holster was one of the boy's parents' ones. He could not blame the boy for wanting to keep it. The boy paid, put the old wand holster with the old wand in it back on, and then the other one right beside the old one with his own wand in it. Then he walked out. Ollivander's gaze followed the boy out in the sunshine. For one moment Ollivander thought that he saw a dead man waiting for the boy. "Do you have it?" the boy asked the dead. "I do," the other answered. "It took some time, but I got it." "Stow it away until later," the boy commanded. "Best would be near you know where." Then Harry Potter and his companion vanished, operating away, even if the boy should still not be able to. Ollivander blinked again, and then it dawned to him that he just had witnessed something from greater importance he had ever seen. A secret buried deeper than all other secrets he had ever come across. "Maybe today is the day I should actually forget something," Ollivander reasoned. "I think I don't want to be in young Mr. Potter's way if he decides to act by himself." And acting he would. Ollivander could not see the future, but this was written clear as day on the month that would follow turning Dobby. Success. Harry and Reg instead returned to Surrey, to a playground not far from Harry's home. There Harry looked around, but the day was a rainy one, and so no one was on the streets. "Well, that should do," he said, pulling out a third wand and erecting spell walls to prevent from noticing and listening. "What are you planning now, Harry?" Reg asked, looking interested at the building magic. "Those are awesome. Some of them even I don't know. And I am hiding for 15 years now," he commented, looking at the wards Harry was setting. "I may teach you sometime," Harry answered distractedly. "But now I have to do something else. I need someone I can trust to help me with my task." "Hey, I am helping you. Do you want to say you can't trust me?" Reg said, hurt. "I know I can trust you," Harry answered, shaking his head. "You have been helping me ever since I rescued you. So why shouldn't I trust you?" "No. I need someone who can enter everywhere and is nowhere found. I need a perfect spy and a loyal friend. As helpful as you are, even you have trouble to enter somewhere unnoticed." "Well, yes," Reg said. "But your description, how about creature? He is the old house elf of my mother." "And he is bound to your brother," Harry answered. "No good." Yeah, but..." "Don't worry. I know whom I want," Harry said and then called, "Dobby." The next moment there was a crack and the crazy little house elf appeared. "Harry Potter, sir, is calling?" he said, looking up at Harry. Yes, Dobby," Harry answered, suddenly not all too sure what to say. Are you still a free elf, Dobby?" he finally asked. "Of course, Harry Potter, sir," Dobby answered. Dobby likes being a free elf over being Master Malfoy's elf. Yes, Dobby does. "So there is no way that you will return in the service of a magical being to replenish your magic?" Harry asked curiously. "Do you want to die?" Dobby blinked. "Harry Potter, sir, knows how house elf magic is working?" he asked, astonished. Yes, I do." "So Harry Potter, sir, called to bond?" Dobby clarified with a nearly mad gleam in his eyes. Yes," Harry answered. "And I wanted to ask you to also ask Winky if she would like to join. I need some loyal house elves to help with my quest." "Harry Potter, sir, has need for Dobby and Winky?" Dobby asked again. Then he suddenly grinned. "I's be right back. I's be fetching Winky." And with that and a loud pop he popped away again. "So that's your master scheme," Reg said, grinning. "Mad house elves. I need someone who can contact me everywhere and without being noticed. Of course I had to ask house elves. And about the mad thing, you need to be at least a little mad to follow my scheme. Don't you agree, Reg?" Harry answered while an evil grin flickered over his face. "Hey!" the other one exclaimed, but Harry just continued to speak. "I might have been able to work alone until now, but now I am returning to Hogwarts and the hot phase of my plan is starting. I need someone who can get my correspondence to me or bring me somewhere I am unable to go by myself." "So you are hiring 2 house elves," Reg stated. "Why 2? "Because they are free," Harry answered, shrugging. "And I might need them both." "I know you better than that, Harry," Reg said. "So, why 2? To spy on my favorite target, of course, Harry answered. And all the others involved with him. Maybe we will find some other allies on the way. Reg cited while shaking his head. Don't you know enough already? It's better to be prepared, Harry answered. I might know thousands of things about my enemies, but it's really better to still spy on them. They might change their way without you knowing when you don't. What are you, Harry? A super spy? Harry grinned. Nothing like that, he answered. But I have fought enough in my life to know that you need as much information as you can get. And sometimes such information will provide you even more than knowledge. There might even be some allies you can find while spying on your enemies. You are mad, Harry. Definitely, absolutely mad. Reg commended, shaking his head. Why, thank you, Harry answered, but was unable to say anything more because at that moment there was a loud crack and the elves returned. I's been cleaning, Dobby, Winky cried, trying to free her arm from the other elf. Why's you bringing me away? Harry looked at the female elf. She looked dreadful. She was wearing a dirty yellow dress and had big bangs under her bloodshot eyes. In her hand was a dirty rag, what she had maybe used for cleaning just a second before. I's been cleaning. I's been cleaning, she cried, sounding desperate and angry. And I'm sure you have done well, Harry answered to her desperate cries. Winky stopped abruptly with repeating her phrase and looked at him. No, she told him, big tears quelling out of her eyes. Winky's a bad elf. Not cleaning good enough. Good enough for me, Harry answered, extending his hand to her. I want you in my family. Winky stared at his hand, then at him, unable to understand at first. Then comprehension filled her eyes and they went huge. Yous cannot want me, kind sir, she told him. I's been a bad elf. I don't believe that, Harry answered, still holding out his hand to her, and I still want you. Again Winky stared at his hand and then at his face, and suddenly her own face lit up, the despair vanishing. Yous want Winky, kind sir? She asked. Yous want Winky as your house elf? I do, Harry answered, still extending his hand. And finally, with a face as bright as the sun, she took his hand. Be part of my family. Be part of my home. Service for magic, loyalty for loyalty, friendship for friendship, advice for life. So MOT it be. Harry hissed softly. Winky's eyes went huge. Harry knew she had not understood his words. They were Parseltongue after all. But she knew exactly what he wanted from her. And then she smiled. So be it, she answered, and a golden mist came from her body and entered Harry's. The next moment, she glowed in the death-green light that were his eye color. Then the light vanished and a very happy and healthy elf stood there instead of the desperate being before. Now Dobby said, grinning madly. Harry let go of beaming Winky's hand and extended it to Dobby. He repeated his sentence, and after Dobby had agreed, he also glowed in a green light before standing there like before, grinning madly. What's Master like us to wear? Winky asked him, still beaming. I don't care, Harry answered, but I don't like rags or towels. And to tell the truth, it would be best if you would continue to wear what you are wearing. Winky blinked at that, and Harry could see that she was unsure what to think about that. I will need you as spies and correspondents in Hogwarts without the headmaster or any other knowing about it, he explained. When the need to hide will end, we will choose what you will wear for the rest of the service time. Master Harry not likes Dumbledore to know we's being his house elves? Winky asked. Yes, Harry answered, because I need you at Hogwarts, and in Hogwarts there are just two kinds of elves. Free ones and these who bonded to Hogwarts. Now Winky grinned. And we, she said, I's will do what Master says. What shall Winky do for you? One of you will bring my correspondence to Gringotts or an owl post office and back from there. This one also has to do all the tasks I also may need, like shopping or delivering something. The other one I need as a spy. I need to know all about the headmaster and his findings and planning. I will give this one a recorder to install in meetings. This one also will have to get the information about when and where the meeting is held and so on. It would be best if you would change positions in an unpredictable pattern, so that the headmaster doesn't find out. When you don't have to do anything, return to Hogwarts and go on as if nothing happened. Dobby and Winky looked at each other, then nodded severely. "Yes, Master Harry," they chorused. "Dobby will begin in this instant," Dobby declared. Then he popped away. "Winky will wait until eyes needed," Winky said, and then declared steadily. "Eyes will return cleaning." And with that she also popped away. "Super," Reg declared as soon as the elves had vanished. "Now you don't have one insane house elf. Instead you have two." "How, by Merlin, were you able to find the only two insane house elves in the whole British wizarding world?" "I have been looking long and hard," Harry answered smugly. "If you would have looked, you would have found them also." Reg shuddered. "Luckily I haven't," he said, while following Harry, who was returning to Privet Drive. "Luckily I haven't." XXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXX Gringotts. The file were informations about the accounts of one Harry Potter, a boy who did not exist anymore. Nevertheless, the file was important. Harry opened it and sorted through it. He raised an eyebrow at some things he found in there. The last time he had gotten a statement about the trust vault the original Harry had used had been in 1981 after the death of Lily and James Potter. Now the trust looked a lot different. It seemed as if someone had thought about using some things in there for their own benefit. There was still enough gold left for Harry to be able to go to school, but the gold that had been in there in case Harry was placed with someone else to raise had vanished. Of course it should have vanished as it had been in there for childcare. The problem was that the Dursleys had gotten just enough to pay for the original Harry's school supplies. The rest of the money had been used for the aftermath of the war. As if Lily and James had not done enough, Harry murmured while having dark thoughts. No wonder the Dursleys do not like me or Harry. The original Harry had been straining their money since he arrived. Of course, Vernon had gotten a better job some years later, and they had started to overdo it with Dudley, but Harry also remembered a time when Dudley and the original Harry had been brought to Mrs. Figg so that Petunia could go to work for some hours. It had been Vernon's promotion when the original Harry had turned for that finally had started the life the Dursleys were living now. And it had been little Harry who had brought the trouble in their house. No wonder they resented everything magical after that. Even more, Harry thought that there was not enough left of my parents' inheritance to even feed me, would support their beliefs that my parents were jobless thugs. Harry was relieved that Dumbledore had not known that the Potter family had more money than what was left in the trust vault. When the original Harry had been declared Dumbledore's ward, the Potter vaults had long been out of his reach. Harry was sure that Dumbledore would have used even more money for the aftermath of the war if he had had access to the Potter vault. Well, I knew long before that Dumbledore was not to be trusted, Harry thought, and turned to the rest of the folder. In there was also a copy of the will of Lily and James Potter, and it clearly stated who should take little Harry in if they died. Of course, Sirius as Harry's godfather had the first place, but the rest had not even been considered by Dumbledore. Alice and Frank Longbottom, Harry read. He knew that they had gone insane some month later, but until then they would have been suitable guardians for little Harry. And after that he still would have been in the care of Augusta Longbottom, Neville's grandmother. Amelia Bones, Harry read next. Well, she still is. There was nothing to stop Harry from being raised there. The last name on the list made Harry snort. Alastor Moody. That would have been a life. Harry was sure that Moody would have trained the original Harry to be an Auror as soon as he would have been able to walk steadily. Well, everything would have been better than the Dursleys. But Dumbledore had not considered the wishes of Lily and James Potter. He had needed Harry where Harry had been raised, far away from everything magical. Well, it's time to lay out the facts, Harry murmured. Then he tucked out another parchment and wrote down a short sentence. My dear old friend, the thief from 3 years ago has also stolen what you have lost 14 years ago. Your old friend. Me. He smiled and sealed the letter. Then he calmly called for Winky and she took the letter away. Harry instead returned to his reading. He still had some things to do until he finally could leave Privet Drive for good. Sometime between 700 and 600 BC. Awakening. Success. Once upon a time, long before his name turned into a legend, long before he was remembered as an old, wise man with a wicked sense of humor and one of the greatest wizards of all times, Moradun Ambries, later only called Merlin, was nothing but a wanderer. When he had been young, barely old enough to leave his parents, the raven-haired man had gone and traveled the world. He had left and traveled year after year, from one end of the world to the next, barely keeping contact with friends and family. But, like all things, the wish to travel and see new things ceased over time. In the end, gold-eyed Moradunon, tired of traveling, returned to the isles he had called home when he was young. He had entered the Isles of Clas Mordanen high in the north and had from there traveled south, towards Caerlud, a settling that would hundreds of years later be part of a city known as Londinium. Moradunon, a bit tired of wandering, had settled into a clearing for the night. That night when everything had changed for him. The man who looked to be barely 30 years old. He was by far older, but such was the fate of children born like him, had just eaten and now settled back to sleep. His long, black locks tightly tied with a short leather string for the night and his golden eyes half-lidded, when destiny decided that his life wasn't exciting enough. So, instead of leaving Moradunon to his well-deserved rest, fate woke him before he could even go to sleep with a loud bang and a blinding flash of white light. For a moment, the whole clearing lit up, bright as 1,000 suns. Then a body appeared in the middle of the flash and everything returned to darkness. The body, face down on the ground, was small compared to a man. For a moment, Moradunon actually wondered if the body was a woman. But then the foreigner groaned and Moradunon reverted his thoughts. A boy. The stranger was a boy. Maybe 14 or 15 years old. Moradunon stared at the child. Oh, he knew that theoretically the boy in front of him, had he been mundane or non-magical, would have been considered a man already. However, the boy was magical, therefore a minor, and still in need of a guardian. Magical children needed their parents until they were at least 20, maybe even 23 years old. Until then, a child's magic still wasn't mature enough to shield most of them properly without a parent's guidance. Being without a parent beforehand would not only endanger the child, but also everyone who came into contact with the untrained magic of said child. There were few exceptions. Trained children who had finished their education early. The finished education ensured that children knew how to stabilize their magic, which ensured that they could live without a guardian. But children like that could be felt by other druids. Trained magic was always a lot more contained than untrained, and the boy didn't feel like he had finished training at all. Seeing that the boy was untrained and therefore not yet old enough to be alone, Moradunon took a closer look at him. He had short, oddly cut raven hair. The clothes he was wearing were made of a strange material that Moradunon couldn't remember encountering before, and their cut. Moradunon had never seen anything like that. The tunic was too short, the pants, well, the blue color was unheard of in clothing, and the material looked like nothing that could have been made anywhere near Clas Mordanen or the countries Moradunon had visited. The material was foreign, and they seemed to hold up without a girdle. Of course, there was also the fact that the clothes seemed to be cut for an entirely different person because they were hanging on the boy. The tunic had a bright coloring Moradunon had never seen before. They were no hide or fur, like Mordianon knew clothes to be. Moradunon would have thought that they were high-ranking clothes, if they had fitted the boy and had fewer holes. As they were now, they seemed more rags than clothes. And rags for a boy like the child in front of him. No, something was wrong. Wrong with the clothes. Wrong with the boy. Wrong with the whole situation. A young druid, Moradunon figured with a frown, deeply concerned. Not old enough to have fully matured magic. So most likely accidental magic brought him here. But druids were revered young ones nearly as much as older ones. So, no matter how Moradunon looked at it, the clothes the lad was wearing simply weren't appropriate for his assumed rank. Nevertheless, Moradunon hesitated for another moment. No matter how innocent the child looked, there were druids out there who were twisted inside, and willing to twist children's minds until the child in question was as twisted as they were themselves. Moradunon had met people like that. Moradunon had fought people like that, and he still shuddered in disgust at the memory. In the end, no matter Moradunon's experiences in the past, his need to help won out, and he stepped forward to take a look at the lad. Nevertheless, no matter how much he wanted to help, Moradunon still took his staff with him before approaching the young stranger. The boy was unconscious. He had blood on one side of his face, a cut that had bled quite a bit, and after Mordunon had crouched down next to him and touched him to assess the rest of him, Mordunon also noticed a slight concussion which was easily treated, if not fully mended in another day or two. As if it had only been the concussion that kept him unconscious, the boy groaned slightly just after Mordunon healed him. His eyelids fluttered. "Are you awake, child?" Mordunon asked, but the only answer he got was another groan. Then, the boy's eyes blinked open, revealing a stunning green that had Mordunon blinking in surprise. Green. Mordunon couldn't remember any magical or mundane who had ever had eyes as green as the boy's, with one exception. Sadly, the exception made the explanation how the boy could have ended up alone even worse. Children from that family were jealously guarded, so a boy going missing should have basically been impossible. For a moment, Mordunon's and the child's gazes interlocked. Then, the boy sat up gingerly, his eyes traveling away from Mordunon's golden ones to look around the clearing. The child frowned, obviously not expecting to wake up far away from the place he had been before. And it had to be far away, because Mordunon couldn't see even the slightest bit of recognition in the boy's eyes, only confusion and a slight intrigue, as if the child had never seen a forest like the one surrounding them before. Mordunon wondered if the child's home had no forests, or if the forests looked far different to the untamed wilderness with its thick coppice of shrubs and other kinds of wood. For a moment Mordunon thought back to Persia and the different landscape he had encountered there, and he wondered if the landscape there would have been more familiar for the boy. On the other hand, the clearing Mordunon had searched out was full of old and very large trees. 2 of them had been used by Mordunon to span a leather awning for the night, just in case rain started to fall. The clearing was surrounded by shrubbery, some raspberry bushes, some currant ones, and even a single bilberry shrub. A bit further away, a small well could be found that gave enough clear water for Mordunon to have a comfortable camp for the night to come. The boy took all of that in and frowned even further, his green eyes full of confusion and no understanding for his current situation. It was clear that the boy had no idea where he was and what to think of the place he had woken up at. A burst of accidental magic, and suddenly, he is somewhere he has never been before, Mordunon thought while looking the boy in front of him over. He seems not old enough to be without a parent. His magic is simply not mature enough to be fully controlled by himself. While there existed some differences between one druid to the next, the times when the magic of a child matured were nearly constant. The first time it would happen to a child would be at 10 or 11. That was the time a child would usually start to train in gaining control, since training before that was basically useless because no matter what, a child wouldn't be able to direct their magic until that point of time. The next change would happen between about 17 and 18. At that point, the magic of the child would start to fully stabilize and accidental magic would totally cease to exist. After that, the last time magic would mature was between 22 or 23 years of age. Only after that time, a child would have their full strength and all the abilities it was born with. At that time, magic would be stabilized and under absolute control of the trained druid. On the other hand, if a child wasn't trained, it would be at that final maturity that they would die. Most untrained druids would die earlier, especially if they tried to suppress their own magic. But the strongest, even those who managed to survive against all odds, would still die at that point. The child in front of Mordunon looked too young to have experienced more than the first maturity, so seeing him appear out of nowhere in a bout of accidental magic wasn't that surprising at all. Children his age had done stranger things, as far as Mordunon knew. Still, no matter how common accidental magic was, it didn't explain why the boy had appeared near Mordunon. Normally, bouts of accidental magic like that were there to ensure a child's safety. Sending a child to a stranger who knows how many miles away from home was anything but safe for the child. Mordunon couldn't figure out how accidental magic could have brought the child to him when accidental magic's sole purpose was to bring a child to safety. And that thought made Mordunon frown. His eyes traveled down the child's clothing. The clothing, foreign as they were clearly rags. The shoes, Mordunon had no idea what kind of material they had been made of, but they sure didn't look like leather. They were ragged and kept together by barely more than a thread. The clothing itself was far too big for the child and the child. Mordunon's thoughts trailed off in dark thoughts when he noticed that the boy was clearly a bit too thin for it to be natural. Did his family have problems? Famine? It wouldn't be unusual, but nevertheless, for a druid's child to be unable to get enough to eat was troubling. Normally, druid parents always looked out for their children first since they were a lot more vulnerable until they at least matured a second time. In that moment, the child's bright green eyes returned Moradunon's gaze. Moradunon looked back somberly. "Where do you come from, lad?" Moradunon asked. The lad stared at him as if he was a foreign creature. Did he not speak Cymric? Moradunon supposed that it shouldn't surprise him too much. Cymric was one of 6 dialects the people of class Moradinen spoke. Moradunon guessed that people from outside would see all 6 dialects as one language, but there were too many differences between at least half of them for people all over the Isles to communicate without trouble. Indeed, more than 2,000 years in the future, most people would think that the Isles had only had one language at that time. They'd call it Common Brittonic. "Where do you come from, lad?" Moradunon asked again, this time in Brezhoneg, another dialect that was spoken more near Kerlud. Not sure if he should continue with the languages of class Moradinen or try Persian immediately. Again, no reaction. For a moment, Moradunon thought again about trying Persian. But then, jumping that far thanks to accidental magic would imply the worst, so he didn't want it to be true. So Moradunon tried the next language, Kernwek, then Gaelg, Gaelig, and Gaelig. Nothing. In the end, he gritted his teeth and tried Persian, nearly expecting the boy to react. Nothing. Another try with one of the Asian languages he spoke, Norse, Greek, and Egyptian. Still nothing. And there was no other language Moradunon could think of that he knew how to speak. The lad had not shown interest in any of the languages Moradunon had used. So where did he come from that he didn't know any of these languages? Then the lad opened his mouth and babbled something. The language he used had a slightly familiar sound, a little like Norse, but as much as Moradunon tried, something prevented him from actually understanding the lad. A Norse dialect? After all, the Isles had their dialect, so why shouldn't the Norse have their dialects as well? "Say it again," he said in Norse, but of course, the boy didn't do like he was asked. Clearly, he hadn't understood Moradunon's words any better than Moradunon had his. Moradunon sighed. Not a dialect, then? Maybe another country with a language with little relation with Norse? Perhaps a country behind the final boundary of the Norse lands? How far away would that be? He must be from the other side of the world, Moradunon mused and rubbed his eyes tiredly. Powerful accidental magic indeed. His parents must be proud of him. Of course, they would only be able to be proud of the lad if Moradunon found some way to send him back to them. If he didn't, they would be nothing but worried instead. But to get the child back to where he belonged, Moradunon would have to find a way to communicate first. He stared at the boy, pondering. How should he start? He stopped mid-thought, the answer reaching him the moment he had started to wonder. It might not be much, but at least the first step was an easy one. Moradunon Ambries, Moradunon said, pointing at his chest. Moradunon Amerbes Esamons Ambers. The lad blinked, his face showing his bewilderment. Then his eyes cleared and he seemed to understand Moradunon's actions. "Harry," he said. "Harry Potter." Moradunon wrinkled his nose in dislike. Harry. That name might have been perfectly normal where the child came from, but on class Moradinen, people would look at Moradunon strangely if he used it. In the ears of the Isles people, the name sounded like something a baby would coo. It sounded like something a parent might give a child to show they cherished it, but nothing a lad like the boy in front of him should use as a formal name. Maybe it was a normal first name in the home country of the lad, but he was in class Moradinen and here the name didn't fit for a young boy like him. Here on the Isles, a name like that was used by parents for their baby boy, a name of endearment but not by anybody else. Moradunon frowned. He knew some names that used Harry as an endearment as long as the child in question was still a toddler. Names like Heralder, Heristrix, Hadrian, but the child had solely named himself Harry. It was nothing Moradunon would like to be seen calling the lad in public. People would look at him funny if he'd actually went and cooed at a lad of maybe 15 years of age. Mordunon sighed and unconsciously slipped into his mother's native language when he finally went and decided on a course of action. He couldn't coo at a lad. So there was only one solution. I will have to search for another name to call the lad, he murmured under his breath, his voice sliding through the hissed vowels like it was made for speaking like a serpent. Why? What's wrong with my name? Mordunon's head snapped up when the lad actually managed to produce some words Mordunon actually understood. One moment Mordunon was absolutely speechless, then he suddenly understood why he had actually understood the lad this time around. A Parslon? Mordunon shook his head. I never even thought of trying to use Parseltongue. Parslon? The lad asked. What's a Parslon? It's a person who can speak to snakes, Mordunon answered absent-mindedly, while his thoughts turned towards the fact that the boy actually spoke Parseltongue. It felt strange to speak to a person who wasn't his mother in the language of the snakes, but it seemed as if Parseltongue was the only language they had in common. A Parslon is a parselmouth? The lad confirmed. Parselmouth. That was a word Mordunon had never heard before. What an odd word to use when it came to a Parslon. Mordunon wondered how many differences existed between Mordunon's Parseltongue and the boy's. Dialects? Variations that only occurred in the boy's home country? Other reasons? Mordunon shook his head. It didn't matter. He finally found a language that was similar enough that he and the lad could talk. A different word here and there should be easily explainable, and was a small price to pay for understanding. If a Parselmouth is someone who speaks to snakes, then it seems to be the same, Mordunon finally answered. The boy stared at him intensely, but finally nodded. Well, yes, then I'm a Parslon, he finally said. Then he stopped and his gaze intensified. Are we talking in Parseltongue? You can't tell. The lad shook his head. I never could. It all sounds like English for me. The word was foreign to Mordunon. English, whatever language it was, it hadn't been translated into Parseltongue by the lad and therefore didn't have a corresponding association in Mordunon's mind. Not that Mordunon expected a translation of the language name. The serpent's tongue rarely had a word for the different human tongues. English. Mordunon therefore asked, Is that the language you are normally speaking? The lad, Harry, nodded. What's the name of the land you are from, lad? Britain. The boy answered and Mordunon crooked an eyebrow. That word sounded somehow familiar. While most people called the isles they lived on Classe Mordunen, there was also another name commonly used by mostly the people living around Caerlud. It took a second for Mordunon to remember that name. Britonnio. They called it Britannia, which sounded a lot like the word the lad had used right now. Britain. You are talking about Britannia? Britonnio. The lad stopped and seemed to think about that. Well, yes, but I have never heard someone calling Britain Britannia in a normal conversation before. You do not speak any of the languages of Britannia, Mordunon clarified. Originally, Mordunon had wanted to say dialects instead of languages, but that word seemed to be one of the untranslatable ones, which made Mordunon wonder about how a language could have different words for the same thing, yet no concept of dialects. The lad meanwhile blinked at him in surprise and confusion. But I am, he insisted. I speak English, like everyone in Britain. Lad, there is Cymric, Kernwek, Gaelg, Gaelage, Breshoneg and Gaelig. There is no English to speak. See, Cymeg. The lad stared unbelieving at Mordunon. Gaelage. What are these bloody languages? I've never even heard of them. Mordunon snorted. You definitely would have if you were from here, he pointed out. The boy looked around with a frown on his face. I doubt that I am, he said, his gaze traveling over the trees surrounding the clearing. Wherever I am, it looks foreign. I can't believe that this place belongs in Britain somehow. But I know that Britannia is another name for Britain, so it should be the same, at least theoretically. That answer stopped Mordunon's thought process from one moment to the next. The boy was sure that Britannia was a different name for his home country. The boy spoke a language that sounded a bit familiar, yet foreign all the same. The boy didn't recognize his surroundings and even went so far to describe them as foreign. Did that mean that Britannia wasn't Britain? Or did it mean that Mordunon was missing something when it came to the answers the lad had given him so far? Maybe a country with a similar name? Maybe something else? Mordunon interrupted the second thought. He wouldn't ponder the unknown until he hadn't managed to rule out every other possibility that would at least vaguely explain the lad's odd circumstances. Nevertheless, Mordunon couldn't help but wonder. With a shake of his head, Mordunon finally decided to go and actually ensure that there wasn't a possible explanation that Mordunon had somehow missed. In the end, Mordunon decided to check the more likely of the possibilities by asking some further questions. He had been traveling the last 15 years throughout Persia, a small part of Asia, Greece, Egypt, and the Norselands, where the Germanic tribes lived, so asking the boy if he recognized any of the places Mordunon could name might work. "Tell me, have you ever heard about Lacedaemon?" Mordunon finally asked, going with an advancing state which had slowly been gaining renown in recent years. "Or maybe Massalia?" Massalia was one of the most important trading ports that Mordunon knew of. "Lacedaemon?" the lad asked, bewildered. "Massalia?" Mordunon frowned, but decided to not give up immediately. "Lacedaemon's main settlement is Sparta," Mordunon said, concentrating on the first question. "Have you ever heard of Sparta?" "Yes," the lad answered, bewildered. "That's good," Mordunon sighed. "So tell me, where is Sparta from your home? Is it in the west, the north, the south, the east?" Now the lad looked as if he was utterly confused. "It is nowhere from my home, I think," he finally answered. "I've no idea if the city of Sparta still stands, actually. I just know that the Spartans don't exist anymore." "They don't." The answer was something that Mordunon hadn't wanted to be true, but at the same time had already suspected. The boy nodded. "Their kingdom has been gone for, I don't know, a few hundred years," which only left one conclusion, no matter how much Mordunon had wanted to deny the theory at first. "How many winters in the future are you from?" Mordunon asked, feeling overwhelmed by his proven yet so unlikely theory, while in the same moment, the lad cried. "When by Merlin am I?" Those last words from the lad just affirmed Mordunon's conclusion. The lad was not from this time. He traveled in time. Mordunon thought, a bit stunned, that something like that was actually possible. He actually traveled in time. It sounded unbelievable, yet it was the only conclusion that fit the evidence. And yet, Mordunon wasn't sure how much he could help the lad with his question of when he was. He had traveled the world, had seen different cultures and people, and Mordunon hadn't been traveling for just a few years. He had traveled quite a few centuries. He had seen people change, had seen cultures change, and had learned that nothing was stable. So he was quite sure that no matter what he told the child, he wouldn't be able to answer a question like when, especially when there were hundreds of different ways to count the years and measure time. The only one who could eventually measure the time between the here and now and the time the lad had come from was the lad himself. "Can you possibly guess how far back you are?" Mordunon asked the lad. The lad frowned and Mordunon sighed. There was not only the problem with the boy actually having traveled in time, but also with the fact that the boy most likely didn't have any family anywhere near here, and a young druid without family or guidance. Mordunon sighed and shook his head while contemplating if he could get the child to Persia and his family. He dismissed that thought. The lad's family wouldn't know about the lad's time jump, and Mordunon knew that if they told anyone, there would be repercussions for the lad. Somebody who knew the future would be highly valuable, and never able to live a normal life. That wasn't something Mordunon wanted the lad to face. But what other possibilities were there? It was at that moment the child hesitatingly spoke up. I don't know," the lad said. "I've never been good in history. Well, it's a dull subject anyway, and Bins definitely doesn't help." The lad pondered that a little bit more. "Guess some things might have happened in between the story of Sparta I know and my times. Hermione definitely would know all that. But," the lad shrugged at that, "but it has definitely have to be some time. A few hundred years at least." A few hundred years. Well, that would explain the foreign and strange clothes the boy was wearing as well as the language he was speaking. So English is the language of another conqueror of Britannia? Mordunon asked to clarify the language problem while at the same time wondering who else but the Celts had decided to make Britannia their home. He knew the lad would likely not know, but it couldn't hurt to hear a second theory.
Yeah.
The lad seemed to be a little bit unsure at that. I think English will be the name of one of your languages or something like that. I don't know. But even if it is one of your languages, the words will a little bit change over time. I think. Surely, Mordunon agreed. He had lived more than enough centuries to attest to the fact that languages changed by wind and fire. Even Parseltongue seemed to be prone to changing over time considering the different word the lad had used, even if it seemed to change a lot slower than the languages humans spoke. Languages change over time. It's a fact of life. The lad crooked his head and looked at Mordunon with a frown, as if he couldn't understand how Mordunon could speak of something like that with such surety. Mordunon looked a bit amused at the child. "You're still young," he told the child. "You will learn over time." The lad frowned. "How?" "Just like every young lad," Mordunon said, amused. "You will grow old." For a moment, the lad looked about to object, but then he blinked and frowned. "My teacher. He lived longer than average. That's normal?" Mordunon frowned, but then guessed that the lad was probably like most children who lived with just their family and a few neighboring magical families, unused to more than just a few druids, and therefore not used to seeing more than a few old druids, if any at all. Of course, there was also the fact that not only were there different life expectations with druids, depending on their heritage, but also the fact that the lad most likely hadn't grown up with the most of his family in Persia. If they were still there and hadn't moved to Class Mordanen altogether sometime in the future, it's normal for magical beings to live longer than non-magicals, Mordunon finally settled on. "Oh," the boy said, before hesitating for a moment. "Say Morty." Mordunon laughed a bit. "Mordunon Ambries," he corrected the lad. "It's Mordunon Ambries." The lad sighed. "Can't I just say Mori?" he asked with a frown. "Mori, more to do." He stopped and sighed. "Mordunon Ambries." "Ambries," he corrected himself slowly, "is such a long name." "It's part title, part name," Mordunon corrected. The boy blinked in surprise. "Title?" "Ambries," the older man explained. "The name is part of my duties. I am responsible for Mons Ambers, so my name implies that responsibility." "It's not part of your name, or a last name?" the child asked surprised. "Last name," Mordunon asked with a frown. "Family name," the lad corrected himself. That at least Mordunon understood. "It's a duty," he said. "Just like your family's name came from their duty. If I will ever have a child, they will be Ambries like I am. It will be a family name one day." "Potter was a duty?" the child asked confused, and Mordunon sighed. "Your family's name, not their mundane occupation," he corrected the child. The lad frowned and opened his mouth to ask further questions, but Mordunon interrupted him before he could ask further. "But if you really don't like my name," he added a bit amused. "Most people in this day and age call me Murden Emrys." The child blinked, but nodded slowly. "Murden then," he agreed. "Do I really have to call you Murden Emrys?" Mordunon sighed, feeling more amused than angry at the disrespect of a child to his elder. "You may," he agreed before looking the child over. His clothes were made in a way that Mordunon had never seen. His shoes were strange. His language not even understandable. "How well do you know the night sky?" he asked the lad, changing the topic before the lad could come up with even more silly ways to change his name. The child frowned. I learned some, but..." He looked upwards and his frown deepened. "Not enough," Mordunon concluded with a sigh. "Not enough to understand or see the difference to what it was like in the time you came from, if there was a difference at all. You might be only from a few hundred years in the future, after all." The lad sighed but nodded.
"I'm sorry."
Mordunon waved it off. Don't be. You're a child. You're still learning. Nevertheless, if the child really was only from a few hundred years in the future, he might live long enough to see his family again, even if he couldn't find a way back. Mordunon narrowed his eyes at the lad. Time travel. Mordunon might not have any experience with it, but he also knew some of the laws of old, and he guessed that they wouldn't change when time travel was added, which also might mean some trouble in the future for the child in question. He sighed inwardly and dismissed the thought. There would be time for that later. Until then, there were other important things to think about. Murden, the child said in that moment. Do you have a way to bring me back? I mean, home. Mordunon frowned. To the future? He asked rhetorically and sighed. Time travel. Mordunon trailed off and shook his head. Accidental magic has its reasons, he told the child. So ending up here will also have its reasons. The child opened his mouth, clearly to object to something Mordunon had said, before closing his mouth again, frowning. Mordunon watched the lad with attentive eyes. You might find a way if you dedicate your time searching, he told the child. But until then, there won't be a way for you to return to your home. The lad's frown deepened. Searching. Mordunon sighed. I am a master in my own way, but my duties have never contained time, he said. You will have to learn about it from somebody else. The lad sighed, but nodded in acceptance. Nevertheless, the question reminded Mordunon about the child's predicament. The lad was out of his time, without family, without any kind of relatives near him, and without someone who could train him in his magic. Of course, there was his family, but Mordunon feared for the lad if he actually handed him over. The Persian family would look after him, Mordunon didn't doubt it, but the family would use the lad's knowledge, and Mordunon didn't want to ensure imprisonment of the lad by the family, even if they might mean well. Nevertheless, the child needed the training, and without the family, there was no one there who could train him but Mordunon. Mordunon sighed and then gestured towards the lad to follow him before he returned to his camp. The lad followed. He gestured for the child to sit down and then pulled out some of his dinner that he had planned to eat for breakfast. It's late, he said, and you're in parts unknown for you. You will stay with me for the time being. The lad frowned. You mean until I find someone who can bring me home? He asked, but Mordunon shook his head. No, he corrected the lad. You will stay with me until you're old enough and trained enough to stand on your own feet. Then, and only then, you may go and search for a way back on your own. Immediately, the lad opened his mouth to protest, but Mordunon silenced him with a look. Don't! He interrupted the lad before he could say something. You're untrained. You need somebody to train you, or there'll be no chance that you will be able to even attempt magic as complex as the kind most likely required for time travel. The child frowned, clearly wanting to protest for a moment anyway. Then he stopped, thought it over and sighed. I guess, he said reluctantly. Mordunon's lips twitched at that answer. The lad was still a child, no matter how reluctant he was to agree to anything that would make him look like one. You're going to need your staff if you want to continue your training, he added and looked at the lad, expecting him to pull out his staff and check it over for damage. Instead, the boy frowned. Staff? He repeated. The thing you use to help you manipulate your magic, Mordunon explained and pointed at his own in his hand. Didn't they have staffs in the future? The lad blinked in surprise, but then he searched his clothes before running back to the space he had been lying in when he arrived to search the floor. Where is my wand? Do you have it? He finally asked, still searching. Now it was Mordunon's turn to be confused. Your wand? He repeated and wondered if that was one word that had changed over time even in Parseltongue. Is this the tool you use as a conduit for your magic? The lad looked at the staff Mordunon was carrying, hesitated and then nodded. I guess, he said, sounding a bit unsure, but a wand is smaller. I doubt we have long staffs like yours anymore. Well, that made sense. Mordunon himself was shrinking his staff often. If they had found a way in the future to have it constantly short while still being able to contain all the ingredients, then it was not surprising that they had smaller staffs. Maybe you lost it before coming here, Mordunon mused thoughtfully. The lad fixed his glance at something just he could see, while he was thinking back. Maybe, he finally said, I was in trouble back home. There were dementors. I could not focus, and the dementor started to suck out my soul. I might have let it go. Mordunon knew nothing about dementors. He had heard about the creatures, knew that they were one of the Furbolg, immortal magical creatures. But he had never met them. They lived far beyond Egypt. Had they come here to Britain in the future? You can't change it anyway, so stop pondering, Mordunon reprimanded himself aloud. Well, you will need a staff and a new master to teach you until you find a way back to where you come from. I already told you, I'm willing to be your new master. Nevertheless, you will have to look into a way back on your own once you're trained. I won't stop you from looking, but it'll only be by chance if you find something. Until then, I will teach you all I know. But first I will take you to Kerlud to get you a staff. You'll need a staff to properly learn how to focus your magic. He looked the lad over. There was just one more important question when it came to teaching magic. How many winters have you seen, lad? He asked the child. The lad blinked, a bit confused, but answered nevertheless. 15 since a few days. That meant that Mordunon had been right with judging the lad's age. The lad had just matured one time in his life. It also meant that they'd have some time until the child's next maturity, no matter if Mordunon's suspicion was right or not. He sighed and then gestured for the child to return to their camp for the night. Let's settle for the night, and tomorrow we'll start traveling towards Kerlud, he decided. On the way, I'll also start judging your knowledge of magic and teach you the languages of class Mordunon. The child frowned, but in the end acquiesced. For the night, Mordunon ensured that the lad would be the one laying in the safer part of his camp, near the trees and away from the clearing, while Mordunon took the unsafe part where wild animals would reach first. Of course, there were wards that could be drawn for protection, but those were intricate and time-consuming, so doing it the mundane way was his best option. XXXX. The next morning, they started to wander the moment the sun rose. We're walking? The lad asked while falling into step with Mordunon. What about brooms? Mordunon frowned. Brooms? He asked. The lad shrugged. Well, I know that flute travel is out of question, but portkeys? Brooms? At that, Mordunon sighed. I have no idea what a portkey is, he said, and I can't even imagine why you'd need a broom to travel. The boy shrugged and then launched into a vague explanation that didn't actually contain a lot of information about how to build something like the things described. Mordunon guessed that while the elders of the boy's time might have known, the boy hadn't been trained long enough to even understand the theoretical aspects. They don't exist here, he said when the lad stopped speaking. I fear we'll have to use the old-fashioned way and walk. The answer was a sigh, but the child accepted it with a nod. Mordunon decided to distract the lad and instead started to ask him questions to see how much he knew about magic. He found he wasn't impressed with the answers. The boy had no idea about rituals, about runes or their equivalent in the future, and no idea how to even start using arithmetic to calculate his magic. He was passable at plants and herbs, less so in potions, and reading the night sky seemed to be centered on things that Mordunon had never heard about, or maybe knew under different names. In the end, Mordunon decided to return to the basics. Did your parents teach you to control your magic? Mordunon knew that this was the most important question.
I don't know.
This was an answer Mordunon hadn't expected. No? Your parents didn't teach you any kind of control? My parents are dead, sir. But your relatives trained you, didn't they? It was the duty of the elders to train the young ones, after all, so no matter what, the lad should have been trained at least a bit. My aunt doesn't have any magic, the child answered nervously. But I went to Hogwarts. It sounded natural, as if the lad actually expected Mordunon to know what he was talking about. As if that man was somebody well known all over the Isles in the lad's time. It felt bad to disappoint the lad, But Mordunon wasn't willing to lie even for something small like a famous teacher. Training was built on trust, so truth was the best way to gain it. Hogwarts? I fear I have never heard of him. Is he your master? As soon as he asked the question, he knew he had asked the wrong thing, because suddenly the child's face fell and pure horror crossed his features. Lad, are you all right? Mordunon asked, worried.
No.
No, no, no.
No.
The lad suddenly cried. Please, please tell me you know Hogwarts. Mordunon frowned. It was a man. A single man. The lad shouldn't have been so upset about the fact that Mordunon didn't know him, even if Hogwarts might have been the old man. The teacher, the lad had mentioned before. Every life started some time, and maybe the life of this master hadn't started yet, or he wasn't well known yet. It shouldn't have mattered. It was a little thing in the end, even if it might mean that the lad was a bit further in the past than he had thought. A year less or more shouldn't be that upsetting, after all. Nevertheless, the child ended up in tears with that revelation. For a moment, Mordunon hesitated. Then he sighed and reached out towards the child to hug him. Normally, tradition said that children not your own or not your relatives shouldn't be touched. It was basically as bad as lying with somebody else's wife. But the lad was alone, and the only one he had was Mordunon. So touching the child was what Mordunon did, even if it basically meant that he promised the child to be his teacher. I'm sorry, lad, he said, but that's how it is. People are born, they live, they die. And even if they end up well known, at the beginning they start like everybody else. The answer was tears, thousands and thousands of tears. Mordunon pulled him closer, and the lad turned into his embrace. Fingers tuck into Mordunon's tunic, and the lad took a hold of him as if his life depended on it. Mordunon grimaced. It was bad. Really, really bad. That, at least, he understood, even though he didn't understand the reason why. In the end, Mordunon didn't know how long it took him to calm the lad down before he finally let go of Mordunon to wipe away his tear tracks. Are you all right, lad? He asked. The child sniffed, but nodded, and Mordunon made a mental note that he had to train the lad in customs as well. It seemed that customs had changed over time, and Mordunon wasn't sure if it was for the better. If you care to explain what shook you so much? Well, Hogwarts isn't a person, the lad finally replied. In my time it's a place to learn, and it's been a place to learn for at least 1,000 years. If you don't know it. And suddenly Mordunon understood why the lad had suddenly been that distressed. A place to learn, founded 1,000 years in the past. And yet, Mordunon had never heard about it ever before. The way it sounded, that place had to have been huge. There must have been at least 50 or more people there to learn. And it must have been a good place to learn, well known all over Class Mordunon. No wonder the lad had expected Mordunon to know about it. No wonder the lad had been so shocked when Mordunon told him he had never heard about it. I guess it's well known where you come from? Mordunon asked. The lad nodded. Everyone goes there, he agreed. Well, everybody in Britain. Mordunon was guessing that the lad had exaggerated the whole thing a bit, but he acknowledged that at least quite a few children must have gone there to learn their magics. He wasn't sure if that was such a good idea, considering the boys obviously lacking education, but he guessed that the reason the lad didn't know those things lied in the different times he came from. Not that Mordunon agreed with whatever reason might have been named by the lad's teachers. Far too many important things were unknown to the lad, and it would be Mordunon who'd be forced to correct them. In the end, Mordunon just commented on the one important fact that the lad had drawn from the conclusion. This means you ended up a lot further back in the past than you originally thought, he concluded with a sigh. This also meant something else for the lad. He had no way to return home until he found one, and until Mordunon could either dismiss his guess as wrong or find facts to conclude it as right. The child would also be forced to think that he'd never see his friends and family ever again. He wouldn't live long enough to do so, even if the lad was one of those few druids who'd live longer than a few hundred years, which weren't many, and even fewer when it came to those who would reach 1,000 years of age. Even if his blood might show that it's pure enough, Mordunon thought with a mental sigh. Reaching 1,000 years for an old one with the blood of the immortal creatures in their veins is nearly impossible. Mordunon knew that. There were precious few in this day and age who had pure enough blood to live that long in the future. There'd be even less. Yes, the boy replied in that moment while trying to stop his still flowing tears. And if I don't find a way back, I'll never see my friends again, and they'll never know what happened to me either. Mordunon understood the lad's fears. The child had been ripped out of his time, and now there was a possibility that he'd never return home. Nonetheless, it wouldn't do the lad any good if he dwelt on it right now. There was nothing he could do until he was old enough to find a way back home by himself. There's always an answer, he said instead. If you search for it, you might find it. But for now, you won't be able to go searching. You need someone to guide you, you need someone to teach you. I will do it for now. Everything else will come later. With that, Mordunon changed the topic and started to expand the lad's knowledge of plants. For the first few minutes, the child looked as if he was unwilling to listen, but in the end he huffed and actually focused on the lessons. Of course, that didn't mean that it turned out to be the last discussion with the lad. Instead, it was just the first in many. "Why do you always call me lad?" the child complained just a few hours later. "I have a name." "It's a baby's name," Mordunon countered. "I'm not going to go around and call you a baby's name." The child frowned. "It's a normal name," he countered. "I bet there are at least a dozen Harry James Potters all over Britain." That actually stopped Mordunon mid-step. "Harry James?" he repeated. "Your name is Harry James?" The lad frowned at him. "Yes," he agreed slowly, clearly not understanding why it had stopped Mordunon in his tracks. The older man sighed. Of course, the lad wouldn't understand. Harry James, unlike Harry, was a very respectable, even exclusive name. Normally, it was a name only used in the Pendragon family. One of the oldest lines in Classe Mordanen who were, thanks to their dragon heritage, masters of the land. But maybe that had changed over time. It wouldn't be the first name which changed that way, after all. But the lad didn't seem to understand its meaning. "All right," Mordunon finally agreed. "Harry James it is. I will call you by your name from now on." The lad frowned. "It's just Harry," he started. But Mordunon stopped him before he could continue. "I'm not using a nickname," he countered the child's objection. "It's either Harry James or lad, choose." The child mulled over that for a moment before he sighed. "Harry James it is," he agreed, and Mordunon nodded before he went back to teaching. Over the next weeks, Mordunon slowly started to introduce the lad to the languages of Classe Mordanen, added to his herb and plant knowledge as well as his knowledge about stars, and also started him on writing and the first attempts at controlled magic. Of course, the lad had to make it difficult. "I can't do magic," he objected when Mordunon actually suggested to learn how to levitate a stone. It was one of the easiest things to start with when it came to a child's magic. "I don't have my wand." Mordunon sighed. "You don't need a staff for this," he countered in Simrig. "It's an easy manipulation, not a complicated runic spell. We definitely won't start on those or on rituals until you have your staff. Runes might be able to support a spell by themselves, but for a beginner or for long spell sequences, working with a staff is always easier when it comes to them." The child just glared at him. "I have no idea what you're talking about, Murden," he told Mordunon unhappily in Parseltongue instead of in Simrig, which he should have been using. "And I can tell you that without a wand, whatever you want me to do won't happen." Mordunon sighed a bit at the disrespect. "Don't argue with me," he reprimanded the child, before pointedly continuing in Simrig. "It's unbecoming for a child, especially if you don't have valuable arguments to counter me with and use disrespect while talking to me." The lad's glare intensified, but he nodded anyway. "My apologies, master," he said in Simrig, clearly gritting his teeth. Mordunon sighed, before picking up a stone and handing it to the lad. "Do as I say," he commanded in the same language. The lad's lips pressed together, but he took the stone in his left and then used his right to make some odd gestures. "Wingardium Leviosa," he cried, and Mordunon couldn't help but wonder who had taught the lad such falderel. He sighed and took the stone from the lad before letting it rise in his hand without any unnecessary gestures or words. The lad gawked. What? How? He stuttered, falling back into Parseltongue. That shouldn't be possible. Mordunon sighed again. It's a simple manipulation, he countered, letting the lad's lapse into Parseltongue slide for the moment. Of course it's possible. For a moment the child frowned, but when Mordunon handed back the stone, he took it and then stared at it. Mordunon let him, a bit amused when the lad's face took on a highly concentrated look which ended with the lad nearly walking into a tree or two if Mordunon hadn't reached out and steered him away from them. Amusingly enough, the lad didn't even notice. It took nearly 3 hours until something changed. One moment the lad was still holding the stone, the next it shot up into the sky as if somebody had thrown it upwards with all their strength. Of course, that surprised the lad that much that he lost concentration, and therefore his control over his magic. But then there was a reason why children needed somebody to teach them magic. Mordunon reacted instantly, the shield he brought into being over their heads with a single rune stopping the stone from actually hitting the child on its way downwards. The lad gawked. Was that me? He exclaimed in Parseltongue. Yes, Mordunon answered in Simrig, amused. A bit less power might be a good idea for the next time, don't you think? The child blushed. Yes, he agreed, this time actually using Simrig. A bit. Nevertheless, Mordunon had to admit that he hadn't expected a reaction like this for at least another 3 to 4 hours, so he guessed that he might be able to teach the child a bit faster than he had originally expected. 3 hours later, the lad had actually managed to stop throwing the stone as high as he could and instead balanced it about a foot above his hand. It was still a bit high up, but at least it was visible and not trying to reach the clouds anymore. Of course, this might have been their first, but definitely not their last argument. Why do I need to learn arithmancy? Do you or don't you want to learn your rituals and runic casting? What do I need it for? Nothing if you continue to talk to me like that. I apologize, Master. Please, what do I need? Rune spells and rituals. Why? Yes, Master. Why do I need rune spells and rituals? Because you're a druid and I'm your master. I won't let you run around half-trained and unable to do more than a few tricks to entertain children. And when the child pouted after that, Mordunon just looked at him with a frown. If you don't learn to behave like you should, he threatened, then I will add healing and wound treatment as well to your current schedule. Of course, the threat didn't actually stop the child from getting into another argument with Mordunon sometime later. Why do I need that knowledge about plants? He complained. It's not as if they're useful for anything but cooking. They're useful for your survival, Mordunon countered and glared at the child. And we're using Simrig. The lad just rolled his eyes. I'm still learning it, he countered stubbornly in Parseltongue. And I don't understand why you added all that knowledge about hunting and plants useless for potions and… If it's useless, how about you go and search for our food for tonight? Mordunon countered with a raised eyebrow. That actually stopped the child dead in his tracks. What? He asked, confused. Why? You have stuff in your bag. Which won't last forever, Mordunon countered. And where do you think I got it from? The lad mulled about that for at least a minute before he slumped, resigned. From Forest Master? He offered sheepishly in Simrig. Yes, Mordunon agreed while staring at the child seriously. From the forest. After that, he added the basic knowledge about healing and wound care to the child's daily routine. You are punishing me with that, the lad concluded while searching for words. It's useful knowledge, Mordunon countered, and if you don't stop behaving like an outcast, I will add lessons in Brezhoneg and Gaelage as well. That at least ensured that the lad learned behavior suitable for children, not that it meant that he would escape those promised lessons forever. Training. Success. The next weeks were horrible for Harry. Murden was a hard teacher. He did not like to repeat things. He was determined to teach Harry Simrig as thoroughly as possible before they reached Londom. So he told Harry the words for everything he could think of. After the first week telling Harry words, he started to solely speak in Cymric. It was hard. The week that followed, Harry nearly understood nothing of the things Murden also was teaching him. Mostly it was herbology and potion theory. But Harry had to learn, and soon he was able to understand Murden, even he still struggled with answering in Cymric. It was his need of the language, Murden's dislike to repeat himself, and the lack of a notebook that animated Harry to remember words and stuff soon just after hearing them one time. When they finally reached Londom, Harry had a good enough grasp of Cymric to understand the most things Murden said, and his potion and herbology knowledge had improved. He also had learned to hunt, to cook with an open fire, and some other stuff needed in the wild. "Today we will meet an old friend of mine," Murden said in Cymric. "He is a staff maker. He will make you a new staff. This should take a few days. After that I will start to teach you fully. Until your staff is ready, I will start you on writing." "Writing?" Harry carefully formulated. "Why do you need me to start up writing?" "On writing," Murden corrected absently. "On writing," Harry repeated. "So you do know how to write?" Murden finally asked. "Yes, my writing." Harry wasn't sure how to tell Murden that maybe their writing types were different, but Murden understood. "I will teach you to write runes," he said. First Harry didn't understand, but when Murden repeated the sentence in Parseltongue, he finally did. Runes, he repeated the word Murden had used, filling it in his vocabulary while thinking that he now would have to learn what he had chosen not to in third year. And there was no Hermione to help him with that. He sighed. Well, there was nothing he could do to change that. He would have to learn what Murden wanted him to learn until he and Murden had found a way to bring him back to the future. At least his feet weren't sore anymore, and he had gotten used to walking all day. "Here we are." Harry stopped when he heard Murden's voice. "Don't forget, lad. Don't tell anyone that you are from the future. We will tell them you are from a different country. Nothing more. Do you understand?" This time Murden spoke Parseltongue to make sure that no one would understand his words. Yes, Harry answered in the same language. That was also something that he had gotten used to. He could choose now to speak Parseltongue freely without trying to imagine a snake first. "Good," Murden said, and then he knocked on the door frame. The door of the small cottage itself was just closed with a simple fur. The village they were in was small. Harry roughly estimated 20 to 30 small wooden cottages. Murden had called the village one of the bigger ones in Britain. Harry did not want to think how big a small one was. "Come in," a voice said, also in Cymric. "You seem to know who is standing in front of your door," my friend, Murden said, and entered, holding the fur open for Harry. "Of course I do. I heard news of your return here, and so I was pretty sure to see you in the next weeks. You never fail to knock on my door frame." The wizard who answered was an old-looking man with white, bushy hair and eyes so bright that they seemed to have no iris at all. "Ollivander," Murden greeted, smiling. "Let me introduce my apprentice, Harry James. Harry James, this is Ollivander. He is the best staff maker in Britannia and my friend." "I greet you, Elder," Harry answered. It was difficult to learn all the different greetings Murden told him, but when he glanced at Murden, he saw him nodding. He seemed to have chosen the right one. "I greet you also, young one," Ollivander answered. "You seem not to be from here." "I am not," Harry answered, "but my master is teaching me Cymric so that I will be able to communicate." "And he does it well," Ollivander said, smiling, and then turned back to Murden. "I understand you need a staff for the lad?"
Ido Murdgin answered.
"I have my suspicions of his ancestry, but I am not sure, so you will have to test him." "The lad is a Firbolg born, isn't he?" Ollivander asked, and Harry opened his mouth to ask what a Firbolg born was, just to snap it shut the next moment. This was a talk between elders. A child was not allowed to butt in. Murden had taught him that, and Harry dared not to break this rule. The world he was in was foreign to him, so it was best to behave like a child should do here. Ollivander instead seemed to have seen the question in Harry's eyes because he laughed at him. "A Firbolg-born is a person born from parents who were both magical creatures like dragons and unicorns," he explained. Harry blinked, but dared not to say that he definitely wasn't a Firbolg-born. "He might be," Murden answered, "but I suspect him to be an old one." And with a glance at Harry he said, That is someone whose family is descended from a Firbolg-born and whose blood is still as pure as the blood of the Firbolg-born him or herself. There are just a few old families in the world, Ollivander said. I know. So you have a reason to believe something like that? Yes, a good one, Murden answered but didn't elaborate. Ollivander seemed content with that, so Harry had to conceal his curiosity. So, a staff for the lad, Ollivander said instead and looked Harry over. Well, then come with me, young one. Let's see what we are dealing with. And with that he left his cottage. Harry looked hesitating at Murden, but when Murden nodded, he followed the other wizard. He felt relieved when Murden followed him. They left the village and entered the forest. There they walked until they reached a hill. On top of the hill was standing a stone circle with a stone bed in the middle. This is a ritual circle, Murden explained to him. It is used for healing and other things to do with the human body. You will have to lay down on the stone bed. Ollivander will do the rest. Don't fear, my boy, Ollivander butted in. This is a simple ritual. I will need a drop of your blood and a strand of your hair. That is all. The only thing that could feel a little bit odd is when I touch your mind with mine. Don't use occlumency, just let me do it. I will not read your thoughts. Harry wanted to ask what occlumency was, but he just nodded and laid on the stone bed. It felt odd to lie there and to wait that something would happen. When Ollivander peeked his finger with a dagger, a ritual dagger, and drew a drop blood, Harry felt nothing. Ollivander let the drop blood fall on the ground, and suddenly the earth lit up and the stone circle looked as if it was lit with hundreds of lamps or with the sun itself. Then Ollivander cut a strand of Harry's hair and let it also fall to the ground. Again the stone circle lit. This time it was too bright to see anything except of white. Then the light dimmed. Well, that was powerful, Harry heard Ollivander murmur. You are definitely an old one. And a powerful too. Harry looked at Ollivander baffled. But before he could commend on the older wizard's words, sparkling white runes appeared in the sky above him. Ollivander gasped. Silence while new runes appeared. This time they were muddy brown. Ollivander gasped again. Well, that changes everything, he said, and suddenly he sounded old and very serious. That foul thing will have to leave first. Foul thing? Harry was not sure he heard right, and this time he could not stop himself from speaking. Yes, foul thing, Ollivander said, and erased with a wish of his hand the writing in the air. Come on, lad. We will have to talk to your master. XXXXXXXXXXXXXX. When Ollivander left the stone circle, Harry followed him confused. Ollivander's face was grave. Murden, who had been waiting right outside the stone circle, raised an eyebrow when he saw them return. What happened? He asked. You were right, Ollivander said. The boy is an old one, and I mean a really old one. He is the heir to an old family and a really ancient old family. So his parents were both? Yes, Ollivander answered. But that's not all. What else? Someone seemed to have used the boy in forbidden rituals. And I mean rituals, Ollivander said. The first one hefted a foul thing on the boy's soul, keeping it from fully forming, and the second on was a tried line theft. Whoever did that has to die, Murden. A creature like that has no right to live. Line theft by a normal wizard is grave. By an old one it is beyond. I understand, my friend, Murden interrupted. Just tell me how to remedy it, and I will. The line theft can just cured with killing this foul creature, Ollivander said. But it has no effect on the lad's magic itself. It is just something that should be atoned for. It will, Murden answered. I will teach him so that he can judge the thief. Ollivander nodded. I thought as much, he said. The foul thing that it hefted at his soul will have to be removed. It seems like another soul, or a part of a soul. But it is twisted and evil. The problem is the hole it will leave behind. The boy's soul must have lived nearly his whole life with this foul thing attached to it, just rescued by a tiny bit of powerful ancient magic, which stands like a shield between this foul soul part and the boy's own soul. But still, the boy's soul could not build itself fully because of this foul thing. Murden stayed silent, thinking. Harry looked at Murden, then at Ollivander, and then back to Murden. He could not understand how no one in the future had found out about the soul piece that was attached to his soul. Why hadn't Dumbledore found it? Or Madame Pomfrey? Or someone else? Had never someone thought about looking him over after the night his parents died? Because Harry was sure it was that time Voldemort, of course it must have been Voldemort, had left some part of his soul in Harry. Harry James? Harry looked up when Murden addressed him. Do you have an idea how and when this soul piece could have entered you? They tell me. Harry started. Told me, Murden corrected. Yes, they told me when I toddler my parents died to rescue me. Harry finally settled for. This time Murden said nothing. There was a evil druid. My mother stopped him from. Harry made a helpless gesture, as if someone was stabbing him. He dared not to use Parcel tongue in front of Ollivander. To kill you, Murden said calmly. She used her own death to protect you. Your father most likely did the same. So the dark druid was unable to kill you in the end, and the only thing he could do was to infect you with his soul, which was also mostly prevented from your parents' protection. I am impressed. Your parents must have been some powerful druids to stop him like that. So it is because of my parents. I am not infected, Murden said and nodded. It was very impressive magic. You should honor them for doing that for you. They must have loved you more than anything in the world. A single tear escaped Harry's eyes when he heard that. He had often wondered about his parents. Hearing that the magic they used to protect him was powerful enough to stop Voldemort even now was indescribable. No one ever told me much about them, Harry said. No one I ask know how they die. Murden didn't answer, but a gentle hand found its way on Harry's shoulder and squeezed it. Be proud of them, Harry James, he said. We will fulfill their work and rescue you from this foul thing in you. What are you planning, Murden? Ollivander asked. Murden smiled. The boy has the soul of a toddler. When we erase the foul thing in him, why not doing what everyone does when wanting a child? Harry blinked, confused at these words, but Ollivander also started to smile. As a Firbolg-born yourself, you can do it, Ollivander said. I would be unable, but a Firbolg-born has to give up a part of his soul to have a child. So you are willing to be his father in all blood and soul. My father? Harry asked, surprised, forgetting that it was a talk between elders again. But Murden did not reprimand him. Instead he ruffled his hair. A Firbolg-born is the son of two magical creatures who themselves have hard souls. He explained. Hard souls. Every magical creature has a hard soul. The longer they live, the harder is their soul. A human has a soft soul. Because of that, they are dying easily and don't live long. A druid is a cross between a Firbolg and a human. They have a hard part, which the Firbolg has to give willingly to even have a child, and a soft part, which is inherited by the human without his knowledge. Firbolg, especially the immortal ones, can change once in their lifetime in a human-like creature and have a child with a human or another human-like creature. Normally they have children with a human, these are called druids. But sometimes, and this is very unlikely but has happened, they meet another human-like creature and have a child with said creature, these are called Firbolg-born. The Firbolg-born have one part of the hard soul of one parent and another part of the hard soul of the other parent. So they also have a hard soul and live even longer than normal druids. And then there are the old ones. These are the descendants of the Firbolg-born who still have a fully hard soul. These families are also nearly non-existent. I myself do know of two. One is here in Britain and one in Persia. Each family has a physical or a psychical characteristic. I am pretty sure yours are your eyes. My eyes? Harry interrupted. But my mother, her eyes. He stuttered. I thought as much when Ollivander called her family an ancient old one. Murden answered. Harry blinked. He knew his mother was Muggle-born, so how? My mother's parents? No magic, he finally said to clarify his point.
Parents no magic. Parents no magic.
Well, that would not surprise me, Murden said. The magic of your mother's family is coupled with the green eyes. When there were no green eyes, there is no magic. I don't think even your mother's family knows why it is coupled with the eye color. Oh, Harry said while thinking of his aunts and cousins' blue eyes, when his mother had been the only one with green eyes, but the magic in her family was coupled with it. No wonder there weren't more magical family members, and no wonder Harry had inherited her eye color. So, I am old one, he said. Yes, Murden answered. When children, I give up soul part. Yes, Murden answered. Like I do. I am the son of a basilisk and a phoenix. Now Harry stared openly at him, absolutely flabbergasted. It is truly like that, Murden chuckled. That's why I am called a Firbolgborn, and that's why I can help you. How? Harry asked while his thoughts returned to the soul piece stuck in his head. We will destroy the foul soul piece, Murden answered. But we need something to replace it, so I will give you a part of my soul and my blood. Like that your soul is whole and healthy and well, I will have a son. But then your soul not whole. Murden chuckled again when he heard Harry's words. No, that's fine, he answered. It is different from your missing part. I will still have a whole soul. Maybe I should better call it a copying of my soul. I copy it and give it to you. It weakens me for a few months, but after that I am fine. And I still have a whole soul. It's just that normally people call it giving, not copying. Don't worry about me. What about my parents? Harry asked, fearing he would lose them when he accepted. They will still be your parents, Murden answered. You will just have 2 birth fathers instead of 1, because this ritual will not count as adopting, it will count as a second birth with me as your father. Oh, Harry said. So then I call you father. You may, Murden answered, shrugging. I would like to be called father by my son, but I won't force you. Harry stared at the man in front of him, and suddenly a single thought shot through his mind. You could have what you always wanted. You could have a family. But when I go away, Harry said aloud, it will not change anything. I will not hold you back when you find a way home, Murden answered. But even if you return home, you will always be my son. Harry smiled at hearing that. Better having a family for just a short time than never having one. I do it, he said. How doing? XXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXX They returned to Ollivanders' cottage, and the next 3 weeks they used to prepare for the ritual. Harry was taught how to prepare it and also how to write and read runes. His Simrig also improved, and Ollivander started him on Brezhoneg. Harry hated it. Now he had to change languages when he was talking to either Murden or Ollivander. But he could see that there was a difference in his ability to remember things. This time he seemed to grasp the new language faster than the last time. And then the big day arrived, and they returned to the stone circle in the forest. While Harry helped Murden drawing runes and circles in the earth, Ollivander soaked the stones and the stone bed with different potions. "So, now I just need to know a few last things," Murden said. "I know you don't know your full name, so we will have to do it without." "I know my name," Harry returned, staring at Murden. "Yes, the name you are called, but normally every parent and godfather does choose a name," Murden returned. "So Harry James is likely just the name your mother has chosen." "Why my mother?" "Because she has birthed you. It is her right to choose how you are called," Murden answered, and Harry gave up. He did not know how to tell his soon-to-be father that giving a name in his time was different than here. "So, what do you also need to know?" "The names of your parents and your godfather," Murden answered. "It is enough when you know their first and last name. You don't have to tell me their second and third name." Harry stared at Murden. He wasn't sure why Murden needed the names, because Murden had kept quiet about that part of the ritual. "My mother's name was Lily. Lily Potter, born Evans," he finally answered. "My father's James Potter. My godfather's name is Sirius Black." Murden nodded and returned to his work without saying anything else. Harry finally did the same. Finally they were ready. Harry undressed himself and then laid down on the stone bed while Murden cut his wrists. Taking the blood of his wrists, Murden started writing runes on Harry's body. Some on Harry's forehead, some on his chest, some on his arms, and some on his feet. Then Murden healed his cuts and also carved some runes on his own forehead. wrists, and ankles. Blood oozed from these wounds, but Murden ignored it. He then changed to another dagger and started to carve the runes he had written in his own blood on Harry's body in Harry's flesh. Finally, he took some of the blood oozing from Harry's wounds and rewrote the runes on his own forehead. Ollivandr activated the circle. White light filled the hill. And then both, he and Murden began to chant while Ollivandr lit one potion-soaked stone after the other with fire. The final one he lit was the stone bed Harry was lying on. Harry had thought that it would hurt, but when the flames reached him, they caressed him, and then them and all the other flames suddenly were sucked in him, while the chanting of Murden and Ollivandr started to get louder and persistent. And suddenly there was pain, unbelievable pain, starting from his scar and spreading through his whole body. Harry would have liked to scream or to curl himself into a small ball, but he couldn't. The runes on his body and the circle runes prevented both. So he lay there, screaming silently with pain while he heard the chanting of Murden and Ollivandr. And then, suddenly the pain from his body drew back to his scar, and a black mist oozed out of it, screaming with a high-pitched voice. It vanished as soon as the light of the stone circle hit it. And suddenly Harry felt empty and somehow not fully there. Then he felt Murden's hands holding his head. Murden bowed down to his knees, invisible to Harry's vision. But Harry could feel Murden's lips, slightly kissing his forehead. And then he heard Murden speaking. "You are my son." The stone circle lit this time in a blue light, blue flames dancing in the night sky. "You are my flesh." The runes Murden had written with his own blood on Harry, and after that carved them in Harry's flesh, started to burn. Blue fire lit them and spread beneath Harry's skin. "You are my son." The fire reached Harry's eyes, and suddenly he couldn't see anything anymore. His eyes burned and hurt while the rest of his body also started to hurt. "You are my soul." Suddenly the empty feeling in Harry vanished and warmth spread through his entire body, succumbed his pain. Murden swayed for a moment before he continued. "You are my son," he said, his grip tightening. "I give birth to you today." The blue flames burned Harry's skin with cold fire. His eyes, teeth and ears began to hurt even more. Then his chest joined them, followed by the veins when Harry's blood decided to burn with blue fire. Finally his skin started to hurt again and his fingertips prickled. "I name you today. You are my son. Your name is Salvazahar." This time Ollivandr joined in. One of his hands got hold of Harry's shoulder. "I name you my godson. Your name is Serendu," he said. "I name you your mother Lily's son," Murden said. "Your name is Harry James." "I name you your father James and godfather Sirius' son," Ollivandr joined in. "May your name be what they decided for you." "So be Emery's," Murden finished. "Because I named you my son. Be Potter because your father James named you his son. Be Evans because your mother Lily named you her son. Be Ollivandr because Ollivandr named you his godson. Be Black because your godfather Sirius named you his godson." A dazzling bright light erupted from Harry's body, and then the pain stopped. His vision returned and he suddenly could see better than ever. Murden let go of him and sighed. Ollivandr also let go of his shoulder. "You all right, Salvazahar?" he asked Harry. Harry sat up. The inscription on him was gone. His wounds healed and he felt better than ever, as if something in his chest finally had settled. "Yes, I am," he answered. "I feel great." Before he could utter another sentence, he felt two arms enveloping him. "Thanks to whoever let you live through this." He heard Murden's voice while he was pressed to a warm chest. "I nearly panicked when this thing oozed out of you. I feared I would lose my son before gaining him." Harry blinked while letting Murden, his father, petting him. I'm fine," Harry finally chalked out, still half buried in his father's tunic. "I am really fine." It felt strange to call Murden father, but at the same time it felt right. "So, can you explain why I suddenly have a different name?" he finally asked, looking from his father to his godfather. "You have been born again," Murden answered. "While you still have your old heritage, you are also my son now. As your father and the only parent alive, I have the right to choose your given name, and I told you I won't have a son called Harry James." But I also did not want to change your name so Ollivanator, and I decided to include your old name in the ritual, to be sure it would stay, and just add our chosen names in front of your old one. Oh, Harry hesitated. So, I am Salvazahar Serendu Harry James whatever now? Yes. You know, you will have to show me how to write it, Harry said. His father grinned. I will, he said, still petting Harry's hair. I will, my handsome son. Harry blinked, then his eyes suddenly. Do I look different? He asked, suddenly worried. Not much, his father answered. Your hair and eye color are still the same, but now you have more locks than untamable hair. And maybe your face is a little sharper than before. It is nothing anyone would notice. Except of my name change, Harry said. People are bound to notice something like that. Well, you will have to live with it. I did not like the name Harry James. Believe me, I noticed it. Harry answered dryly but also smiling. He could not even be angry with his father. A name was nothing his heart clung to. Well, then I am Salvazahar now. Salvazahar Emrys. It sounded good to say the name, knowing there was a man who had the same last name, a man who had chosen his given name, a man who was his father. So, and now we return to the originally purpose for the first ritual, Ollivanator said, and took out a staff. I took the measurements I had from you and your father and build this. It should be perfect for you. Harry stared at the staff. It was slender, carved with runes and symbols, lines and circles, and it was bigger than himself. But it was perfect. He reached out and took it. In that moment his hands touched the staff. A shower of sparks erupted from its carvings, bathing Harry and his father in red, green, blue and white. The warmth Harry could feel from it was even greater than the warmth he had felt from his wand. Harry's eyes lit with green fire. It is perfect, he said, still staring at the staff in his hands. Absolutely perfect. It is oak with dragon blood, elfin hair, unicorn blood, dementor blood, grim hair, phoenix tears, thunderbird feather and basilisk venom. Harry blinked. Why so much? He asked, astonished. To tune it exactly for you, Ollivanator answered. These are your most important ancestors. Are they? Yes, your mother's had two equally important lines in her blood, two ancient old ones. One of the lines had as ancestors a Dementa unicorn couple, the other one a high elven elder dragon one. Your father James was a descendant of a grim thunderbird couple, and well, you know that Murden is the son of a basilisk phoenix couple. Having the same magic as your ancestors had in your staff eases its use. Oh! And the more of your important ancestors you add, the better is your connection to your staff. I understand, Harry answered, still looking at his new staff. You can shrink it, you know, Ollivanator said, smiling, to transport it easier. I have a wrist holster for your shrunken staff with me. Harry blinked. Can I also use it when it is shrunken? He asked. Of course, Ollivanator laughed, but I would not recommend it for rituals. When your staff is shrunken, its connection with you will be less efficient. It will do no good in complicated rituals. Harry nodded. How do I shrink it? Just want it. Sal, his father answered, chuckling. Just want it. Harry stared at the staff. Then he willed it to shrink, and it did. Wow! He breathed, and his father and godfather chuckled again. So, now we can finally really start with teaching, his father commented, and Harry groaned. He would have to remember more stuff without being able to write it down. Somewhere between 700 and 600 BC. Starting to live. Success. What are you doing, Sal? Salvazahar, formerly Harry, looked up from his work. I am working on my third circle of strengthening runes, he answered his father. It had been 1 year since Salvazahar had been reborn. Since then he had started to learn the way of the druids. His father had taught him potions, charms, transfiguration, herblore and ritual theory. He had also taught him arithmancy, astrology and knife fighting. Parcel magic and language studies were mixed in all his classes. One of the most important things Sal had learned was occlumency and legilimency. His father had been very insistent in these two disciples because they were the only ones that shielded Sal from being exposed as a time traveler by another more ruthless druid. At first, learning under his father had been hard. After Sal had gained his staff, he had thought that his lessons would get more Hogwarts-like. He had been wrong. He did not learn spells like the spells in Hogwarts anymore. There still were spells, of course, but the most of them were long chantings and mostly used to aid in a ritual or with a potion. Crying spells out and fire them at each other did simply not exist. That didn't mean there was no battle magic. Runes, written with your empty hand in midair or drawn in the ground with your staff, was Sal's new fighting style. There were also no wand movements. He had not to remember how to swing his staff to get a result in his spell work. A lot of spells he used in daily life were wandless anyway, which had been especially hard on Sal first. But he had no choice. His staff was unable to call out magic like his wand had. Sal had tried it. He had tried a simple Lumos spell with his staff but was unable to get a result. When he had asked his father, Murden had answered that this shortened form of magic Murden had never heard of a possibility to just shout a word and swing your staff. Was maybe something that needed a more focused staff as they were able to make now. So Sal had to learn the druid's way. He had to know how the runes looked he wanted to draw, how and where to place them in full-fledged rituals, and how to use his staff not only in magic but also in fighting against mundane weapons. Sal loved and hated it at the same time. After some months, Sal also had started in blood rituals. These were rituals every druid had to do to strengthen their body and their magic and finally waking their blood. Without them, Sal would not be allowed to do more than ritual theory. The blood rituals were there to protect Sal's mind and body when using his magic for other rituals. They were the foundation every druid had to have before being allowed to call himself a druid. Sal did not know what would happen if he had not done the blood rituals but had attempted a ritual nevertheless. And he didn't want to know. He had learned the hard way that Murden and Ollivandr would not hold back any answers to his questions, even if they were just asked out of fun without expecting an answer, and some things you were better not knowing, like doing rituals without blood magic or the sex lives of your parents and godparents. So you will finish with your body-strengthening rituals in the next few moons? Murden asked. I think so, Sal answered, still calculating the places where the individual runes had to sit on his back. How far are you with your memory runes? These were another layer of runes to improve his memory. Not that Sal needed them. Since the rebirth, he hadn't forgotten anything. Instead, he had begun to remember. Daily, the past days of his life had returned to him, filled with a clearness Sal had never had before. First, it had been forgotten days at the Dursleys and Hogwarts, and also things he had read or learned but had not remembered anymore, but after a while he suddenly started to remember his parents and the 1 year he had with them. It was a gift to him, even if he had to remember the strained faces his parents had worn the last month before their deaths, and also the day his parents had died with every cruel detail. And he did not just start to remember, he also did not forget anymore. Whatever he was told, he remembered even weeks later. Every lesson he had been given on his way to his new home, he had remembered, and some details he had not grasped at that time he suddenly understood. He had inherited his new father's ability to memorize everything, and finally, he understood why Murden had hated it to repeat everything over and over again. His father had simply not understood that Sal's memory wasn't as good as his own. But even if he knew now how his father felt and was now able to remember with just hearing it once, he was not sure if he liked that. It had not been just good memories that returned to him, and suddenly some of the actions of some people who had been in the future around him seemed different. He now remembered clearly the guiding in the right direction he had gotten in first year. At that time, it had been veiled to him. Hagrid was a nice fellow, taking him away from his mundane relatives, showing him an absolutely new world. But now Sal asked himself how it had happened that Hagrid had been the one to introduce him to the wizard world. Of course, Hagrid was huge and intimidating, but Sal had been a target that knew nothing about the mark that had marred his back, signing him up to be shot by a Death Eater. So why had it been Hagrid? Why not McGonagall, Professor Flitwick, or even Snape? And how come there was no pamphlet or something else that could tell him something about his new world? Shouldn't he know some things like the customs, culture, or history of the wizarding world before he entered Hogwarts? Sal banished the thoughts and turned back to his father's question about his memory runes. I will start with the first layer tonight, Sal answered, I have prepared the potions and the stone circle isn't used by anyone else, so there should be no problem. They were still living in Londom, but in their own cottage. The city was a magical one. Sal had started to suspect that it later would become Diagon Alley, and the villagers all knew Sal as Murden's son. Sal hadn't been introduced to them until they had completed the rebirth, so that the villagers never knew that Sal first wasn't born as Murden's son. And after that there had been no evidence that he ever wasn't. His accent in speaking Cymric had dwindled after the ritual, and the other languages of the island had come to him naturally. Now, a year later, Sal was as fluent in Cymric and Brezhoneg as if he was brought up with them. He could speak the other island languages enough to understand the most of them and was learning Egyptian. After that, his father had told him they would start on Latin, Greek, and Norse. Sal did not really look forward to it, but he did not protest. His father had told him that at some time Sal would likely leave Londom to seek his way home, and who would know where he would have to go to find it. What about the magic strengthening ones? His father asked in that moment, and Sal returned his concentration on the runes in the sandy earth in front of him. I have done the first layer 2 months ago. My second one is ready. I have just to wait until the memory layer will have settled. He answered dutifully, and I have started on the blood awakening. That's good. Sal looked up when he heard the coloring of his father's voice. Is something troubling you, Atiar? He asked. Yes. His father answered and sat down next to him on the ground in their hut. I wanted to talk to you about something. What is it? Sal asked, now stopping to calculate and laying down the stick he had been using to draw the runes. It is about you, about your body, Murden said. I noticed that you did not age since you came here. Sal blinked, and Murden brushed one of Sal's strands of hair out of Sal's face. Salvazahar's hair had grown the last year and was now falling to his shoulders. I did not age. Sal repeated, not sure if he understood his father correctly. Yes, you did not, Murden answered the positive. I was not sure first, but I watched you the whole last year and you did not age a single day since I found you. So, I will stay 15, forever? Sal asked, unsure how to feel about that. I am not sure, his father answered, but I have made up a theory. A theory? You are not from this time. Even if you have been reborn here, you still should not exist here because there are no circumstances that would have led to your existence. His father elaborated. So your body might be in stasis until you return to your rightful time. That means you would be able to grow in mind but not in body until then. But what is with dying? Sal asked. My theory suspects that you won't be able to die until you are back in your own time. You are timeless until you reach the day you left your own time. After that, you should age normally. So I will be 15 for the next 1,000 or 2,000 years? Sal asked, horrified. Normally I would say yes, answered Murden. But there is a chance that when we wake your blood you will gain the control over your age. Like the phoenix who decide when they want to age and when they want to be reborn again, you might be able to change your age. But we will have to look into that when you have finalized your blood awakening. Until then, I fear you will not age. And what will we tell the others until then? Sal asked. I never told them how old you are. If you finalize your blood awakening until the winter after next winter. And I am sure you will. We won't have to tell them anything. Murden answered. Then you are simply younger than they may first have thought. Well, when you think that that's all right, Sal finally answered. Murden smiled at him and ruffled his hair before standing up. Complete your ritual tonight and work on your others, he said. I am sure the rest will come in time. XXXXXXXXXXXXXX. Murden had been right. 2 years later, the still 15 years old Salvazahar finally, after a long, tiring night, completed the blood-awakening runes on his body. He had been sitting on the stone bed in the middle of the stone circle since midday the day before, and now the night ended and the sun greeted him again. His whole body ached and dried blood clung to his body like a second skin. His arms, torso, feet, and face were carved with runes, one of the most complicated circles on the middle of his back, between his shoulder blades. Every carved rune was very small and very precisely cut. They were arranged in circles, waves, and symmetrical pattern and did just habituate some parts of his body. Sal knew the carving would heal and the runes sink under his skin, like all the other ones had done that he had placed the last 2 years on his body. This was the final layer of the blood-awakening runes, the final layer for now. After that, he would be able to call himself a druid, even if he would add different layers of runes over the years that would come. Blood rune magic like that was the only protection when he worked with rituals. They strengthened his grip on his magic and body, strengthened his mind and memory, and wakened the creature Furbolg, blood in him, so that it could aid him in his task. These runes also lengthened his life because of the strengthening and the more thoroughly connection with his inherited blood and soul. It was normal to never stop with blood rune magic. Every experience, every new knowledge would be put in runes on his body so that he had aid when he needed it while doing rituals. The more blood runes, the more control he had over the rituals. It was as simple as that. Sal sighed. Then he let go of his knife, which he had directed only with his will and magic to carve the runes on his back. The knife clattered on the stone bed and Sal stood up and broke the circle he had drawn in the earth of the stone circle. With that, he destroyed the lingering shield runes and suddenly pain shot through his body. But that was something Sal had expected. The circle might shield him from these emotions until he broke it, but after that he was on his own. So Sal sat back on the stone bed again and closed his eyes. He had had to first destroy the runic circle before activating his own runes. When he wouldn't, the circle and his freshly carved body runes would have easily been able to interact, and that could have been lethal for Sal. But now, after destroying the rune circle, Sal could try out his carvings. When he had done them right, his pain would succumb, but when he had done them wrong, well, then he would never have to worry about something else. Sal searched for his magic, and then let it flow through his carvings. Incredible pain flowed through his body. His eyes, ears, and teeth started burning. Then his chest and fingertips followed. After that, his skin felt as if it was lit with fire. One moment long Sal thought he had failed and was now paying the price, but then his pain succumbed to a throbbing and finally ended. Sal blinked and opened his eyes again. He stared down to his fingertips, but they were not different than before. Then he felt his ears, and they were. It was not something most would notice, but when Sal felt his ears, he could feel that the former round tops were now slightly pointed, elf-like. So Sal turned his attention to his teeth. They seemed to be a little bit sharper, but except of that did not feel different. Well, I will find out, Sal thought and blinked, just to see a shadow fleeing on both sides of his eyes. What? You seem to have inherited my eyes. Sal looked up and saw his father approaching. His vision zoomed in and suddenly he could see his father clearer than ever. A strange, red, orange, and white mist seemed to round him. What? Basilisk eyes, his father answered. Yours are still green in its coloring. Not that I expected something different, but they are now as deadly for another creature like the eyes of every other basilisk. So I can kill with my eyes? Sal asked, horrified. Kill with your eyes and heal with your tears. I bet, his father answered. The same as I. Maybe you also have the basilisk venom, we will see. First you should close your second eyelids before anyone else approaches. Second eyelids? Sal asked. You should see their shadow when you blink. Oh! Sal concentrated on the eyelids and closed them without effort. To his amazement, he could still see clearly through them. The only difference was that the red mist around his father was gone. What is this red mist I was seeing? He asked his father. Body heat, Murden answered and cupped Sal's chin. You have gotten some nice ears, he commented. Your elven heritage, I am sure. Well, the rest will show itself in time. There will be more? There is more, son. You just don't know it yet, Murden answered. But the most important one is now your ability to age. Try to concentrate on your body and will it to age. Sal closed his eyes and concentrated. Then he tried to imagine himself older. First nothing happened. Then his skin prickled and finally stopped. Sal opened his eyes again. Did it work? He asked. Murden looked him over. It did, he answered, and Sal felt relief creeping through his body. No one would ever notice that he was not really aging anymore. Try to turn younger again, Murden said. We will have to see if it works also like that. Sal nodded and closed his eyes. Again his skin prickled, and when he opened his eyes his father nodded. "Good," he said and let go of Sal's chin. "So this problem is gone. Can you also do it?" Sal asked, interested. "I can," Murden answered. "But don't forget, just because you look older doesn't mean your body really is. It is still held in stasis, and even if it looks 20 it will still be 15. Understood?" "So changing my age will also not change the day I die?" Sal asked.
No, Myrdin answered.
"When your body is old, it is old, even if it looks as if it is still 14. "I understand. And now let's go home. Your godfather is waiting there to congratulate you, and we won't make him wait. Will we?" "No," Sal answered, standing up and picking up his clothes. On the way home they stopped at the river so that Sal was able to wash himself. After that they returned home where Ollivander was waiting. The life went on, and finally, 10 years later, Sal and his father left London again to travel. Over 100 years they traveled together. They went to Egypt, Rome, and the north to look for a way home for Sal. They did not find anything. No one had even heard about time travel, and so there was not even the slightest evidence about a way back to the future. When Murden finally decided he had traveled enough and returned to Britain, Sal turned east and went to China, Japan, and India. He would not return home for the next centuries, and so Murden would first see his son again in 370 BC when Salvazahar finally decided to return home to his father to catch some breath. At that time Sal would have learned foreign languages and their writing, foreign customs and magic no one ever heard about in Britain. He would have learned the material arts to their fullest and also would have learned about the connection between body, mind, and magic. His knowledge would be tenfold, but nothing he learned would give him even a clue how to return to his own time. There simply was no one who ever traveled in time. Grimmauld Place number 12. Success. Harry had been right. As soon as the Dursleys had left the house at the fourth night he was there, he could hear other voices in the kitchen downstairs. His magic told him the rest. His senses showed him that Harry's old defense professor was one of the new inhabitants of the kitchen. He grinned and stood up. With a simple swish of his hand, the things the previous Harry had spread on the floor found its way back in his trunk. Then he left his room, Harry's wand out, walking as if he was afraid. "Lower your wand, boy, before you take someone's eye out," said a low, growling voice. Harry did not lower his wand, even if he knew this voice. Instead, he played along with the afraid 15-year-old role he played. "Professor Moody?" he said, sounding uncertain. "I don't know so much about professor," growled the voice. "Never got round to much teaching, did I? Get down here, we want to see you properly." Harry knew Moody would see through the glamour he was using for his hair, but he was now wearing Dudley's cast-off, so there was nothing else that was strange with his appearance. And his hair he could easily explain. As Harry predicted, Moody raised an eyebrow when he saw Harry's hair, but he said nothing when Remus Lupin began to speak. "It's all right, Harry. We've come to take you away." It was really strange to be called Harry, but he said nothing except, Professor Lupin? Is that you?" "Why are we all standing in the dark?" said a third voice, a woman's. "Lumos." And suddenly Harry could see the people in front of him, and not just sense them. He knew the most of them even if he shouldn't. He had been watching Grimmauld Place often enough to know them by now. There were Kingsley Shacklebolt, an Auror, Nymphadora Tonks, another Auror, Elphias Doge, Daedalus Diggle, Emmeline Vance, Sturgis Podmore, and Hestia Jones. No one knew. He heard them murmuring about his appearance. "He looks exactly like James," was the second part of Kingsley's speech to Remus. "Except the eyes, Lily's eyes," another one said. Harry said nothing. It was not his place to tell them that he did not look exactly like James. But he could not argue with Lily's eyes. He was family after all. Instead, he focused on Moody, who eyed him with distrust in his eyes. "Are you quite sure it's him, Lupin?" he growled. "It'd be a nice lookout if we bring back some Death Eater impersonating him. We ought to ask him something only the real Potter would know. Unless anyone brought any Veritaserum?" The Truth Serum was nothing Harry would like to have, but a question that was easy. He was sure he could answer the entire question they would throw at him. And Moody was right. He could be a Death Eater impersonating Harry. Not that he was a Death Eater, mind you, impersonating Harry he of course did. If there just would be a real Harry, he thought, but said nothing and waited instead for the question. Harry, what form does your Patronus take? Lupin asked. A stag, Harry answered, lying. It wasn't a stag. Well, he could change it to a stag. But when he didn't, it was a phoenix. It had been a phoenix for a very long time. That's him, Mad Eye, said Lupin, and Harry nearly snorted. One simple question, and they believed him. And then it was a question about something another person would have easily seen for themselves would they just have been near Harry while he was casting. Not very secure, but well. He stowed Harry's wand in his back pocket while descending the stairs. Don't put your wand there, boy, roared Moody. What if it ignited? Better wizards than you have lost buttocks, you know? While Tonks asked Moody about whom he knew who lost his buttocks and Moody was grumbling about wand safety, Harry discreetly took out his wand again and slipped it in his wand holster, where he carried one of his own. He would need to finish his extra for Harry's wand, but it would do until he got it ready. He just had to wait until it was as secure as the other ones. Secure enough that even Moody could not locate them. And it was better like that. He would have a hard time explaining the other wands and of course the rest of the weaponry he was carrying. So he instead asked Remus if they were leaving and where they were going. Where are we going? He asked, trying to sound hopeful while hoping he was wrong. The burrow? Not the burrow. No, Remus replied to Harry's delight. Too risky. We've set up headquarters somewhere undetectable. It's taken a while. So they were going to Grimmauld Place. Harry was so happy that he didn't mind anything else this night. He let the introduction to the other members flow over himself, and when he was sent to pack he needed not more than a few minutes. And then they were gone, flying through the night sky to London until they reached Grimmauld. There Harry got a notice written in Dumbledore's hand, and they finally entered the building Harry had been longing to get into for a few months now, Grimmauld Place number 12. Just before Harry could leave the hall, Moody stopped him. With a whispered "Here," he ended the disillusionment charm, but then held him back again while everyone entered in the kitchen. Why the glamour? He growled, whispering. My aunt doesn't like long hair, Harry answered. So I found a glamour charm and applied it in school when I wanted to have long hair. My aunt doesn't see it, what makes her happy, and I have not as much trouble with long hair as with short, what makes me happy. He stopped, then asked, hesitating. Will you end it? Moody snorted. A glamour for your hair? No, when you want to glamour it, do it. As long as it's just as little as that, do what you like. Just do it in school and not at home. Yes, sir. And with that, Moody let him go. Harry had known that Moody would be able to see right through the glamour. But that was plain. It would have been more difficult when Moody would not have been able to see through it, but would have known it was there. Like that, he had just explained one party why he had glamoured his hair. Would it have been different, he might have had to drink Veritaserum. And that was something Harry would like to prevent. Of course he could have just cut his hair, but that was something he had not want to do. He hated to have short hair, and he would not have been able to cast a more undetectable glamour on his forehead. The scar that had to look like the original Harry's. But that was not all. Someone in his position did not wear short hair. Even if no one told the previous Harry something like that. Well, the previous Harry had not even been told about his position. But Harry would change that. He would play along until he was ready, and then he would show them that he wasn't Harry Potter. It just would take some time. Harry started to follow Mad Eye in the kitchen, but was prevented from entering by Mrs. Weasley, who sent him up to the other children. Harry was all right with that. He was not interested in their strategies. Well, he was, but he had Dobby to listen in. So instead of trying to listen, he slipped upstairs and opened one of the rooms to get in. And suddenly he was attacked by a very large quantity of bushy brown hair. In the last minute, he recognized his attacker and stopped mid-casting. Not that anyone had noticed the spell. Harry! Ron, he's here, Harry's here. We didn't hear you arrive. Oh, how are you? Are you all right? Have you been furious with us? I bet you have. I know our letters were useless. But we couldn't tell you anything. Dumbledore made us swear we wouldn't. Oh, we've got so much to tell you, and you've got things to tell us. The Dementors. When we heard, and that ministry hearing. It's just outrageous. I've looked it all up. They can't expel you, they just can't. There's provision in the decree for the reasonable restriction of underage sorcery for the use of magic in life-threatening situations. Let him breathe, Hermione, said Ron, grinning as he closed the door behind Harry. Hermione did as she was told, and let Hedwig greet him, whom he hadn't seen since he had sent her to his friends. He let her nibble at his ear while still looking at his friends. Friends he had not talked to, friends who knew just the previous Harry. He instead was a foreigner, looking like Harry, but not being him. He had no idea how the original Harry would have greeted them. We're really sorry, the boy said in that moment. Ron, Harry reminded himself, his name is Ron. I know you wanted answers the whole summer, but we couldn't give them. You know, Hermione was going to spare. She kept saying you'd do something stupid if you were stuck all on your own without news. But Dumbledore made us. Swear not to tell me, said Harry while still wondering how previous Harry would have reacted to this news. Yeah, Hermione's already said. He seemed to think it was best, said Hermione rather breathlessly. Dumbledore, I mean. Of course she did. Dumbledore this, Dumbledore that. Harry had known his friends were used to follow Dumbledore's path, but he had never known how much influence the old man had. He sighed. I think he thought you were safest with the Muggles, Ron began. Yeah? Said Harry, raising his eyebrows. Have either of you been attacked by Dementors this summer? Well, no. But that's why he's had people from the Order of the Phoenix tailing you all the time. This time Harry nearly grinned. Didn't work that well though, did it? Said Harry, doing his utmost to keep his voice even. Had to look after myself after all, didn't I? He was so angry, said Hermione, in an almost awestruck voice. Dumbledore, we saw him, when he found out Mundungus had left before his shift had ended. He was scary. This time Harry didn't reply. He had heard enough. Hermione was hero-worshipping the old man and Ron wasn't better. He sighed inwardly. Of course, the man was hero-worshipped by them. They were children, but Harry wasn't, and Harry was sure that he could be even scarier when he wanted to be. Dumbledore was just a puppet player, no threat at all to someone who could strike from the shadows. But the most of his people were Gryffindors, unable to see his flaws and blindly believing his words. But Harry wasn't a Gryffindor. He was the absolute Slytherin, and he would strike when he had Dumbledore cornered without the old man knowing of anything. But first there was something else Harry had to do. That was the moment when he saw that his friends were staring at him as if waiting that a bomb erupted. Don't worry, I'm not angry, he said. You're not. He could hear that Ron didn't believe him the slightest. He shrugged. I knew they were following me, and I know Dumbledore would never have let me leave my relatives when the Dementors wouldn't have happened. But that's fine. I knew he would bring me away from there as soon as the Dementors left. I don't like dwelling in the past. What happened, happened. But you have tried to get information from us the whole summer, Ron said stunned. Why just suddenly give up? Oh, I haven't given up at all, Harry answered grinning. But I will not ask you when you have sworn not to tell. I will get it from someone else. Serious? Hermione asked with a knowing glance and Harry just smiled. No need to tell her that he didn't need most of the information at all, that he had gotten them weeks or months ago. Some of them even years ago. He saw them relaxing and even later. When Fred and George tried to get some information through their extendable ears, he just sat beside them, listening uninterested. That was until the meeting ended and the adults left. When Mrs. Weasley came to get them to eat in the kitchen, she had just advised Harry to tiptoe down the stairs, when, crash, Tonks was lying on the ground. And while Mrs. Weasley cried the young woman's name and said woman apologized, the curtains in the hall opened and the screeching voice of an old lady screamed. Filth, scum, byproducts of dirt and vileness, half-breeds, mutants, freaks, begone from this place. How dare you befoul the house of my fathers? Harry stared at the screaming painting, and when his eyes and the eyes of the painted woman met, he smiled at her a gruesome smile, his eyes cold as death. Then he dared her to follow his gaze to his right hand, where a single ring sat, invisible for all he didn't want to see, and saw back in her eyes. Her eyes had widened. She knew who he was, and he knew she wouldn't dare to befoul his name. There were few families the members of the old families feared, but his was one of them, even if it was just because of the connections his house had. So even when she dared to befoul all the others, she would never say anything foul to him again. In that moment Sirius stormed in the hall and drew her curtains shut. No one had seen Harry's short communication, had seen the woman stopping screeching before Sirius had reached her. "Hello, Harry," Sirius said grimly. "I see you've met my mother." Harry had, and he had silenced her in the second their eyes met. The noble and most ancient house of Black. Success. The rest of the evening was quite entertaining for Harry. While Mrs. Weasley did all to stop Harry from getting any information, Sirius seemed determined that Harry should know as much as possible about the mess. But Harry guessed that his godfather also had wanted to make it up to Harry. Not that Sirius thought that Harry did have a horrible summer. Harry thought that at the beginning until Sirius had stated, "Don't know what you're complaining about, myself." At that Harry had been incredulous, but the answer he got told him everything. "Personally, I'd have welcomed a Dementor attack. A deadly struggle for my soul would have broken the monotony nicely. You think you've had it bad, at least you've been able to get out and about, stretch your legs, get into a few fights. I've been stuck inside for a month," Sirius had said, and Harry had connected the spots in his head. "How come?" asked Harry, officially frowning, but inside his mind had been reeling. His godfather sounded not like an adult. He sounded like a boy, searching for adventure and danger. Harry had not liked the thought of that very much. Feeling restless like that was the first mistake that led to the path of death. "Because the Ministry of Magic's still after me, and Voldemort will know all about me being an animagus by now," Wormtail will have told him, "my big disguise is useless. There's not much I can do for the Order of the Phoenix, or so Dumbledore feels." And there had been the second part that had started to let Sirius feel bitter. Dumbledore. Harry could hear it in Sirius' voice every time Dumbledore had been brought up this evening. But not just then. He had also heard it in different arguments. And not just that. Harry had heard not only Sirius' bitterness but also the arguing of the others, especially Mrs. Weasley. One of the most telling sentences was her, "You haven't forgotten what Dumbledore said, I suppose?" Dumbledore. Dumbledore. And Dumbledore again. As if her argument would count more when it was Dumbledore who had ordered it. As if you had to obey because of Dumbledore. Harry filled away what he heard for later. Maybe he could use it. Now he did not need information like that. He had different things at hand, like the argument Sirius at that moment had with Mrs. Weasley about Harry being James. "He's not James, Sirius," Mrs. Weasley said furiously. Sirius' answer was as heated as hers, even if his voice sounded cold, when he said, "I'm perfectly clear who he is, thanks, Molly." "I'm not sure you are," said Mrs. Weasley. "Sometimes, the way you talk about him, it's as though you think you've got your best friend back." Well, that was some new approach. Did they now fully confuse him with his father? Harry shrugged inwardly and returned to other things interesting him about the way his godfather acted. He still listened to their argument about him, but this time a little lost in his thoughts. His mind drifted back to the time they were eating dinner, when Sirius had told him about the usefulness of Mundungus Fletcher. Harry still could taste the bitterness in Sirius' voice when he commented that Mundungus was useful to the Order, not saying that he himself felt anything but. Oh yes, his godfather was bitter, and a lot of antipathy was heating right at Dumbledore and his chronicled decease to toy with his pawns. Harry was sure that Sirius would spring into action as soon as he was able to. Maybe. Well, this thought had merit, but Harry would not decide for now. He had different things to do, and a maturity of these would not be solved in the next few hours. But it needn't to be solved by them. Instead, he waited till they had spilled everything to him that they wanted to say, inwardly laughing when Sirius used the term weapon to describe Dumbledore's great plan. Weapon. Well, Harry knew Dumbledore's weapon. Its name was Harry, and it was 15 years old. Regrettably, Harry was no longer available. But that information was strictly secured until further notice, and because of that not shareable. Not that Harry really felt sorry for Dumbledore and his schemes. XXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXX followed and after that waited until he heard the snoring sounds of Ron. It was way after midnight until Harry dared to leave the room again. He descended the stairs and stopped in front of the curtain which concealed the portrait. Warily he opened the curtain. The portrayed dame, Sirius's mother, stared at him, but reminded silence as soon as she saw who had dared to open the curtain. "Lady Black," Harry said courtly. "Lord Malfoy," she answered. Harry smiled. "It's Malfoy," he corrected her. "The English part of my family might call themselves Malfoy now, but I am part of the original house." "Malfoy," the lady echoed. "Well, how come a pureblood from a respectable family like yours is in company of blood traitors and mudbloods?" "I am scheming something," Harry answered, shrugging. "And I am not only Lord Malfoy. I have also some other houses to my name, and not one of them you would dare to cross. Truth to be told, Malfoy is even the least ancient." "But you decided to go by their name," Lady Black said, raising an eyebrow. Harry shrugged. "I am no lord in my mother's house," he answered casually. "One day I might be, but until then I am still the heir." "So you used your father's house," Lady Black said. "Pray tell, which house is your mother's? You seemed convinced that it would frighten me more." Harry just smiled at her and asked, "The protection layer the old man laid upon the house. Will it stop me from leaving and entering again, or will it show someone that I did leave?" The lady frowned. "Why do you want to know?" "I want to fetch some thing," Harry finally said. "I need to know." "The old man? You are talking about the headmaster of Hogwarts, Dumbledore?" "I am, and I know that he is out of a respectable family." "That does not count anything," Harry answered. "He is one of the Gryffindor heirs," the lady said. "It should count something." "The House of Gryffindor did not follow his line, even if he wants the people to believe that," Harry said. "Truth to be told, the houses of Gryffindor and Ravenclaw both never existed in the first place." Now the lady was intrigued. "So you want to tell me that every family tree with their names in it are lies?" the old lady asked coolly. Harry shrugged again. "I just wanted to tell you that there has never been a House of Gryffindor, Ravenclaw, or Hufflepuff. There were some family members who carried on these names because they did not want to carry on their original ones. But the houses themselves never existed." "And how do you know?" the lady asked chilly. "Don't worry, madam," Harry answered smiling. "Your house still is close kin to Hufflepuff, and much closer to Slytherin himself." "Slytherin?" the lady asked astonished. "I never knew. I knew of Hufflepuff, but there was no entrance that we are descendants of Slytherin." "Oh, you are not," Harry answered shrugging. "You are close kin, not descendants, but that's something I cannot tell you tonight. I need to know of the shields and wards tonight. I might tell you your relationship with Slytherin some other day." Lady Black sighed. Then she called, "Creature!" An old house elf popped in, looking expectantly at his mistress, the sneer at Harry barely concealed. "Creature," Lady Black said, "this is the Lord Malfoy. He is a pureblood and kin to us, and you will treat him like that. Do you understand?" "Yes, mistress," the house elf answered, and his sneer vanished, now looking at Harry with interest in his eyes. "He asked to leave the house without being seen," Lady Black continued. "Bring him, accompany him by whatever he wants to do, and after that bring him back. Understood?" "Yes, mistress," Creature answered and gazed at Harry. "When Milord is ready, Creature will bring him wherever he wants." "Just in front of the house for tonight, Creature," Harry said softly. "I might have a surprise for you and the Lady Black." The portrayed woman raised an unbelieving eyebrow but stayed silent. Creature just extended his hand, and when Harry took it, popped him out of the house. Harry looked the street up and down. "Reg?" he asked and waited until a black cat had left the shadows. "The street's empty except of me and Creature, Reg, and I believe it would be better to do it here than in the house. I don't want to wake someone." The cat stared at him. Then it nodded, and a second later, instead of a cat, a man stood there with black hair and gray-blue eyes. Creature stared at him unbelievingly. "Master Regulus," he finally cried, flinging his arms around Reg's waist while wailing his eyes out. Master Regulus is still alive. Yes, I am, Creature Regulus said, awkwardly patting the house elf's shoulder. And I am sorry that I just come home now. I am sorry I did not return as soon as I could. Really, really sorry. Harry snorted. He knew Reg wasn't really sorry. Oh, Reg was sorry to leave Creature behind because he loved the house elf like a family member. But he wasn't sorry not to return home. He had not wanted to return and tell his mother about his changed view. But that was something Reg would never tell poor Creature. We should return to the house, Reg, Harry said, and Creature turned to look at him. Lord Malfoy is a wonderful wizard, Creature declared. Lord Malfoy brings young Master Regulus home. Lord Malfoy is a very absolutely wonderful wizard that he is. Harry smiled at the creature in front of him. It's Harry, Creature, he corrected the house elf. No one is allowed to know that I am Lord Malfoy. I go by Harry Potter at the moment. Creature stared at him, then he nodded seriously. Yes, Harry Potter, sir, he said. Creature will not squeal on the blood traitors and mudbloods who Lord Malfoy is. Lord Malfoy's secret is safe with Creature. Creature, you mustn't tell anyone about Lord Malfoy, Reg said intensely. It is most important for the things I and Harry want to accomplish. Yes, Master Regulus, sir, the house elf said with gleaming eyes. Everything the master commands. Harry laughed at that. We seem to have another pair of eyes for us, he grinned at Reg. The other one shrugged. Let's wait and see, he said, and then commanded Creature to bring them back in. The house elf obeyed, and a second later they were again standing in front of the portrait. Lady Black gawked at them. Regulus, she shrieked. Harry's silencing spell was just in time to prevent the rest of the house hearing her. Hello, mother, the young man answered. I heard you're torturing my brother now. The lady blinked. I am not torturing your brother, Regulus, she said. I hope you don't, Reg answered. We need him for later. When he's crazy, until then we could have some problems. But it also would make some things easier, Reg, Harry joked. Stop it, Harry, Reg snorted. Do not lead me into temptation. Harry just shrugged. I should return to bed, he said. Ask Creature about the locked and stow it away safely. We will have to do it later. We need a secured and clean space where I can draw the protection. This will take some time. It will, Reg answered and turned to Creature. When did you last clean in this house? Creature squirmed under Reg's gaze. Creature will begin now, he answered, still squirming. Creature will have it clean pretty soon. Don't, Reg answered. Better leave it like that so that the guests don't suspect anything wrong. Creature nodded dutifully. Just clean a room they are not occupying and rescue the library books. I also need the locket I asked you to destroy. Creature winced. I now know you had no way to destroy it, Reg said soothingly. I am sorry I asked you something you had no way to fulfill. I know if you had had a way you would have done it. Don't punish yourself for it. At that, Creature wailed again and hugged Reg. Master Regulus is a great wizard, he howled. He does forgive bad Creature for not obeying his command. I told you it wasn't your fault, Reg said earnestly. I don't want you to punish yourself for something you cannot do in the first place. I will destroy it myself. I now know how. Yourself, huh? Harry asked. I was not aware that you are able to do it yourself now, Reg. Should I go and leave you to your task? You know what I mean, Harry, Reg growled. And I could do it myself. The object just would not survive. Maybe I should let you do it then. The locket is an ugly thing. I would not cry if it was destroyed. Harry! Reg stared at him as if he was mad. The locket belonged to Slytherin. Do you know the value of something like that? It's still nothing special, Harry answered, shrugging. And just because you live and breath the founders today, I don't have to think differently of something as ugly as that. And I thought you were born a Slytherin, Reg said, shaking his head. Harry stared at him. I'm quite sure my father's surname was not Slytherin, he told Reg. Reg snorted. I'm sure it wasn't, he confirmed. But I did not mean it like that. And you know that. Of course, Harry shrugged, then grinned. but I like to take it like that. Harry. Oh, stop it, Reg, Harry said. But. No, I will go to bed now. You can receive the ugly locket and hide it. We will destroy it as soon as Creature has a ritual room ready. Good night. Reg sighed, but answered. Good night, and with that Harry was off to bed. Under his pillow was lying an edition of the Quibbler, one that Harry had received 2 days ago. He grinned. In it, there was a special section which showed a letter written to the Daily Prophet some days ago. Beneath it, Xenophilius Lovegood, the editor of the Quibbler, had written his answers. The Quibbler Harry had was an edition in advance, because it was a weekly paper and would be released on Thursday every week. The next Thursday would be Harry found it a very fitting time. It was the day of his trial, a very fitting day indeed. Harry smirked at that, remembering his letter and the answer he had received. SSS's. Dear Mr. Twist. My name is Xenophilius Lovegood and I am the editor of the Quibbler. I know. I am not the editor you wanted to answer your letter, nevertheless I will try, as I was intrigued when I read that someone so young like you dares to question our world and our press. Such courage and interest needs to be supported, and so I decided to answer your questions to the best of my knowledge. My competitor, the Daily Prophet, is a private publishing newspaper, whose shareholders decide what will be printed and what not. The same goes for my newspaper, but the difference is that my newspaper solely has 2 shareholders. The Daily Prophet has many. The major ones are the Ministry, which has the majority, and a French family, I think. Definitely fact is that the Ministry, as the major stockholder, definitely can make sure that the Daily Prophet will following its lead. Because of that, many of the articles the Daily Prophet writes may contain facts, but they are also printed in a fashion that would indeed mislead the reader. So you should read every article that is printed with the thought in mind that my dear competitor tries to show the Ministry in its best light. Another fact is that there are definitely reporters in the Daily Prophet who are using quick quote quills. Because of this, a lot of their news are inaccurate or simply false. My dear competitor seems not to care about proven facts and has little regard of accuracy in any form. That shows also the fact that there are no consequences when the reporter uses quick quote quills or faulty information. Of course, that leads to your question about serious journalism and the freedom of the press. Well, I can't say much about that except, as long as the Ministry is the major shareholder in the Daily Prophet, there may be serious journalism all you like. It just will not be printed when it does not favor the shareholders. And when you want to see freedom of the press, you should not look at the Daily Prophet. It might be a private newspaper, but even as a private one you are just as free as your shareholders let you be. Luckily, I am one of the 2 shareholders of the Quibbler and because of that able to decide what to print on my own. When you ever have another question, just write me and I am willing to answer as good as I can. Xenophilius Lovegood, Editor-in-Chief of the Quibbler. SSS's. Let's see how the Ministry will react when their game is published publicly. Harry thought while closing his eyes. I want to see them running with their tails between their legs, and it will end with that. This is just the beginning. And Harry did mean it. He knew he would not be able to do a lot until his trial, but slowly his game started. It just needed to finalize some major parts before he could finally move against the major players. Harry would be waiting. Waiting did not bother him. He was good at waiting. Very good. Time for revenge, he whispered, then closed his eyes and slept. Year 370 BC. Catching some breath. Success. When Sal returned the next time to Britannia, Londom had turned into a village with mixed heritage. There were still druids, but now there also were mundanes living beside them in harmony. Sal strived through the streets, looking for the old part of Londom. There were not many streets, but it still took him some time to find his childhood home again. The house had changed. It had gotten a wooden door and a bench was sitting in front of it. In front of bench and door, 2 men were standing, arguing. I wish to travel, uncle, the younger one said in that moment. I am a staff maker and my profession is also needed elsewhere. They cannot all come to me to get a staff. I need to travel like father. You are too young, Dewin. Ask me again when you have reached the winter after next, the older one replied. I am a druid, uncle. Father would have let me go if. Your father is dead and I will not let you go out there alone so that you can get yourself also killed. I am old enough. You, Dewin, are a child. You know nothing of the world and its dangers. I will not get you killed. Your father would have slain me if I did. But Sal finally decided to interrupt the argument that seemed to go nowhere. I am home, ATR. He greeted his father, the older one of the opponents. Murden Emery's turned when he heard Sal's voice and suddenly he smiled. Salvazahar, he said. You're back. The other one also turned to look at Sal, his eyes curious about the stranger that Salvazahar was to him. Sal bowed lightly to the foreign man to greet him, a bow that indicated that Sal was the older one of them. Well met, he said.
Iam Salvazahar ap Murdin Emrys.
It was traditional to name oneself the son of one's father. There was less interest in the magical name of a family than the name of the father. Sal found it odd, but he had learned this strange custom as soon as he was back home in Britannia and had adopted it to not stand out too much. Well met, the other one replied and bowed a little bit deeper.
Iam devin ap Leider Olivander.
You are this Murden Emery's son? He asked, pointing at Murden. I am. And you have been traveling? I traveled for years, Sal answered sincerely. He saw how the young man in front of him scrutinized him and tried to estimate Sal's age. Finally, the young man seemed to come to a conclusion. So he let you go and I have to stay. That does not sound fair to me. Sal was sure the young man in front of him had underestimated Sal's age, of course. Since Sal was looking like 30-something of age, this was no surprise. You must have traveled a lone way before my age today, Dewin concluded. And he let you go. Sal just snorted when he understood that the young man had decided to use Sal's youth to get Murden to agree to let him go. He let me go, Sal answered casually. When I was more than 100 of age. I am quite sure he will let you go earlier than that. You aren't his son after all. Now Dewin gawked at him. May I ask? He finally said, but trailed off before stating his question. Sal still knew what Dewin had wished to ask. How old I am? He finished the sentence. I don't know. Something around 300 years of age. Dewin stared at him, then he blushed. Forgive me for judging you a lot younger, he said. Sal just shrugged. He knew that in this time the old were the wise and being old was a privilege and not a curse. Do not worry, he answered the younger man. I do not hold it against you. The young man nodded and Sal turned to his father. Why do you hold him here, Etiar? He asked Murden. He seemed to be a wise lad. Don't you think that he needs the experience of making staffs for his profession? Being here will not help him to get better in his work. There are far too less druids to aid him with that. He has completed his blood awakening just yesterday, Murden answered. He still is too young to travel alone. Then why did you not go with him? Sal asked, interested. Murden just sighed. I am an old man, Salvazahar. I am weary of travel and I could not let the lad go by himself. He has no experience with travel. He will not survive out there for a mere day without one showing him how to. Sal knew his father was right. Dewin Ollivander had no experience with travel. Someone who did not know what to look out for would definitely fail. There were too many dangerous places and creatures in the world to survive without the knowledge of them. And then all the other little things like finding a place to sleep, conservation of food, and a lot more. Also more important things like medical care and being able to fight. Most children learn to fight, but just a few learned how to treat wounds. So he has to stay, Sal said, looking at his father. If I need someone with me, why don't you come with me? Dewin said in that moment. Uncle trusts you, you are his son after all, and you are definitely old enough. When you would come I would be able to go without Uncle arguing against it. I returned home today, Dewin, Sal reminded the lad. I haven't even set a foot into my childhood home until now. Dewin blinked and blushed. You haven't, forgive me, he said. Murden just sighed. I know you are eager to travel the world, Dewin, but you are too young to travel alone. And there is no one that would travel with me, Dewin finished Murden's sentence sullenly. Murden just sighed. Forgive me, lad. Sal just sighed. How about arguing about traveling or not traveling tomorrow? I am sure Dewin will survive in this town for another day. he finally said. Dewin just bowed to show that he was all right with Sal's suggestion. This evening Sal and Murden were catching up. Sal learned that Dewin's father had died 2 years ago, and that Murden had taken in the lad after that. He also learned that Dewin had the idea to sell his staffs not just near London but everywhere in Britannia. You should not stifle his dreams, Atr Sal finally said. When he wants to go, even if he is young, he should go. You know I cannot let him go alone, and he still should wait a bit. He has just finished his blood awakening yesterday. His body needs time to adjust to the changes, Murden answered. I cannot let him go now. Sal just inclined his head to show he had listened to his father and bowed to his wisdom. But you also should let him go to live his dream, he said again to his father. You plan to go with him and keep him safe, Murden said, now smiling. Sal just inclined his head again. I will, he answered, but I also want to stay here for some month before going. I will speak to Dewin tomorrow. I will ask him to wait some month. After that I will go with him and travel through Britannia. So you are not weary of travel, my son? Murden asked softly. Sal just smiled. I will have to travel for many years until I find a way home. I am not allowed to be weary of travel. And so he and Dewin started to travel through Britannia just half a year later. They traveled for over 10 years, returning every few months home to London. While they traveled, Dewin started to teach Sal how to make staffs. Sal had asked him if he would do so because Sal had started to be interested in them after he had gotten his oak staff. Another reason had been that Dewin soon needed help to make all the staffs he was asked to do. There were few staff makers in Britannia and a lot of druids were in dire need for a fitting staff. So Sal also learned to be a staff maker just to aid Dewin in his work. After the years traveling, they returned to London and Dewin started his business. Sal aided him the next decades. He also aided Dewin's son and grandson, but finally, 245 BC, he could not stay still anymore. So he went to his father and told him goodbye. After that, he traveled east until he reached the sea, crossed it and returned to Europe. It was time to start his search for a way home again. Year 15 AD. A castle in the woods. Success. Salvazahar was back. After he had returned to Murden 370 BC, he had lived in London for some time. There he had met a descendant of his godfather Ollivander. This descendant had the idea to start a business in London, and Ollivander's wands were born. Sal had helped to create wands and sell them for some time. But then he got weary again. He had wanted to do something else. So he had visited the elves and lived with them. Then he had lived with a vampire coven. He finally had left Britain some 200 years ago and had traveled through Europe. He had lived in Greek with the Germanic tribes and in Rome. He even had returned to Egypt once or twice. And now he had returned home again. It was an old known path to him he was traveling now. A path that would him bring back in a few weeks to his childhood home. The first time he had traveled the path was more than 500 years ago when he first arrived in this time. Yesterday he had reached the place where Murden had found him, and now he was following the invisible route they had been wandering. It felt good to return home. He knew his father was well. They were writing each other regularly. But his father had no idea that Salvazahar was returning. Sal hadn't told him. Instead, he wanted to surprise him. XXXXX. In that moment, a rider suddenly broke through the woods. Salvazahar stopped dead. The rider instead turned and looked at him, in his hands a shield and a sword. Who entered the realms of the king? The rider asked. King? There was a king in Britain. It was the first time Sal had heard something about that. I am Salvazahar Emrys, at your service, he finally answered. I have been born in a place some fortnight south from here. Emrys? This time he heard surprise in the voice of the rider. Maybe night. As in Murden Emrys? My father, Sal answered sincerely. I was going to visit him. Then your path has led you astray, the rider said. Camelot is a little bit more west from here. This time Sal stared at the man in front of him. Camelot, like in King Arthur's Camelot. And why, pray tell, should his father be in Camelot? I have been away for some time, Sal finally said carefully, and I never have been in Camelot before. I would not know if my path leads me astray. Now the knight, he had to be a knight when he was from Camelot, laughed. So your father's description was lacking? He never gave me one, Sal answered. I came by myself. I wanted to surprise him. He was still not sure that they were talking about the same Murden Emery's, but he decided to first understand the situation a bit better before mentioning something like that. The knight shed his sword again and turned his horse so that it faced the direction he came from. Lancelot, at your service, he said. I will bring you to your father. I don't want you to burden yourself with me, Sal said, a little bit uncomfortable. Just give me direction and I will find him myself. Oh, you are no trouble, lad, Lancelot said, smiling down at Sal. I am glad to accompany you, my friend. Salvazahar stared at the knight in front of him. Lad? The knight might be looking like he was at least 30 winters, and Sal again had his 15-year-old body, which might look more like a 13 or 14-year-old. But really, lad? Sal finally decided to say nothing. Instead, he followed the horse through the woods. So, how long it is that you last saw your father? Lancelot asked while riding beside him. I don't know, Sal answered, shrugging. Some years, maybe. Some years. Sal shrugged again. I did not count them, he said carefully. Maybe a decade or longer. It was some time ago. Of course it was longer. But Sal knew he did not look old enough for that, so he had to be careful what he was telling. He could be a little bit older than he looked, but there was a limit. After that, it would sound unbelievable. When the knight heard his words, he raised an eyebrow. So you had no contact with him since he started to teach King Arthur 15 years ago? He clarified. He has been writing me, Sal answered, shrugging. So we definitely had contact. Lancelot stared at him. How old are you, lad? He finally asked. Sal blinked and stared back. I beg your pardon? He asked. How many winters do you count? The knight asked again. 15? 16. Sal opened his mouth to tell him that he was older than he looked, but the knight continued oblivious to Sal's protest. You know, since I joined King Arthur, I sometimes talk to your father. He is always watching over Arthur, always at his side when Arthur needs an advice. And maybe the rest of the castle is blind to it, but I am not. I see him often looking at Arthur with a gaze that tells me that he doesn't want to talk to Arthur now. Sometimes he locks himself in his study, not leaving it for days, standing at the window and searching the sky. And suddenly Sal felt guilty. Did his father miss him? Of course, Sal also missed his father, but he had been searching for a way back home to the future. A home that felt less home with every year that passed. Did his father dread that Sal would find a way back? And did Sal even want to return? He had learned to live here. He had a family. Maybe he should stay. Maybe he should stop his search until what? Forever? XXXXXXXXX. Your father mentioned your name sometime, Lancelot said. Every time he had to tell a story at the story time we have every fortnight in the Great Hall. It is a gathering of Arthur's knights and his mentors. Arthur lets us tell our adventures and our pasts. Murden normally says nothing, but when Arthur wants him to tell a tale, he always tells about you. He calls you Sal. And some things he had told us sound unbelievable. Unbelievable? Suddenly Sal could picture that it was really his father that was living at King Arthur's court. Well, the last one was about killing a basilisk with nothing than a sword when you were a mere child. And suddenly Sal laughed. It really was his father. He remembered Murden's pride and horror when he had stumbled over this memory while teaching Sal a clemency. Sal had told him all after that, and Murden was livid. He had right out ordered to take him with him to the future so that he could scream at Sal's headmaster for letting such a beast near mere children. He was stricken with horror when I told him, Sal said, still laughing. He wanted to see my arm trice before he was sure that the basilisk venom had not killed me. Lancelot nearly fell from the horseback. The story was true? He asked, half horrified, half awed. Sal shrugged and pushed back his sleeve to show the scar. It bit me, he said casually. It was a phoenix that healed me. The knight looked at the scar and shuddered. I am surprised that your father did not insist that you would never leave his side again, he said, shuddering. How many winters did you count when this happened? 2? 3? As big as the scar is, you must have been no more than a toddler. Sal wanted to protest again, tell him that the basilisk simply had been a very old and maybe senile one, but Lancelot talked again. Then the rest of the stories are also true? Fighting dragons? Flying a carriage? Visiting places you were forbidden to go? Fighting trolls? Maybe, Sal answered nervously. I was not very good at listening as a child. But Etiar wasn't there for the most of it, so I was not reprimanded by him. You mean your father was teaching Arthur for the most of the time, Lancelot said grimly. And neither of us ever thought about letting Murden go so that he could get you. We even held him back every time he wanted to return home. Sal blinked, not knowing what to say. He had been all grown up and wondering when Murden had started to teach Arthur. So how come this knight thought that Sal was still a child? Salvazahar decided that that was a question just his father would be able to answer. We were egoistic and cold-hearted bastards, weren't we? Lancelot said. He told us about you, but we never thought that maybe you really existed. We never thought he was talking about his own son. Arthur is an old one, Sal said, remembering what his father had once told him in one of his letters about his new apprentice. Not that Sal had known his father was talking about King Arthur. It is dangerous not to train an old one. Arthur needed him to learn about his heritage, and father knows his responsibility. He would not leave him as long as Arthur needs him. This is the responsibility of a Firbolgborn. Even if said Firbolgborn isn't the father of the boy. Even if he has left behind his own son? Lancelot asked bitterly. I did not need him, Sal answered sincerely. Arthur did. Lancelot snorted. I don't believe that, he said stubbornly. Silence filled the air for a few minutes. Then the wood stayed back and suddenly they were standing in front of a castle. Welcome to Camelot, Lancelot said, and Sal looked up. His eyes grew big. He knew this castle. Memories washed over him, while he stared at the majestic silhouette that ruled over the hills and forest like a beloved queen. Even if he would forget everything he ever knew, Sal knew he would remember this castle. His home. His first home ever. It was Hogwarts. XXXXXXXXX. They strode to the entrance. Lancelot had left his horse at the stables, which stood where later Hagrid's hut would be standing. With a nod to the guards, Lancelot entered the old castle, guiding Sal through these ancient and well-known halls until they reached the Great Hall. There one of the guards stopped them. The king is talking with Murden about the stronghold. They are planning defense strategies. Arthur asked not to disturb him. He might have asked that, Lancelot said. But some things are more important than defense strategy. And I know a prisoner in this castle that would stop feeling like one if we're allowed to enter. Prisoner? But this time Sal could not protest. Maybe Lancelot was right and the duty of his father had held him prisoner. Lancelot simply bypassed the surprised guards and grabbed Sal's arm to bring him with him. The knight opened the door and it banged on the walls. In the middle of the great hall stood a round oak table. The ceiling wasn't enchanted and on the pedestal was just one throne instead of the teacher's table. But it clearly was the great hall of Hogwarts. And at the table stood a man, maybe as old as Lancelot, and another one who looked very old. He had white hair, but the eyes. Lancelot, the younger man said with annoyance in his voice. I told the guards I do not want to be disturbed. Sal could see the other man's eyes travel over his face. His clothes and his own eyes. Etiar, he said. And suddenly the man came running. He had rounded the table before a startled Arthur could even utter another word. And a second later Sal found himself in the embrace of his father. Salvazahar. He heard his name while his father's hands seemed to search his body for injuries. Thank to whoever it belongs. You're all right. You're all right. Sal blinked. At the moment he was smaller than his father, so he had to look up to the old man's face. And there he saw the fear. The fear that something could have happened to him between one letter and the next. The fear that he would see him never again. Guilt crept through Sal's stomach. I am sorry, Etiar, he murmured in his father's tunic. I am so sorry. His father's embrace tightened. You are back. And that's all I ever wanted, Murden answered, still caressing him. In that moment Arthur butted in. So you know the lad, Murden? He asked. but before even Murden or Sal could think about answering, Lancelot did. "The lad is Murden's son," Lancelot answered, and his voice sounded chilly. "The son who has not seen his own father for 15 years. Just because you did not let Murden leave for even half a year. Have you ever spent a thought that Murden maybe did not want to leave to have some free time but to see his own family again?" Arthur opened and then closed his mouth again. He looked at Sal, who was still in the tight embrace of his father. "Your son, Murden?" he asked. Murden loosened his embrace, but one of his hands remained on Sal's shoulder. "Yes," he said calmly. "This is Salvazahar Serendu Harry James Emrys, my child. Sal, this is King Arthur Pendragon, my student." Sal bowed. "Your Majesty," he said, unsure how he should react to this situation. The king laughed. "As the child of my mentor, you may call me Arthur," he said, but his eyes were severe. "I did keep you apart, didn't I?" he asked. "It was not your fault," Sal said, but Arthur's eyes had turned to Murden. "I would have sent someone to bring him here," he said. "If you would have told me, I would have brought him. He must have been a mere babe when you left him to train me." Sal huffed. Did he really look so young? But he said nothing because of the squeeze his father gave his shoulder. "He was young," Murden confirmed. "But you had to learn, and there was no one but I. My child had his godfather to learn from." Sal looked at his father surprised. So Murden had created a farce, whatever. Why? "His godfather?" Arthur asked, sounding suddenly guilty. "What is with his mother?" "She died shortly after my first winter," Sal answered. "She was ill?" Lancelot asked softly. "She was killed," Sal corrected. "She died to protect me." When he said that, his father's eyes became grim. "She did. And one day this madman will pay for that," he said. "Just tell me where he is, and who and I will send my men," Arthur said, looking from father to son. But both of them just shook their heads. "You can't," Murden answered. "Just like I could not send your men for my son." Arthur opened his mouth to protest, but Murden just kept going. "I told you I visited the world when I was young," he said to Arthur. The king nodded. "My son's mother was part of this world," Murden said. "I returned home to Britain, but the last time my son had been in Britain he just had been born. He did not grow up here, and I could not send your men to a foreign country to bring him here, as much as I would have liked that." Sal could just admire his father. Murden had not straight out lied to Arthur well, except of some minor corrections to smother the story. But he had put the truth together so that it sounded different than it really had happened. Sal's mother had been from the future, and as such never had entered the Britannia Murden knew. Sal had been reborn in Britannia and left to search for a way to return to the future. And he did not grow up in this Britannia also. And of course there had been no way to send men after a grown-up adult traveling the world. So all Murden had said had been true somehow. And still all had happened different than Arthur would understand it. "I will have to let him teach me that," Sal mused. "It will take time, but I'm sure it's worth it." Arthur just sighed when he heard Murden's words. "I understand, but please remember that I would aid you whenever you need it. Just tell me and I will send my men. This is all I can do to repay your kindness." Murden just inclined his head. "As you wish, Arthur," he said. But then he stayed silent. Arthur waited a few minutes and then he sighed again. "You will not ask for my help, will you?" "No," Murden said. "I told you before that there is nothing you can do. And there is also nothing else." This time Murden stopped and looked thoughtfully at his son. Sal said nothing. He knew his father was thinking about something that would change Sal's life. But Sal had accepted long ago that in that time he was living now the father had the right to decide for his son. Even if said son was normally all grown up. Sal did not like it, but he knew that he had to accept it. Murden had the right to choose what Sal would do. He normally did not use his right, and that he was thinking about it meant that it was something his father thought was necessary to learn. "If you want to help me," Murden finally said, "would you teach my son? You have skills I do not have, as you have been taught it by your uncle and father until you lost them when you turned 15. You can repay me with teaching some of it to my son." This time it was Arthur who scrutinized Sal. "It would be an honor," he answered finally. "And I will do the same," Lancelot declared. For a long time I wanted to teach a youngster how to fight. This is the ideal opportunity. Sal was not sure if he really could say the same. Well, we will stop working for today, Arthur said, looking at Lancelot. Lancelot and I will work out a training plan for your son and will present it to you tomorrow. For now, enjoy the time with your son, Murden. I will, Murden answered and led Sal from the room. They stayed silent until they reached Murden's quarters. There, after he had shut the door and silenced it, Sal started to speak. Please explain, ATR, he said. There was no need to add what he wanted to know. Murden knew that Sal was talking about the misdirection he was using on Arthur. We are both too old to explain it without telling everyone that we are more creature than human, Murden said. Even if they know about Firbolgborn, no one ever understood the difference between us and them, and I do not like to explain it. But isn't Arthur himself an old one? Will he not live longer than the others? Sal asked, surprised. He is, and he will, Murden said. But he still will just live on for another century or two. His family still might have the soul of the Firbolgborn, but he is not a descendant of a phoenix. So it's the phoenix blood, Sal said. Yes, Murden answered. A phoenix is a creature which is born again and born again. It decides when it dies to be born again, and it decides when it is old. Its blood in our veins does give us longer lives than even the other Firbolgborn have. And you decided to tell him nothing about that? Yes, Murden said. And also nothing about our ability to age. This is family magic? So no one does have to know except a family, do you understand? Yes, Sal nodded. It is the same with the family magic of Arthur or the others, Murden said. We are unable to use them and we should not know them at all. Sal just nodded. So I have to be 15 because I came looking like it, he concluded. Yes, Murden said, smiling. But I am glad you did. Arthur and Lancelot are some of the best fighters I know. It will be good if you learn from them as much as you can. And because of that you decided to take Arthur's offer. Yes, Murden said, smiling. Then he turned serious again. I also discovered that someone of your family started to live near Britain. Sal stared at him confused. Someone of my family? Your green eyes. I once told you it's a family trait, didn't I? This time Sal just nodded. Well, the Luffy family has started to live in Avalon, Murden said. I know you know nothing about the rest of your family magic. You might want to seek an apprenticeship with them. But one day you need to know what you are able to do, Murden said. Learning family magic is an important part of your abilities. If you ever discover the rest of your ancestry, I want you to go to the family to learn from them. Do you understand? Yes, Sal said, hesitating. Do I have to go soon? No, Myrddin answered. But I want you to go to Morgana Le Fay one day. I heard she is a healer, and as a healer she cannot hurt anyone. There is an oath to prevent it. She would be a perfect candidate to learn from. Sal just nodded while his mind was reeling. He was a descendant of Morgana Le Fay, the witch whose son would kill Arthur. Sal did not know much about history, but that was something he had learned in the Muggle world a long time ago in his own time. He wasn't sure if Bins ever talked about it in magical history, but he knew enough from human history to shudder at the thought to belong to Morgana's family. Not that he could prevent to belong to it. I will go to her one time, he promised. But I will first stay with you. Murden smiled at him. And I am happy about it, he said while he ruffled Sal's hair. And now tell me about your adventures. And so they spent the afternoon and the evening with stories about Sal's travel through the world. They finally climbed to bed late at night, exhausted from telling and listening. The next day Arthur indeed had worked out a lesson plan, and Sal's lessons with Arthur, Lancelot and Gawain. Another night of Arthur started. Arthur had been the one to decide what Sal had to be taught, and Murden had just nodded when Arthur talked about the lessons he had chosen. Sal himself was not entirely happy with his lesson plan, but a glance of his father prevented him from protesting about it. So it came that he had lessons about history, fighting, politics, etiquette, battle magic, and battle strategy. Arthur was teaching him battle magic and politics, Lancelot fighting and battle strategy, and Gawain etiquette and history. Because of Sal's unusual good memory, they could teach him very fast. Especially Arthur used this ability of Sal to his advantage, and soon Sal had to dodge fireballs Arthur was hurling at him with pleasure. Sal himself had never seen magic like these fireballs. Arthur produced them with his bare hands and seemed to use them with ease. Sal just thought that they were utterly awesome. Because of that, he started to try to produce them himself when he was alone. At first he was unable to do it, but some weeks later, he finally could produce a simple little flame in his bare hands. Now I just have to try to make them grow, Sal said to himself, grinning, looking at the easily produced flame in his hands. What are you doing, child? A voice asked him from behind. Sal turned and stared at Arthur. I. He stuttered, feeling like a little child in front of his elder. Arthur instead looked at the flame in Sal's hands with an astonished gaze. When Sal saw where Arthur was looking, he extinguished the flame in his hands. Forgive me, Arthur, he said with guilt in his voice. I should not have. Can you do it again, child? Arthur asked instead, his voice sounding strange. Sal hesitated a moment, then he produced his flame again. Arthur extracted his hands at the flame until he could feel it. His eyes widened and he looked at Sal with an astonished gaze. Can you tell me how you did it? He asked Sal. Sal just shrugged. I wanted to, he said. I tried to do it since I saw you using the fireballs the first time. Forgive me if I did something I shouldn't have done. No, it's all right, child, Arthur said softly and ruffled Sal's hair. Sal wasn't sure how to interpret this gesture. Normally, an adult not related to a child did not touch it. It was seen as improper to do so, and Arthur had never broken this unwritten rules until now. Tell me, child, what do you know about your mother? He asked Sal. Sal hesitated, then answered truthfully. I know that she was young when she died and that my parents weren't married long. I know I have her eyes and I know that she was brilliant. I don't think that ATR knew her a long time, he said, mixing the truth with a little lie to make it believable. So you don't know the family she was born into? Arthur asked. Sal just shrugged. Not really, he answered, not fully lying. I see, Arthur said, ruffling Sal's hair again. And don't worry, child. I am not angry with you. Come with me. I will show you some other things. Sal hesitated a moment but then did as he was told. For hours later he returned to the rooms he shared with his father, utterly exhausted. Arthur really had shown him other things. He had shown Sal how to control fire without trying to produce it, and the same he had also shown him for plants. Sal had tried both until he was able to help a flower to bloom and a fire to burn without wood. It was an exhausting way to use magic, and Sal just fell to bed to sleep. He slept through the night and was woken in the morning by his father, who told him they were called to Arthur. So Sal stood up and followed his father to the Great Hall. Murden, Sal, Arthur greeted. I have called you to ask you for a favor. My lord, Murden asked. Sal was equally surprised, but as a minor, he was not allowed to speak until been spoken to. He had long ago learned to follow rules like that, even if he not really was a minor anymore. Murden, I wish to adopt your son, Arthur said. Sal blinked. Adopt him? Sal had a father, so why? I need an heir and I am unsure how long it will take until I get one myself. I ask for your permission to take on your son as my heir until then, Arthur said. I am honored, my lord, Murden answered. Unfortunately, Sal is too old to take in a part of your soul. He cannot be your true heir. Maybe an adopted substitute who has access to a little bit of your family magic, but never like an adopted heir of a normal druid. Don't forget, we are Furbolg born. Our souls don't have the softness and flexibility of human souls. If you were a normal druid, you could give him full access to your family magic. As an old one, it cannot be. I know, Arthur said calmly. You taught me well, Murden. And because of that, I decided to ask for your son. He can use my family magic. I saw it myself. Somewhere in your wife's line, there has once been someone of my family. My blood is already flowing through his veins. I just need to adopt him in the main line. Sal blinked in surprise. He was a descendant of Arthur. But how did Arthur know? And then Sal remembered Arthur's gaze when he saw Sal's fire. When he touched Sal's fire. Family magic. Had Arthur tested him yesterday to confirm what he had seen the first time he had seen Sal producing the fire? Had Arthur given him the tasks to make sure Sal was really using Arthur's family magic? Sal suddenly felt like a child who touched something he never should have been near at all. Murden looked a little bit astonished himself, and he turned to Sal to scrutinize his son. "Are you sure about that, Arthur?" he asked. Arthur nodded. "I am," he answered. "Will you give me permission?" "Do you know how far from the main line he is?" Murden asked. Arthur just shrugged. "We will see," he answered. "The nearer he is, the stronger he will be after the adoption." Again Murden scrutinized Sal. Sal knew he would have no say in this decision. Murden was his father. He was the one who would decide on Sal's fate. Sal knew he would have hated it back when he was in his own time, but he had long ago learned to adapt, especially because he knew his father would decide against it if he believed Sal would be unhappy in the arrangement. "I will not give up my rights for my son," Murden said in that moment. "I do not want you to, Murden," Arthur said. "I simply want to add a parent." Murden was silent for another minute. Then he slowly nodded. "If you wish," he said, "I will give you my son as your heir. You will have the right to teach him and the right to decide what is best for him. But I have the same rights. I will not give them up." Arthur hesitated a moment. Then he inclined his head. "So mot it be," he said. "So mot it be," Murden answered. Sal blinked. He had thought that his father would not allow Arthur to adopt him. But he said nothing until he reached the rooms he was living with his father. "You will let him adopt me?" he asked. Murden sighed. "I know you don't like the idea, Salvazahar," he said. "You are older than he and you feel like an adult. But please understand my decision. Arthur said that you can do parts of his family magic. So someone of your family must have been a descendant of him. I cannot teach you the magic you need to know for this part of your heritage. And if Arthur wants to adopt you and teach you, I will not deny it to you. You have a right to know your family magic." Sal sighed. "So I will have to play a child again," he said. Murden just smiled. "I am sure you will have to do something like that more often in the future. As long as you don't find a way home, you will have to fit in. Sometimes it will be easier to fit in as a child," his father answered. "So don't fret, Sal. You have been playing a child since you arrived. You just continue like that." "Yes, and I will be taught by someone again," Sal said, sneering. "You have been taught since you have arrived." "Yes," Sal said. "But at that time I wasn't the son of one of my teachers." "Deal with it," was his father's cold-hearted advice. And that Sal had to. A day later he was given a potion with the added blood of Arthur in it, the adoption potion. He drank it without protest. He did not change much after that. Just his eyes started to be even greener than they were before. They suddenly seemed to carry an inner light that they had lacked before. But there also was a different. Not soon after the adoption, Sal discovered that his ability to do Arthur's family magic had risen skywards. "You must have been quite near to the main line," Arthur said when he discovered that Sal suddenly could nearly feel the fire he could control. "The entering in the main line has given you a power boost like it is seen seldom. You must understand that you now have the ability of your previous status in the family and the ability of your new one. They mixed and created, well, your power." "I see," Sal answered. That night he asked his father if it was possible that he had belonged to the main line all along. "Yes," his father answered. "I even guessed that you did belong to it before. The power behind your family magic indicates that you had enough ability to be the Lord all along. You might even have been the Lord in your time." And he hadn't known it, but that was left unsaid. It unsettled Sal that everyone in his time had kept something important like that from him. "If I ever return, I will find out why I do know nothing about my family at all," Sal vowed to himself. After that, they never spoke about his position in the future again. Sal was taught by Arthur and the other knights. His lessons had increased after he was adopted to the main family. But the most important part Murden told him some weeks later. "When I and Arthur die," Murden said, "you will have to hold the wards of Camelot. The castle was built by me and Arthur, so it's our magic that is holding the wards. As our heir, it will be yours when we are gone. After we die, you will be the one who is the lord of the land. You have to look after the people that live here. But what's with the child Arthur will have? Sal asked. As long as he does not acknowledge it, it will not have control of anything, Murden answered. You are his heir until he decides otherwise. Prepare for it. And that was the final word spoken in that matter. Sal learned all he could, and finally he said goodbye to his fathers and started to travel again. Arthur let him go as Sal told him that he wanted to learn more, and Murden knew where Sal would go. It was time to learn more about family. Year 25 AD. Learning from family. Success. Sal was nervous. He had entered the island where he heard Morgana lived the day before and stood now in front of her home. Avalon. Sal had come to Avalon. He had heard rumors about Morgana Le Fay and her ability to heal. Of course, he had also heard that she adored the dark arts. Nothing Sal wanted to learn. But he had to. He had to know, and he wanted to learn healing and family magic. He had decided this since his father had told him about his heritage. Since his father had told him, his eyes told the world that he was born a Le Fay. And since he had learned how he could be the descendant of Arthur and Morgana. It had been 3.5 years ago when Morgana had come and cornered Arthur. Sal had not been there at that time and had later heard about the argument. The argument about Morgana's son, whom she had born after a night she had shared with Arthur. Arthur had not been pleased that the child had been born and had not wanted the child as his heir. Simple said he had denied the birthright to his child, and Murden had guided Morgana out of the castle. Sal did not know how it happened, but the result of this meeting was a shared enmity between Sal's fathers and Morgana. So Sal might be a descendant of Morgana, but he also was Murden's son, and Morgana hated Murden. And because of that, Sal was standing in front of the door, unsure how to proceed. XXXXXXXXX. Do you want to stand there forever, lad? A sarcastic voice asked, and suddenly the door opened and Salvazahar was looking at a middle-aged woman who carried a maybe 4-year-old child on her hip. Sal said, stuttering, I was looking for Morgana Le Fay. I was told she lives here, he finally said, looking at the woman. She had pitch-black hair and deadly glowing green eyes. Sal knew these eyes. They were the same he had inherited from his own mother. The boy on Morgana's hip did not have these eyes. He had brown ones, eyes that reminded Sal of Arthur. So this child is Mordred, Sal thought. Then he corrected himself. Medrod. His name was changed over time. It's Medrod. And who is looking for me? Morgana asked him, staring at him coolly but intensively. My name is Salvazahar Emrys. Sal had thought about calling himself Le Fay, but he did not want to trick her with that. He might be a Le Fay by blood, but he never carried the name before. Emrys? She asked, still staring. As in Murden Emrys? I guess, Sal answered nervously. What do you want, breed of Murden? I. Sal gulped and found his courage. I am here to ask for an apprenticeship, he said, squaring his shoulders. Morgana raised her eyebrows. The breed of Murden asks me, Great Morgana Le Fay, for an apprenticeship? She said, suddenly sounding dangerous. Sal's gaze grew cold when he met her eyes head-on. He stared back, daring her to say anything more than she had before, and Morgana blinked. You're no Emrys, she finally said. You're of my blood. You are my heir. Her gaze turned to her own child. But how come you are? I am the one who continues the main line. So how come you exist when I have a child? Sal gulped again. He knew he had to explain it to her, and best without lying too much. I am not from this time, he finally confessed, and Morgana's eyes returned to him. Again her eyebrows rose. I am your many times grandchild, you could say, Sal finally settled with. I came here to learn from you. The truth, but not true enough to conclude the right things. When you are my many times grandchild, how come you carry Murden's name? She asked, now definitely interested. Shouldn't you carry my name, or Arthur's? My mother was the heir, Sal answered nervously. I carry my father's name as I have no right to carry my mother's. You have our magic, Morgana say, narrowing her eyes. You know our family magic, and as such you have the right to carry our name. You needn't befoul yourself with Murden's name. Sal wisely said nothing. He had foreboded that Morgana would not be pleased with his last name. Well, that is my problem, Sal said. I do not know family magic. Morgana stared at him when he told her. Your mother didn't teach you? She asked, appalled and disgusted. She could not teach me, Sal corrected. She died when I was a mere babe. Then surely your grandmother. There was a war, Sal said with a bitter note in his voice. I am the last with magic of my line. I was since I counted one winter. I still have an aunt, but she did not inherit any magic. She cannot tell me what I need to know. No, she wouldn't, Morgana said. So that's why you're here. Yes, Sal answered. I needed a competent teacher to learn from, so I came here. There was a moment of silence while Morgana was piercing through him with her eyes. It felt like a test, and Sal grew nervous the longer she stared. And learn you will, Salvazahar, Morgana said finally and smiled. Come in. I will teach you. I don't want to end my family name with the Emery's line, even if I do not object your mother's choice in marriage. The Emery's line is a strong one. Inserting its blood in our line is definitely a good choice. Sal wisely forgot to mention that his Emery's father never had married his mother. He did not want to tell Morgana that he truly was Murden's son. He was sure she would not like that very much. So he just entered, fully aware that he would have to learn all she wanted him to in the next few years, and there was no telling when she would end her training. XXXXXXXXX. The hut was small and neatly kept. Morgana pointed at a simple wooden chair in front of the fire. Sit, she said, while she herself sat down in a more comfortable one. Do you know how to read? She asked.
Ido, Sal answered.
So your aunt did teach you some things, Morgana said. What about the family books? Did you read them?
No, Sal answered.
My parents' home was destroyed. I have nothing left but an old cloak of my father's. Morgana sighed. Sal could feel her using legitimacy on him. He let her through, not to his memories but to his feelings, so that she could analyze if he was telling the truth. But you know basic occlumency, she said, even if it is a barbaric form of it. My father taught me, Sal answered truthfully. Well, I will teach you better, Morgana said. Forget what your father told you. I will teach you real occlumency. Yes, my lady, Sal said. Call me mother, Morgana said. You may be my many times grandson, but you are young enough to call me mother. Say, how many winters do you count? 15, Sal answered, using his body's winters and not his mind's. He was not sure if he liked Morgana's suggestion to call her mother, but he knew he would do it anyway. She was his ancestor and because of that his elder. When she wanted to be called mother, then he would do it without questioning. So your magic has matured one time until now? Morgana asked, and Sal shrugged. I don't know, he said truthfully. When he said that, Morgana took out her staff and pointed it at him. Sal stiffed, but did not flinch or take out his own staff. Morgana smiled at that. She definitely had seen his slightly concealed reaching for his staff before he could stop himself to do so. You have good reflexes, she said. Your father taught you the way of the warrior, I believe? He taught me the way of the druids, Mother, Sal answered. I am no warrior, but I have to know how to fight as a druid. Yes, you do, Morgana said, and then whispered a spell. Soft yellow light hit Sal's body. Then he started to glow green. Oh, that's good, Morgana said. You did just mature one time. I will be able to teach you from the scratch, and we have time. Your second time will be not before the third winter. You can tell that? Sal asked, surprised. Even his father had not been able to tell that when Sal had started to mature for the first time. Yes, Morgana said. And you will also be able when I have taught you all I know. There are just two conditions. I hear. You will let me adopt you, Morgana said. As my child, I will have the full rights to teach you all I want without you protesting it. Sal had thought about this possibility. Morgana knew that Medrod would not be able to use family magic, and she wanted to make sure that someone would be able to use it fully, even if this someone was an heir from a distant future. When he truly was her son, even an adopted one, and not just a descendant, she had a better grasp at his magic. A parent simply understood their child's magic better than anyone. I will, he answered. He had hoped to prevent it, but it was not unexpected. Well, it will change nothing in my blood, he thought. He simply would have more access to the family magic. And that definitely wasn't bad at all. The other condition is that you will teach Medrod how to fight when he is old enough, Morgana said. Sal nodded, knowing that he there also had no choice, even if this might later be the cause of Arthur's demise. But even if it was, refusing would not change history. Arthur would die, and when history would like Medrod to be the cause of his demise, so it would be like that. Sal would not be able to change that when he refused. I will, but I am not more than mediocre in using a sword. As long as you teach him, Morgana said, the rest he will learn by himself. XXXXXXXXX. The time at Morgana's flew by quickly. Sal soon got used to call Morgana mother, and under her tutelage he started to learn how to use his family magic. He also started to learn how to heal and also the dark arts. At the beginning Sal was a little bit hesitant to learn the dark arts, but soon he discovered that many rituals and spells in the dark arts could be used differently and would help him while healing others. Sal also discovered that he loved to heal. Before the apprenticeship Sal had just thought that knowing how to heal would be useful, but the longer he learned the more he discovered that healing was something he would like to do for a living. Morgana also noticed that he loved to heal, and so she more and more included him in her own work as a healer. It was 10 years later, the day Medrod first bested Sal in their mock battle after just a few minutes, when Morgana finally called for Sal. Yes, mother? He asked, entering the house. Salvazahar Lafi, she stated. Today is the day when your apprenticeship ends. You now know all I know, and there is nothing left to teach for me. Sal inclined his head. Now there is just one thing left, Morgana continued. The oath. Sal knew what she meant. Every healer had to vow on their magic to help everyone in need. The healer's oath would also constrict him in his magic. No healer was allowed to kill or maim others or even simply neglect to help them when they needed help. The vow was binding and would take his life when he neglected it. I am not sure I want to take it, Sal answered sincerely. Morgana raised an eyebrow. I taught you healing for 10 years, and now you don't want to finalize the last step in your profession? She asked, surprised. A healer cannot fight, Sal answered sincerely. And you want to fight? No, Sal shook his head. I want to protect. He expected that Morgana would be angry with him for refusing to vow his life to the profession of the healer. What he did not expect was the gleam that entered her eyes when hearing his answer. So you want to protect, she stated. Will you try to protect everyone, with no exception, be it race, blood, or something else? Sal frowned. Of course, he answered. Why shouldn't I protect someone when I'm able to and he does need help? Now Morgana looked like a Cheshire cat. So you will protect those who cannot protect themselves from those who try to maim them? I will, Sal answered, still frowning and now utterly confused. And you will use all your skills to aid whoever needs help? Of course I will. Even if you will have to aid your enemy? Yes. Even if you will have to kill someone or let someone die to ensure the safety of others? Sal blinked at that. Let someone die. Yes, he said, unsure. Even if it will bring you harm? Yes. This time he was sure. Then I bless you, child. You are a healer, you are a warrior, you are a guardian. You have finished your apprenticeship and you have chosen your path. May you heal others, may you judge their hearts. May you guide others, may you protect them from harm. Today I name you a guardian healer born to protect, born to judge, born to heal. So be it. A golden mist suddenly surrounded Salvazahar and a rune circle was seen above his head. Sal had never seen this circle before. It was the typical healer rune circle in the middle, but it was surrounded by a different, foreign one. Before Sal could decipher it, it glowed as bright as the sun, broke apart into sparks and entered his body. Warmth filled his entire being and then it stopped and all was back to normal. What? He started to ask, but Morgana beat him to it. A healer's oath, she answered, but not the normal one. This one will let you protect and kill, there will be no consequences. You even can let someone die if this person has harmed others with his action, or will harm others when he continues his actions. So, there is nothing different than before? Sal asked, confused. Oh, there is, Morgana answered. Others have to come first now. You cannot do anything when you encounter a conflict. You have to aid those who need protection. You cannot aid the others, and you cannot aid evil. When you do, you will lose your magic and maybe even your life. So you tricked me in an oath, Sal said. I know you, Salvazahar, Morgana said, shrugging. You would have done it anyway. You are born to protect. That you have my eyes while having also Arthur Pendragon's blood shows it. You will not feel bound at all, because of the oath. Sal sighed, but he could not object. Even without the oath, he would have helped those who needed help and were too weak to aid themselves. But why did you trick me into it? It is an oath you have to give while not being aware of it, Morgana said. And even if you give it, there are few in this world whose oath would have been accepted by magic. A guardian healer is special. There are maybe 2 or 3 in this world. I guessed that you would be one 5 years ago, and I am proud that I was right. Having someone like you in our family definitely shows our superior power. Sal could just roll his eyes at that. Trust Morgana to be excited to have a rare creature like Sal in the family. There would be no other person in the world who would be concerned about family prestige some 1,000 years in the future. I am proud of you, Salvazahar, Morgana said. I trust you will return home now? Sal stared at her for a moment. Then he nodded. I will, he answered. And he truly would have, if he wouldn't have stumbled over a battle while he was on the way back to Camelot. As it was, Sal would return home 8 years later than planned, trial time. Success. The rest of the time until his trial, Harry had cleansed rooms with all the others, and after Creature had told him 2 days later at night that he had cleaned a little, unused room, and Harry had started to draw the necessary runes, circles and pentagrams on the floor and on the walls that he needed for his first task. When the 12th of August approached, he finally had finalized the drawing, and despite being a little sleepy, he was fully prepared for the ministry hearing. Of course, no one else knew. They all relayed on Dumbledore. Dumbledore was there last night. He will come, Molly Weasley had told him, and Harry had well-behaved, nodded, and not shown his feelings about Dumbledore, the Almighty. Instead, he had followed Arthur to the ministry, and was finally informed about the changed time, a fact that let him grin inside. The ministry really tried to help him with all its abilities. Finally, he was brought to the courtroom. Harry grinned much more inside when he heard he would have a full trial, and left there. So he stood there, in front of them, looking around in Murden's court. The walls were made of dark stone, dimly lit by torches. Empty benches rose on either side of him, but ahead, in the highest benches of all, were many shadowy figures. They had been talking in low voices, but as the heavy door swung closed behind Harry, an ominous silence fell. A cold male voice rang across the courtroom. You're late. Harry turned and looked at the speaker. I did not get a notice that the time was changed, Harry answered, crooking his head. I also got no notice that the place was changed. The wizards and witches of the Wizengamot looked at each other and murmured. We have been sending you an owl with the new time and place today, Fudge said coolly. You might, Harry answered. The point is I did not get it. So how am I supposed to be on time without knowing it was changed? We should not discuss that now, a witch beside Fudge said sweetly, and Harry had the unproved feeling that she had something to do with his missing message. He said nothing and filled it away for later. This just would make it easier for him. Very well, said Fudge. The accused being present, finally. Let us begin. Are you ready? He called down the row. Yes, Sir Percy. Harry had thought as much. He did not even bother to look at the treacherous Weasley brother. Disciplinary hearing of the 12th of August, said Fudge in a ringing voice, and Percy began taking notes at once. Into offenses committed under the Decree for the Reasonable Restriction of Underage Sorcery and the International Stature of Secrecy by Harry James Potter, resident at number 4, Privet Drive, Little Whinging, Surrey. Interrogators: Cornelius Oswald Fudge, Minister of Magic; Amelia Susan Bones, Head of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement; Dolores Jane Umbridge, Senior Undersecretary to the Minister. Court Scribe: Percy Ignatius Weasley. Witness for the Deaf. You don't have to, Headmaster, Harry interrupted the entering old man mid-sentence. I am fully capable of defending myself. Dumbledore stopped mid-step and stared at the boy in front of him. Harry, my boy, this is the Wisengamot, he began, but Harry interrupted him again. That's all right, headmaster. I am fully aware where I am. I can handle myself. With that, he turned to the minister and said in a non-saying voice, Please continue, Minister Fudge. The members of the Wisengamot were muttering. All eyes were now on Dumbledore and Harry. Some of them looked annoyed, others slightly frightened. But the most of them looked utterly flabbergasted. Harry guessed that the most of them had thought he would hide behind Dumbledore's robes. But Harry was not a child anymore. So, while the originally Harry maybe would have let Dumbledore manage his affairs, the current Harry was not willing to give the headmaster any power in his life. Minister Fudge? Minister Fudge, would you please continue, sir? Silence for another minute. Yes, Fudge finally said, still staring at Harry and Dumbledore, who looked slightly undecided at his young charge. Finally, he just flicked his wand and sat down on the squishy armchair that appeared out of nowhere. Harry ignored him. Yes, said Fudge again, shuffling his notes. Well then, so, the charges. Yes. He extricated a piece of parchment from the pile before him, took a deep breath and read out. The charges against the accused are as follows. That he did knowingly, deliberately, and in full awareness of the illegality of his actions, having received a previous written warning from the Ministry of Magic on a similar charge, produce a Patronus charm in a Muggle-inhabited area, in the presence of a Muggle, on the 2nd of August at 23 minutes past 9, which constitutes an offense under paragraph C of the Decree for the Reasonable Restriction of Underage Sorcery, 1875, and also under Section 13 of the International Confederation of Warlocks Statute of Secrecy. You are Harry James Potter, of number 4, Privet Drive, Little Whinging, Surrey? Fudge said, glaring at Harry over the top of his parchment. Today I am, Harry answered pleasantly, knowing that the chamber would showcast it if he lied. Today? Fudge asked, slightly annoyed with Harry's answer. I might change my name tomorrow, the boy replied, shrugging. Or I might find out my parents gave me another name altogether. At this, Fudge stared unbelievingly at Harry. Then he shook his head and continued. You received an official warning from the Ministry for using illegal magic 3 years ago, did you not? I might, the boy replied. This is a yes or no question. Answer clearly. Fudge scowled. Then, for you, yes, it might have been 3 years. And yet you conjured a Patronus on the night of the 2nd of August? Said Fudge. Yes, the boy answered clearly, one eyebrow slightly up his forehead. Knowing that you are not permitted to use magic out of school, while you are under the age of 17? Yes. Knowing that you were in an area full of Muggles? Of course I knew. Fully aware that you were in close proximity to a Muggle at the time? My cousin, sir. This time the witch with the monocle spoke up. You produced a fully fledged Patronus? Harry sighed. He had known this question would come up. He himself might not truly be 15, but the original Harry had been, so it was natural for these wizard and witches to question his ability to produce a Patronus. Yes, it is corporal, he answered coolly. It is corporal since 3rd year. Impressive, said Madame Bones, staring down at him. A true Patronus at his age, very impressive indeed. Harry decided to stay silent. It would do no good when he told them that a Patronus was nothing. He could kill them all without even leaving a trace and without them knowing what was coming. Even if they would look the whole time it took him to kill them directly in his eyes. Impressive, indeed. It's not a question of how impressive the magic was, said Fudge in a testy voice. In fact, the more impressive the worse it is, I would have thought, given that the boy did it in plain view of a Muggle. Think about it. We can't let such behavior unpunished. He broke the law without even regretting it. When we let him roam, we can't know what he will do next. Those who had been frowning now murmured in agreement, but the boy in front of them seemed to be fully untouched by the accusation. This time Dumbledore instead seemed to be unable to hold back. He stood, ready to defend Harry, if the boy wanted it or not. But just when he sprang to his feet, The young boy in front of the Wiesengemot spoke in a low, cold voice. "Now, Minister, tell me what you are playing at?" The boy said, and Headmaster Dumbledore, ready to defend the young boy, stopped in the middle of opening his mouth. "What are you implying, boy?" Fudge hissed, but his voice showed that he was slightly taken aback by the emotionless voice of the teen. Cold, Avada Kedavra green eyes pierced him, judged him, and found him unworthy. "I am implying several serious disregards of your own laws," the boy said, emotionless, and a whisper emerged in the crowd. Fudge turned his head from left to right, trying to stand still and being impressive. He failed. Words run through the crowd. "Broken law? We," he heard. "When? XXXXX. Disregarding of the laws, Mr. Potter?" A regal-looking lady finally asked aloud. "Pray tell, what are you talking about?" "About several things, madam, several broken laws specifically," the boy replied, and when one of the Wiesengemot wizards opened his mouth, he overrode his attempt to speak mercilessly. "Let's start with an easy example. When I used the Patronus charm to defend my cousin, I got a letter that I was expelled from Hogwarts. That was the first breaking of your laws. No one except of the headmaster can expel a student from Hogwarts. Trying to do it without consulting the headmaster at first ends in losing all the reminding control you have in school. Hogwarts has the right to take back the offending person's OWLS and newts when said person just attempted such a crime." "Is that so, lad?" another very old-looking wizard asked coolly. "And pray tell, where do you think you read such an offending piece of text?" "In your law book, my lord," the boy answered simply. "This is one of your own laws I have been quoting." "Have you?" another lord asked skeptically. "I don't think that anyone of the ministry would ever be for a law like that." "Well, they weren't," the boy in front of them answered, and then sent a steady glance across the crowd. "This is law since 978, when Hogwarts started to open for all students in Great Britain. At that time there was no ministry. It were the lords of the ancient and noble houses who at that time were setting up the law. Some of their laws are still in use, like the one I mentioned." "Is that so?" the First Lord asked, interested. "So you really are able to prove it?" The answer of the accused was not a yes or no. Instead he intoned, "By the rights of the Lords Slytherin and Gryffindor and the ladies Hufflepuff and Ravenclaw, the School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, known as the respectable and noble School of Hogwarts, School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, located in the Highlands of Scotland, next to the hamlet of Hogsmeade, is hereby declared as independent from the lordships and states, so that in times of war it will be a neutral zone. It hereby will be declared that Hogwarts, School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, will never be part of any legal constitution. The rights and rules of Hogwarts will solely be constructed and upheld by the headmaster, teachers, founders, and acknowledged heirs of Hogwarts. Any interference from legal constitution may be punished severely. The right of punishment for interference will be by the school. By severely interference such as expelling student, the person who interfered will be held responsible and might lose their right to bear a staff because of deprivation of his school examinations. In contrast, the school will have to take in all children of magical heritage from their 11th until their 17th birthday and teach them to be respectable and noble wizards and witches. That is the law from 978, stated in the law book as paragraph 20 AE. Fudge snorted, unbelieving. "And pray tell, how would a mere boy like you know something like that?" "I can read, Minister," the boy answered and pierced the man in front of him with his eyes. "Look it up for yourself when you don't believe me." The answer was shuffling of paper when Percy Weasley searched for his copy of the law book. When he found it, he started thumbing through it until he reached the named paragraph and stared at it. "Well, Weatherby?" Fudge asked, clearly expecting the boy in front of him to be proven wrong. He is right, Minister," Percy stuttered, still staring at the, for him offending, text in front of him. The boy continued, and his glare got as cold as ice. "The next broken law is that no one came to Privet Drive to investigate. Since April 1146, there is a law to investigate before taking charges. Paragraph 38 AG. This law was established after there were incidents of wrongfully imprisoned persons because of lacking investigations. The gathering of the lords found this absolutely unacceptable and established a rule of handling the broken secret status and performing magic in front of mundane people. The law was never altered after that, so that would be the second broken law in a row. The third was preventing the accused getting a legal backer for court. Instead, I am standing in front of you without anyone. Now the wizards and witches of Wisengamot shared uneasy glances. You had Dumbledore? But you turned him down, Fudge cried, still staring at the uncanny teen. He is not, nor will he ever be a legal backer. He might be my headmaster at school, but he has no training in legal rights. So even if he would back me up, he would still be another civilian who does not know all the paragraphs of the law. The boy replied coolly. You could have asked someone. When? You changed the place of the hearing today. Formerly it had been an unofficial hearing, where I wouldn't have needed a legal backer. But now it is a trial. A legal backer needs time to know the facts. Also, I am a minor. I am legally not allowed to search legal backup without my guardian. My aunt is mundane. She has no access to a magical lawyer. And I had no time to contact her and asked for legal backup. As the court, you have had a duty to see to my needs when you force me to go to court without time to contact a legal backer. This might be a newer law of the 19th century, but it is still law. As it is established in paragraph 95A, every person accused of a crime has the right to send for legal backup in court. The legal backup might be self-provided, or in case it is impossible for the accused to get one, there has to be a chance to be provided of a lawyer by the Wisengamot. Well, I had no time to brief a lawyer with my situation, also counting the change of time and place so that it would have been difficult for my legal backup to arrive in time. Yet there is no alternative to go to. The boy continued. Because of breaking these laws, I have no one who would speak for my behalf. I am accused but unable to defend myself because of your lack of following your own laws. You did not investigate. There is no recording of the scene of crime. There is no asking for witnesses. There isn't even a simple use of truth serum to investigate if I lie or if I am telling the truth. So, how will you be able to judge me when you have no witnesses except the evidence that I used magic in front of my mundane cousin? How will you judge if my use of magic was rightfully if there is no other evidence except of your recording? There is no need of a witness except of our recording. You broke the law, you will pay for it. Fudge intercepted at that moment. I did, didn't I? Or is there a possibility that I didn't break the law? The boy said, and his killing curse eyes were blasting. You are underage. You are not allowed to use magic in your holidays. And no one is allowed to use magic in front of a muggle. The minister spluttered. As long as I am the minister, you will be punished for your crime. Even if you're celebrity, I will not let this stop me to follow the law. To follow the law? The boy stared at the minister, as if said person had said something absolutely stupid. Which law, Minster Fudge? Clause 7 of the Decree for the Reasonable Restriction of Underage Sorcery states that magic may be used in front of a muggle in exceptional circumstances. And as those exceptional circumstances include situations which threaten the life of the wizard or which him or herself, or any witches, wizards, or muggles present at the time of the dash. We are familiar with Clause 7, boy. Thank you very much, snarled Fudge. Of course you are, Harry answered courteously. So why have you done nothing to exclude this clause? There might have been dementors in Little Whinging, for all you know. There were no dementors, Fudge spluttered. Evidence? Minister, evidence. The boy said coolly. You have not sent your people to investigate the scene of crime, like you should have. And now you come and say that there were no dementors, but you yourself can't prove it. So how come that you think that you are right? Fudge stared at the boy in front of him with hatred in his eyes. You, he started, but was interrupted by Madame Bones. The accused has a point, Minister, she said. How do we know he had not have to defend himself? The Dementors are under the control of the Ministry. There is no way that a Dementor would come to Little Whinging. The boy just tries to escape his punishment. As an underage wizard, he has to follow the rules like everyone else. No celebrity status here. Underage, the boy questioned in this moment. That is also something I am laughing about. This is also a law you have been breaking. What are you talking about now, boy? Fudge hissed, losing his cool. But there was fear in his eyes. Harry knew what the minister feared. He feared that Harry knew about his lordship, and the freedom that could come with it when he had turned 15. But Harry said nothing. He definitely would not play that card if he did not have to do it. Think about it.
I'm 15, Minister.
As you told the court, I am not an adult. But whatever you are telling the court, you yourself seem to forget that pretty often. Harry argued instead. What do you mean by that? By Merlin? Fudge roared, staring at Harry as if he had gone crazy. Maybe Harry had. As a minor, I don't just have duties, Fudge. I also have rights. You seem content to forget these every time I am in a situation I do need those rights. I am fully aware about your rights, boy, Fudge cried. Are you? In front of the whole court. Do you declare you are aware of my rights? Of course I am. It maybe would go without. And the headmaster, is he also aware of my rights? What has this to do with anything, boy? Fudge growled. Just let the headmaster answer my question, Harry said, shrugging. Dumbledore looked at him with confusion. Of course I am aware of your rights, Harry, he said finally softly. You know that this discussion will bring you nowhere. It really would go without. Harry ignored him. Instead he looked at the rest of the Wisengamot. What's with you, ladies and gentlemen? Are you aware of the rights of a minor? XXXXX. Amelia Bones had witnessed the whole spectacle until now. Now, addressed as a part of the Wisengamot, she felt obliged to answer with a yes. Of course she was aware of his status. She was the head of the law department. She had to be aware. She just didn't know what use it had for the boy if they were aware. She stared at the young boy in front of them, looked at his cool Avada cadaver green eyes, and saw the determination in them. And suddenly she could piece the pieces of the puzzle together. Oh, this uncannily cunning little boy. He was playing them like pipes. XXXXX. So you are all aware of my rights. All three. The minister, the supreme mugwump of the ICW and chief warlock, and the Wisengamot, Harry said triumphantly, but then stopped. His expression of triumph fainted to nothing except of cool calculation. Then you know that there is a creative precedent from 1753. He continued with less triumph in his voice. Thomas Avery, orphan and last of the House Avery at that time, was permitted the rights of an emancipated wizard after he had been treated like that by more than one law institution. In his case, it had been the minister, the head of the magical law department, and the head of the Aurors. This creative precedent was established as paragraph 261C in the law book. Fudge glanced at Percy Weasley. Said secretary was thumbing through the law book in front of him until he found the paragraph. There is in fact a creative precedent from 1753, Minister Percy finally confirmed, while staring absolutely stunned at the text in front of him. Well, now after you have your proof, Minister, let's continue. The boy in front of them said, Last year I have been participating in the Tri-Wizard Tournament, a tournament solely for wizards beyond their 17th year of life. I participated and I was able to compete with the other 17-year-old participants. So, as this tournament is solely for adult wizards, a guardian on my behalf had to enter me in this tournament. My guardian, as I am aware of, is my aunt. She did not enter me or permit me to enter. In school, you could say it is the headmaster who is my guardian, and he permitted it. But seeing that the tournament is solely for adults, he also recognized and therefore treated me like an adult. So he knowingly ignored my rights as a minor and forced me to participate in something a minor had no right to be in. Even if he did, this has nothing to do with your case. Fudge spluttered. Amelia Bones snorted at this. But it does, Minister, the boy answered. It is an essential part in this trial. And pray tell, how should your participation in the Tri-Wizard Tournament have any meaning in your case? Fudge growled, and Amelia Bones knew the boy had him. There was no escaping now. Simple, the boy answered. He started what you finished. He treated me like an adult like you are doing now. I asked you if you are aware of the rights of a minor. I asked the headmaster and the Wisengamot the same. You all answered the positive, and still are breaking this rights without even to hesitate when it comes to me. So basically, you both. and with you the Wisengamot agree that I am no child. XXXXX. Now see here, boy, Fudge grumbled. I did no such a thing, so there is no way. You did not, the boy intercepted. But you suggesting that you did. How dare you to state such a lie? But it isn't a lie, Minister, the boy answered emotionless. Paragraph 40e states that only an adult is to be tried in front of the whole Wisengamot. And here we are. Me as the accused and you who are trying me with the whole court. A simple case of underage magic is never tried with the whole Wisengamot. So why, when I'm not an adult yet, is this different for me than for the others? This question roused another ruckus in the audience. Fudge opened his mouth just to close it again. His eyes seemed to budge out of their holes. Harry stared back at him, his death eyes fixed on him. I still wait for an answer to that question, Minister, he said coolly. But Fudge stayed still staring at Harry as if he saw him for the first time. Finally, Madame Bones took pity on the flabbergasted man and spoke up herself. She had understood a while ago that the boy would take this route. She just didn't know why. That is a good question, young man, she said. Still, even if you are today treated like an adult in front of the law, what use is this for you? You still have performed a Patronus in front of a muggle. It is simple, Madame Bones, the boy answered her. When I am treated like an adult, I am allowed to give you my memory of the event. Then you would be able to see the facts behind my spell. Memories can't be forged without seeing the change, and displayed in the courtroom of the Wisengamot, they can be freely seen by everyone. When the boy answered this question, Madame Bones hesitated for a moment. Then she nodded. Do it. The minister has been treating you like an adult, so why not looking at your memories? Do you know how to extract memories? She asked. Of course, the boy replied with an experienced tone. Something Amelia Bones never had expected from a boy of 15 years. The boy extracted a memory from his mind and stood up. Without hesitation or the need of instructions, he stepped forward to a deepening in the floor. In it, he dropped the memory. Then he nodded to Madame Bones and returned to his seat. Show, Madame Bones instructed, and suddenly the whole wall behind the boy lit up and built a visible scene. The first that they could see was absolute darkness. Then a memory of coldness began to creep into the courtroom, and not just a few of the wizards and witches shivered. Dementor cold. Then you could hear the breathing, the rasping and rattling breaths. A human cry could be heard in the darkness. The panic in the voice filled the air. Dudley, keep your mouth shut. Whatever you do, keep your mouth shut. Then there was a muttering and a short light where the wand lay. The boy in the memory clasped the wand. A panicked expecto patronum, just white fog, bright enough to show the Dementor creeping near the boy. Then it hit the Dementor and broke. Again an expecto patronum, and again just fog. The Dementor now just a few inches away from the boy. Its hand reached for the boy. Blackness again. Shuffling, running steps in the darkness. And then a loud, expecto patronum. A phoenix erupted from the wand of the boy, now a few feet away from the Dementor. The phoenix golden light filled the alleyway and showed another Dementor, clasping another boy's wrists and wrestling with him. The boy was losing, and then the phoenix took over, drove away the Dementors with so much force that the Dementors seemed to be harmed by the creature. The memory ended and the whole court fell silent. Dementors, Madame Bones finally said. Dementors in a muggle suburb. That can't be real, Fudge cried. It is a lie. Mr. Potter is using forged. You know as well as I that a memory can't be forged without everyone recognizing it, Minister Fudge. Madame Bones interrupted him. The young man has been telling the truth to this court. And don't forget, he showed us what happened. He did not just tell us. He showed us. How can you argue against that? But, Fudge stuttered. I would be quiet if I were you, Minister, Madame Bones interrupted. I am not happy with you. You took this underage magic incident in front of the whole Wisengamot dash. The boy had broken the law the third time. He blew up his aunt last year and the year before he used a hovering charm. Did he? Madame Bones turned around to the lad in front of her. I did blow up my aunt, the boy answered without hesitation. It was accidental magic. Accidental? I did not use a wand or a spell. I just blew her up. The boy filled the Wisengamot in. This is not courtable. Paragraph D of the Decree for Reasonable Restriction of Underage Sorcery states that accidental magic of a minor before his second maturity, done without a wand and without the intent to do it, is not punishable because the minor has still to learn how to fully control his or her magic. At this Madame Bones smiled. You are right, Mr. Potter, she confirmed. But there is still the incident with the hovering charm. I can show you the incident, the boy answered without hesitation. I think this time it will be enough to just tell us. Well, but it sounds not, well, believable. Just tell. When we need to see it, you can show us afterward. I just warned, the boy answered. It was a crazy house elf. A house elf? The witch beside Fudge snorted. And pray tell, how did a house elf get? The boy's eyes got deadly. I told you it is unbelievable. But when you want to, I will show you the incident. I don't think that is necessary, Madame Bones interrupted while staring the minister and the witch next to him, Dolores Umbridge, down. I believe you, and even if I didn't, it was just one incident, nothing to be punished for. But, Fudge started. You, minister, should think about what you are saying. Madame Bones interrupted again. Alone in this sole case you have ignored several laws, the most of them in place to have a fair trial for the accused. I will see to this when we end this case. But now, finish. And I warn you, if you even try to stall a bit, I will look through all your doings in the last few years. Even if I find nothing, you wouldn't see your office for the next 5 months. So, do you have to say anything else? No, this time, Fudge sounded bitter. Well then, on to the charges, Madame Bones said. Those in favor of clearing the witness of all charges? More than 80% of the Wisengamot raised their hands. And those in favor of conviction? This time it was just Fudge, the witch beside him, and a few others. Harry scrutinized them, until the most of them turned their eyes away. He would have to remember them later. They were either in Fudge's pocket or Death Eaters. So simplified, they were both enemies. Fudge glanced around at them all, looking as though there was something large stuck in his throat. Then he lowered his own hand. He took 2 deep breaths and said, in a voice distorted by suppressed rage, very well, cleared of all charges. Harry smiled at that. Thank you, Minister, he said pleasantly. Until the next time, I would advise you to pray that we will never see each other again. But I know this will never be the case. We will see each other again. And next time it will be less pleasant for you. With that he stood and left the room, nodding at the rest of the Wisengamot and his headmaster. But his face stayed carefully blank until he reached the floor outside the courtroom. Then a creepy smile spread over his features. Harry James, 1. The Wisengamot and the headmaster, 0. Horcrux night. Success. When Harry left the room, Albus could do nothing but stare at the vanishing form of the boy he had deemed the savior. Something was wrong with the boy. Albus had never seen Harry act like that before. Of course, it had been some months, since he had seen the boy the last time. The last time he had seen Harry, the boy had just won the Triwizard Tournament and his first battle against a reborn Dark Lord. Since then, Albus Dumbledore had been nervous to meet the boy again. Albus, of course, knew about the Horcrux in Harry's scar, and he feared that Harry would be influenced by it. Now that Voldemort had returned, the trial today just aided to Albus' beliefs. How? How had the boy managed to get off without his help? How had the boy known all this? Albus had brought the boy to Petunia and stopped every contact the boy could have to the wizarding world, so that the boy would not be raised in the traditional ways of the purebloods. And now the boy suddenly was acting as if he had been raised like a pureblood all along. This was not something Albus had wanted or even imagined. He had wanted Harry to be raised like a Muggle or Muggleborn. He had thought that when the savior of the wizarding world would act like a Muggleborn, that the rest of the pureblood would see the error of their ways. Albus had hoped that the pureblood would finally stop clinging to customs that were long outdated. Instead, Harry suddenly seemed to know a lot more about the law and custom of the wizarding world than he should have. But how? Had he researched it with his friends? Albus would not be happy if he had, but he would understand that. Or had it been Voldemort's influence? Albus tried to shrug of his concern, but he couldn't. The cold voice, the emotionless face, the cool intelligence, Voldemort. The charming behavior, the cunning mind, the perfect manners, Voldemort.